KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
And here we go. It's Monday. It's free agency week in the NFL. Got a lot of other stuff to get to as well. Good to be with you. Hope you had a great weekend. Feeling good. On a Monday, we're with you till 10 a.m. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. What's up, dude?
Oh, I'm trying to do the right thing and go to bed early last night. And then I wake up to like, hey, Josh Allen, $250 million guaranteed. Hey, Devontae Adams signs with the Rams.
Hey, what time did you go to bed? Like 2 in the afternoon?
I went early.
Yeah.
No, Josh Allen. When did that news come out?
I don't know.
No, they all came out at like 7 or 8 p.m. last night.
No, it was earlier than that. It was.
Oh, shut up.
It may have gotten to your
I'm not
desk
on
before
Twitter,
that.
so when
Yeah.
ESPN, I've been looking at like the ESPN football news and everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
We were out to lunch yesterday, and so that's when
What time did you go to lunch, Sean? 9 p.m.?
No,
What are you,
normal.
a Spaniard these days?
My mother-in-law's
dinner at midnight?
It was my mother-in-law's birthday. It was normal, I promise.
I was off of Twitter all day.
Yeah.
So I just I looked at ESPN and everything and the major news articles. So basically I woke up this morning at 3 a.m. getting an entire news cycle from the weekend or from Sunday just fresh, and there was a flurry.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. Like, this stuff did come down during the day, but whatever. Who cares? Because it's about to be a fire hose for the next 2 days. Like, that's you doing that, and the NFL deciding to dump news all over the place is not your fault one bit. But man, it was that was about as good an appetizer as we could get yesterday. There's only so many things teams can do still before the league year begins, or the legal tampering period, I should say. At lunchtime today, 11 a.m. is when it starts, which means we'll start to see signings at like 11:05 a.m. today. And miraculously, even though these guys haven't been able to talk.
Wondering, some guys like Devontae Adams was already released, so teams were allowed to talk to him and negotiate him. There wasn't any kind of the players that were free agency ahead of this deadline. We'll start to hear rumors about deals before the official, unofficial legal tampering period begins.
Yeah, the guys will agree to deals, and they'll be treated like they're official deals over the next couple days. And then Wednesday at 3 is when they can actually put pen to paper. But very rarely do the verbal agreements that guys come to over Monday and Tuesday this week. Very rarely do they unravel. Usually they're pretty solid verbal agreement deals. I'm just doing.
What time did the DK Metcalf trade news come
I'm telling
down?
you, all this stuff came down during the day yesterday. Like, I put my computer. I put my. That's why I was wondering what time you went to bed. I put my computer away at 8 o'clock last night.
I did a good job. No, I went to bed super early.
Yeah.
Like 7 p.m. or something.
Yeah.
I had a rough weekend. No, but the DK Metcalf trade, that might have been the most surprising one, because there had been the report that DK Metcalf wanted to go to a Southern team
West
that
Coast,
was a Super Bowl contender. Did he say West Coast or Southern?
He said warm weather, which is, so a lot of people's just warm weather is what I saw.
Right. Well, he said warm weather, and there was also in that report, it said that he was interested in Houston.
In Houston. Devontae was the one who said West Coast specifically.
Oh, okay.
I get the two mixed up. But Devontae said West Coast specifically. DK Metcalf said warm weather, to which, yes, he was reportedly very, very interested. He winds up going to the Steelers, who, lo and behold, met his asking price for a new contract extension. That was the other point. Warm weather, but $30 million plus would really, really make it a whole lot warm. I can wrap myself in a big robe made of money, and I'll be just fine. Yeah.
There were two players who were insisting on things that they wanted that were, found out to be complete bogus shams when it came to just having a bunch of money waved in their face. One of them was Myles Garrett, who has been maintaining all along that he's sick of this dead-end town, and he wants to go somewhere where it's about championships, and here we go. And then they give him $40 million per year, and lo and behold, he's back in Joe Thomasing it in Cleveland.
Yes, he is. Yeah, $40 million a year. Highest. We'll get into the angle. This matters to the Texans, by the way, this Myles Garrett contract, because he plays the same position as Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson. And the Browns, for the second time, the other 31 owners must be like, why did we let these a-holes back into the league? This is the second time in just a couple of years that the Browns, because they're such an incompetent, trash-ass franchise, have had to blow the roof off of a market to convince a guy that it's okay to come play in the seventh circle of hell that is Cleveland. We know Deshaun Watson a few years ago, and that worked out just fantastically for them. But they blew the lid off of the guaranteed money market by like $80 million at that time. The high was like $150 guaranteed. They gave him $230. And then who won no part of Cleveland, unless they, of course, exceeded the highest average annual value for a non-quarterback in the history of the league, which hadn't been sitting there for a year or 2 years or even a few months. Max Crosby said it 4 days ago. So the mark had been there, and they exceeded it by 13%. It went from 35.5 to 40 million. So now like a team like the Bengals are like, we got to pay Trey Hendrickson now. We let him go seek a trade because we can't pay him. Now we definitely can't pay him. And by the way, we promised Jamar Chase. Now this is kind of the Bengals' fault for not ponying up a year ago before it got real expensive. They promised Jamar Chase they'd make him the highest non-quarterback paid in the league, and now that mark is $40 freaking million, and it's not even at Jamar Chase's position. It's an edge rusher.
If you promise somebody you're going to make them the highest non-quarterback in the league, you might as well do it immediately.
Do it that day,
because this is what happens.
It's not going down.
The cap went up by 10% last year. The NFL is not like baseball. Like, by and large, you've got teams that are willing to spend right up to the limit of what they're allowed to pay. That you're kicking a can down the road, and the can, as you're kicking it down the road, it gets heavier with each successive kick. Yeah. So that by the time you end up finally really trying to pick up the can, you get a hernia, which is what the Bengals are headed towards. Schefter reported the DK Metcalf news 11 hours ago, so I'm excused from not knowing about the DK Metcalf.
Okay, gotcha. That would be 7:00 Houston time. Yeah. Okay, gotcha.
I ate dinner and didn't check anything because I wanted to be sure my mind was clear, and I got 9 hours of sleep last night.
Gotcha. Okay, it feels like it was earlier than that, but I may be wrong. The Josh Allen, it felt like it all was happening during the day, but who the hell knows? Either way, there was a lot of stuff that went down that we'll get into at 7:00. We'll get into the Texans' angles on all these things because they all matter. Even the Josh Allen contract has a reason why the Texans should be paying attention. So free agency begins today for all intents and purposes at 11 o'clock. That's when the legal tampering, that's when deals can at least be agreed to verbally, and then they'll get agreed to in writing later this week. Quick check of the money. This is like when you go to, like you're going back into the casino in Vegas, Seth, and you're like, okay, got to check my pockets and see how much we have. As of this morning, the Texans are one of the, according to Over the Cap, I should point out, which is usually pretty good with this, they're one of the least cap-rich teams in the NFL. In fact, they're the lowest of all the teams that have a positive cap figure. There's about a half dozen teams that are over the cap right now. They need to get their house in order by Wednesday this week. The Texans have a little over $4 million to spend. Now, they can create more. They can do what they did with Nico Collins and Azeez Al-Shire over the weekend. They did a deal. They opened up some cap space by turning some of his salary into bonus money, and you can spread it all out over the deal and stuff like that. But just to set the expectation, there were people upset last year when the Texans weren't balls to the wall the first day of free last year.
Right, yeah.
This year, barring making some moves to open up space, and I would expect they'll do that. They're not going to be completely inactive, but like if you were expecting fireworks from the Texans the first day last year and you were disappointed, you need to know right now this will probably be if there's activity with the Texans, I doubt it'll be to the degree of like even a Christian Kirk trade today, like something like that. It's going to be probably low spending stuff.
I think, you know what though, Christian Kirk was already a bigger splurge, and it's not a huge splurge at all, especially, I'm guessing, we'll see what the contract is if they renegotiate him. But that was a little bit more of a splurge early on than that I would have expected. Now, Davante Adams goes to the Rams. and gets a 2-year deal that doesn't seem particularly hard to handle compared to anything you're doing with Christian Kirk. That's where I'm wondering if I'm trying to figure out, man, Davante Adams has been durable as hell, but he's a lot older than Christian Kirk. When we see whatever contract Christian Kirk gets compared to Davante Adams, the name brand appeal of Davante Adams is a lot higher than Christian Kirk's, and just how steadily he's contributed. He's had 6 of the last seasons over 1,000 yards, and the one season he didn't, he had 997 yards on a very palatable 2-year deal to the Rams. I'm trying to figure out whether I wish that would have been Davante Adams instead of Christian Kirk.
Yeah, well, and were the Texans in on him? Like, as you and I just mentioned 5 minutes ago, he was sure wanting to go to the West Coast, and he may not have wanted to.
That's true, yeah.
Here.
Maybe if it was all things being equal, if he looked at what the Rams might be offering and the Texans were offering, that he just chose to go to the West Coast.
Yeah. So
that makes me feel better, because then I can just hate Davante Adams.
Right, yeah.
What are you, homesick?
Dude,
or you're not making enough money to afford a first-class flight back to the West Coast? All right.
That would be funny. His big issue is traveling first-class places.
He's a NetJets guy. I kind of get it.
Yeah.
That gets pricey. That adds up.
That does. All right, so the offseason is here. Today is the day. Keep it tuned to Sports Radio 610 all day long today. I guarantee you that breaking news sounder is going to get used quite a bit today during In the Loop, probably early on, 11 a.m., and then throughout the day today. We've got you covered here on Sports Radio 610. Got a lot of stuff to get to. Rockets' big win on Saturday that we'll get to. I've got a couple of PSAs for free agents that are looking to possibly sign here in Houston that you need to know. If you're an NFL free agent that's not a Texan already and you're up early listening to the show, as many do around the league, it's the best show in the world, then keep it tuned right here. I've got a couple just PSAs for you when it comes to becoming a Houston Texan that we will get to on a busy Monday. Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne with you. Keep it tuned right there. But first, I want to get you guys out to Academy Sports and Outdoors, or even ordering online right now.
From the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
All right, well, Seth and I were hashing out what we did and didn't see yesterday and news.
And at what time.
And at what
and
time.
Flurry of activity.
Flurry of activity, and Seth getting the requisite amount of sleep that he needs and all that good stuff. Right underneath our nose, Sheldon Rankins re-signs with the Houston Texans, which both Jonathan Alexander and Aaron Wilson had reported late last week as a strong possibility once he was cut loose by the Bengals. If you recall, Sheldon Rankins, a productive Houston Texan with the team in 2023, did some good things. Left for Cincinnati because they gave him a second year and they gave him more money. They cut him after just 1 year in Cincinnati. He only played 7 games for them last year. He had viral meningitis at one point. He had some hamstring stuff he was dealing with as well. It was not a great year, not a great union between the Bengals and Sheldon Rankins. So he signs here overnight or agrees to a deal he could have signed because he's a guy like Davante Adams who got cut in the middle of an existing contract. 1 year, $7 million, up to. You got to get used to that term, kids. The next few days, up to $7 million. So the Texans bring back a guy who he knows the deal here. He's played here before. Yeah.
No, and this is it's a good signing. At the very least, you look at the depth chart right now, and they don't really have a bona fide starter at defensive tackle until they get Sheldon Rankins in. I think that they would still continue to want to get a defensive tackle in the draft if one is there. They might still be looking at guys on free agency. DJ Jones re-signed with the Broncos, so there's one fewer guy out there, one defensive lineman less on the free agency market. This is interesting because, Sheldon Rankins came to Houston on a one-year deal, played well, got a much better deal with the Bengals than he had been offered the previous year in free agency, and now can come back to the Texans on still even less than what he got the first time he was here with the Texans.
Yeah.
He provides good push up the middle as a pass rusher. Mm-hmm. He's not a great run defender, but in pass rushing ability that can be very good for the Texans. But I think they're, we know D'Amico always wants to add defensive linemen. I don't think that all of a sudden it's just going to be Tim Settle and Sheldon Rankins starting at defensive tackle.
No, for sure. And I guess names to keep an eye on today, and these could happen anytime this morning because they're the Texans' own free agents, but Mario Edwards Jr. and Foley Fatukasi. Fatukasi's dealing with a shoulder injury, so he may be off the grid for a few weeks or maybe a month or two while that heals and he can get maximum value. But those are the two bigger names at that position group that are free agents today.
I believe it was Jonathan Alexander that said a source had told him that Mario Edwards will likely be allowed to. They're going to let him test the free agency market.
Yeah.
They're very open to bringing him back.
Yep.
But that it might be a while before Mario Edwards comes back. I think they probably put him on a priority list of, okay, let's look at some of these defensive tackle free agents that are bona fide, more all-around players. And if it doesn't work out with them, then we're certainly keeping the door open for Mario Edwards.
They haven't re-signed, to the best of what I've seen, I haven't seen them re-signing any of their own guys here in this period where you're allowed to do that.
I mean, Kurt Heinisch and Agumbawale.
The two lower-level guys, I guess maybe, sorry, that's probably a little disrespectful of those two. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe a little further up the food chain than those guys.
Yeah.
But those are definitely two names. You're right. Those are two names they brought back. Here's the other thing. They don't have that many big name guys. For the Texans hitting free agency is Stephon Diggs, and then it's a trip down the list from there. So their roster, again, for people expecting big fireworks today, the guys you would normally spend money on in free agency are already on the team with the Texans. They've got their star core. I don't see a Danielle Hunter type signing in the next couple days, but maybe. They've surprised us before. We'll see. So Sheldon Rankins, 1 year, up to $7 million. He's back in the fold. We like that signing. Two quick reminders. And the other thing I would say about Sheldon Rankins as a lead in here, Seth, to what we're about to play, he was very well respected in that room as a leader. Will Anderson Jr. brought him up unprompted multiple times, and we would have Will on the postgame show last year, that Sheldon Rankins was a guy who was for him personally, was a guy that he really followed. That was a leader for him. Now, Will Anderson, a couple PSAs for you free agents out there thinking, I think I want to become a Houston Texan. Really like what they got going on there. I hear good things about this D'Amico guy. They've got a nice young core. Will Anderson will remind you, Texans ain't for everybody, man.
Out of the Pro Bowl, man, there was a lot of guys like, yeah, tell them I'm trying to come over there. Like, tell D'Amico I'm not saying, but I'm like, Texas ain't for everybody, man. It's just a different type of DNA you have to have to play here, man. It's a different type of character you have to have. And you just got to love football, man. And I think, the front office and coach, they do a really good job of choosing the guys that they want to be in here that, can help change the culture and help keep uplifting the culture and, being a positive impact, not only on the building, but in the locker room as well.
That's a good point at the end. About it, they'll have sussed it out with you already to begin with. They'll already know if you're swarmy or not. Don't think you're swarmy. They'll already know. They've judged you already on this.
Yeah,
on this basis. Yeah.
Yes. So the thing about why do I always want to say Sheldon Rankins is John Singleton? I don't know. But Sheldon Rankins.
I don't.
That's the weirdest name mess up that I make continually. And it's not even John Singleton, the baseball player. It's John Singleton, the filmmaker. So, so Sheldon Rankins. The one thing I like about Sheldon Rankins is the times the quarterback gets flushed out of the pocket. He's a guy who has a really good awareness as a defensive tackle to replace the defensive end and contain, and has the athleticism to get out there and force some bad throws. That's something that at times last year the Texans were missing that. Foley Fatukasi was doing some good things, but when it comes time for him to hoof it out to the sideline, he's not the type of athlete that Sheldon Rankins is.
Yeah, no, I like it. It's a good signing. So Will Anderson with the PSA, Texans ain't for everybody. You should also know, though, that if you are allowed in the building and anything happens with you, Azeez Al-Shire found this out firsthand. If you do something where the team feels like the league is screwing you over or describing you in a way that's unjust, like Azeez, where they portrayed him as the biggest supervillain of all time because Trevor Lawrence doesn't know when to slide, Nick Caserio will stick up for you in press conferences.
League to make some of the commentary that he made about lack of sportsmanship, lack of coachability, lack of paying attention to the rules. Quite frankly, it's embarrassing. Talking about a player who's never been suspended, never been ejected. So now we're saying that he's going to be suspended for 3 games. So, look, it is what it is. I think the big thing from our standpoint, and all teams want this, is just some level of consistency. And we've talked to the league, quite frankly. We don't have a good explanation. D'Amico talked to them yesterday. So, I mean, it is what it is. I'm sure Azeez will go through whatever process he's going to go through, and then we'll deal with it accordingly. But I think what we take umbrage is just the picture that's been painted about Azeez, his intentions, who he is as a person. I mean, quite frankly, it's bullshit.
That's right.
Ooh.
It was.
Ooh.
So you just know, I'll credit Sideline Sarah for posting that video last night. I'm like, excellent point. If you're a free agent, that's a selling point. You have a GM in an organization that's going to back you when you try to take somebody's head off. But just know, according to Will Anderson, it ain't for everybody here, man. You're going to have to swarm crazy if they're going to stick up for you for trying to squash Trevor Lawrence's massive, ugly face.
Yeah. No, that's where I think when it comes to the free agency and the draft, this is a year where you really hope that D'Amico and Nick, after having a couple of years of working together, really know what types of players they're looking for.
Yeah.
And that the haziest part there is the personality stuff, the trait stuff. And that's where I think D'Amico's ability to kind of see it on film or having talked to guys at the combine and Caserio knowing exactly what D'Amico is looking for, that we start to see some of that. And I think, honestly, the drafting of John Mechie, I wonder what that would have looked like if it had been Caserio working with D'Amico Ryans, especially after a couple of years together. That, man, Mechie has all the right character traits. But one thing D'Amico has said is, man, he wants a guy that can get separation as a receiver. I want separation. Mm-hmm. Mechie doesn't quite have that twitch of a guy who's like that. And I wonder if they, revisiting it, would have, perhaps made a different decision on somebody like, because then the next year they go for a guy like Tank Dell,
correct,
who's like twitchy as all get out.
Yeah,
that's a different type of athlete than John Mechie.
Twitchy as all get out with all those personality traits that you're talking about too.
John Mechie meets a lot of the swarm stuff. It's just that you can't just have a bunch of guys who are tough and gritty and do things the right way without also a bunch of athleticism attached to it.
Yeah, no, with just the former, that's a recipe for 5 wins. So, yeah, that's and I think the biggest thing along those lines, Seth, is I think there's a really good likelihood they're shopping on the offensive line. And that's been the one area that's maybe been a blind spot for those sort of traits.
Yeah.
So this is a really... again, I don't think there's a Daniil Hunter level signing coming down in this free agency period for the Texans, just based purely on math and the salary cap. I'm not completely dismissing it. I'm just talking about likelihoods here. I think there's a high likelihood they're shopping in that middle of the barrel tier along the offensive line, particularly on the interior, shopping that tier where the physical traits aren't as noticeable or as prevalent. you've got to get the personality part right. So, and who knows? Maybe that's where Nick Caley comes in. Maybe Nick Caley's got a good eye for that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And Cole Popovich on the offensive side of the ball. Maybe
the beauty of it is they released Shaq Mason late last week. I can't remember if it was Friday morning or Friday afternoon, or Thursday, whatever it was. Pretty heavy indication there that they're going to add to the interior offensive line.
Oh, yeah.
And you look at guys like Kevin Zeitler, who's one of the best guards in the league last year for the Lions. They got him on a 1-year, $6 million contract last year.
Mm-hmm.
So those blue-collar, just give me a guy that can be steady in the middle, that maybe he's a little bit older or whatever. It doesn't have to be a marquee signing at interior offensive line to upgrade over what the Texans had last year. Because Shaq just really, really struggled the entire season long. And I think part of that, too, is, with Shaq Mason, he's only 31, but it looked like he aged a lot over the last couple of years.
Oh, yeah.
He's only 6'1". He's 31, but he's only 6'1". And I wonder if a guy like that, once you lose a little bit of athleticism, but also he was banged up, and you tend to get injured more when you're in your 30s, that maybe the drop-off is a lot more dramatic. Whereas you take a guy like Kevin Zeitler, who's 34 years old, but has been playing steadily really well and has stayed healthy the entire time, and would have been a lot cheaper. Like if you just swapped that contract out last year, Shaq Mason for Kevin's guard, and he only cost $6 million a year. I'm excited about potential just blue collar, cheap, not journeyman type, but nothing popping off the charts at interior offensive line. You can get solid guys there for an affordable price.
Yeah, that's a level of signing, like a Zeitler, like a 1-year, $6 million. I know that we just said in the previous segment they've got $5 million in cap space. That's a signing you can find a way to make work. You clear out space for that easier, structure his deal in such a way that you can make that work. You're right. The Shaq Mason thing is interesting because it's not just that he got really dropped off a cliff. In 2023, he was the one guy on that offensive line that was at least answering the bell every week. Everybody else was injured at some point. Laremy early in the year. Titus gets knocked out late in the year. It was a rotating door at center when Jared Patterson went out. The only reason Jared Patterson's in there in the first place is because there were injuries at center. So there were a lot of things going on. Juice Scruggs was injured to start the year. And admittedly, Seth, I never watched Shaq Mason all that closely when he was playing for Super Bowl championship teams in New England and then again in Tampa Bay. But I felt like I didn't realize, stature-wise, that's exactly what he looked like. It was like I felt the myth of Shaq Mason with the Patriots had me thinking he looked a little differently. I felt like I was getting what I will call Comic-Con version of Shaq Mason. When you go to Comic-Con and you go see those stars from movies like 20 or 25 years ago, and they're in costume and everything, but it's like that does not look like a Marvel superhero, right? I appreciate him getting into costume. You are definitely the Comic-Con version of Shaq Mason right now.
When you look at those commercials where Joe Montana and Jerry Rice are wearing their
Comic-Con, Joe Montana
like,
and Jerry Rice.
I wish they had never done those commercials.
Right,
this looks really,
Except he's starting at right guard for you.
Yeah. Honestly, if you want to get excited about something that wouldn't normally get you excited, I'm just looking at some of the projected contracts for some of the guards that are out there that
doable?
Kevin Zeitler, 1 year, $6 million. And Mekhi Becton, 3 years, $10 million per year. Brandon Scherf, 1 year, $6 million.
Yeah.
There's an upgrade out there for not that much.
Yes. I like the 1 year guys you're talking about there.
I like them too, especially if they're a little bit older. Mekhi Becton intrigues me just because it was, he was a disappointment with the Jets as an offensive tackle. He goes to the Eagles, and he's still very, very young, but played guard for the Eagles and was a much different player.
I take him on one of those 1 year deals. It's the 3 years, $10 million a year that scared me a little bit. You're telling me the only time he played really well was when Jeff Stoutland was his offensive line coach.
But he also, remember, his weight was kind of an issue when he was with the Jets.
Yeah.
Which at offensive tackle is more of an issue than at guard.
That's true.
At guard, he can be at his natural weight. He doesn't have to be all trying to be an Instagram influencer, Sean.
Okay.
He can just be a big old hoss that takes care of business on the inside.
All right, we will continue to text in. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Thoughts? I'm excited about it. We'll get to headlines, including Shaq Mason getting cut, what that all means. Rockets get a huge win on Saturday. That game was never stressful, which was good news for me. Astros news we'll get to. The NFL is just crushing it right now already before free agency has really officially begun. We'll get into all that in headlines coming up next.
Apply.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, headlines. Let's start. It's NFL free agency begins today. The legal tampering period begins at 11. You're going to start to hear deals coming out later this morning. Shaq Mason cut over the weekend by the Houston Texans. That shouldn't be a huge surprise. I've not seen how they're exactly executing the cut to see if they're doing it as a June 1st, if they're creating. Is it a June 1st?
Yeah, it's a June 1st cut.
Okay,
yeah.
so they're maxing out.
They'll only get half of those cap savings now, and then the rest kick in after June 1st.
Well, they'll get more savings now. The dead money gets pushed into the future. They'll get more savings in this cycle than they will if they had just made them a pure cut.
Some of the cap money doesn't become available though until after June 1st.
Oh, right. Yeah. That's right. So Shaq Mason gets cut. The Rockets, and we'll get to plenty of NFL here in a second. Rockets win on Saturday, 146-117 over the New Orleans Pelicans in a game that was the lowest stress game that I've ever attended in my life, Seth. They were up by 10 points about 5 minutes into the game and never looked back. It was the Pelicans are a bad.
In courtside at that.
I was courtside,
game?
Yeah,
you
man.
You were courtside with your feet on the floor.
Yes, yeah, we were sitting in Rusty Harden's seats. I ran into Rusty Harden on Friday. My wife Amy was at the Rockets gala, so I went out to dinner on Friday with my son Sammy. We went to the original Carrabba's on Kirby, as we do quite a bit. And you know who else goes there quite a bit? Rusty Harden. And we ran into him, and he came over and gave him a nice bro hug there and introduced him to my son Sammy, who said he felt like he was meeting Michael Jordan because, like Sammy's a lawyer and Rusty. Yeah. So that was cool. And then I texted with Rusty the next day and said, hey, man, it was really nice seeing you. I hadn't seen you in a while. And Sammy really enjoyed meeting you. And he said, hey, would you like to use my Rockets tickets tonight? And I said, absolutely, we will. I see where you sit. Those meet my standard for Rockets tickets I will accept. Courtside, 5 seats down from the Fertitas.
I think it's pretty clear that if Rusty Harden cares about the Rockets, that you and Sammy need to be sitting courtside at every game
they win
from here on out.
By
if
30.
Rusty really wants them to win.
Yeah, they win by 30 every time we go. Once. So, yeah, it was cool, man, sitting down there. Amy went as well, and she got to Tari Eason was flipping her basketball so that she could pass to him during shoot. He needed someone to pass to him during shoot-around. Yeah. So Amy got to flip a couple passes to Tari Eason, so that was pretty cool. It's kind of an Odyssey Fest. Cindy Bourbano, our coworker on Mega 101, was courtside on the other side of the court.
Oh.
And Dana Cortez, who is right across the hall DJing her show right now on Mix 96.5, got to shoot the first shot for charity, the free throw. It was good out. And big thanks to Rusty Harden. We enjoyed ourselves. And we sat with Mario Ellie.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Who is he working for now?
He's working for the Pelicans, actually.
For the Pelicans, okay.
He's a scout for the Pellies, man. It was cool. He was a regular on the Triple Threat back in the day during one of the postseasons, like 2017 or 2018. Yeah. So it was really cool catching up. He looks great. He was really cool catching up with him.
Yeah. Awesome. So and the Rockets took care of business versus a lesser team that they're 4-0 against the Pelicans this year. They've got this stretch of very winnable games against lesser teams where you can maybe regain a little bit of that cushion from the play-in scenario.
Yeah.
But also, take care of business the way you should be able to take care of business.
The big thing that had everybody upset after that game was that Amen Thompson was still in the game, up 30, and came down hard on his left ankle. Like he limped straight to the locker room. This is with like 4 minutes to go in the game, and they're up by 30. And I think it looked like Ime was leaving him in there so he could get a triple-double. And he went up for a jump shot, came down on the other guy's foot, and you could tell he didn't even get up to run back on defense, which is very un-Amen-like. Yeah. And so MRI yesterday, he's out for tonight. They play the Orlando Magic tonight at home. This is the second of a 6-game homestand. And Amen Thompson is out tonight. I guess we'll find out more in Ime Udoka's media session today if it's serious. But that's obviously a concern. And it was, I think, the degree to which Ime Udoka is going to get concerned or get game will directly proportional to how long he's expected to be out for, I would imagine. We don't know. It could be just a game or two. It could be a lot longer than that. We have no idea at this point. So Amen Thompson, we'll keep an eye on that. Astros lose yesterday to the Marlins, 10-6. Bad Framber showed up for that game. Home runs, though, we got our first spring bomb from Yordan Alvarez. Pena hits another home run, so that was good. That part was good.
I got offended this weekend in The Athletic. They did a piece on the exciting prospects from, or not the exciting players from spring training for each team in Major League Baseball. So I got excited because I'll take any little bit of information about Cam Smith that I can get. And they had multiple players on some of these teams, and the only player mentioned for the Astros was Jeremy Pena, which is cool. I get excited that Jeremy Pena looks like, all right, this might be the year that he really comes into his own, and he's done some really good. He's tweaked some of the things he's doing defensively, but yet I feel Cam Smith is already at the point where I'm feeling jilted when he's not mentioned in articles.
Yeah, especially if they were mentioning other players. People on the text page pointing out, hey guys, Rankins and the Texans agreed 1 year, $7 million. I didn't have that in the rundown. It happened right before the show today. Yes, and we talked about it in the previous segment, but I realized some of you were just getting in your cars.
But it is right. No, and this is a good signing. This is less money than he got even the first time he was with the Texans last year. There was no acrimony between him and the Texans. He was a free agent, and the Bengals just offered up a better contract. And kind of a rough season. He was injured. He had viral meningitis that knocked him out for half the season, and so not a great signing for the Bengals last year. But I think at this price tag, which is up to $7 million, he does provide a pass rushing presence in the middle. He can get push, a certain level of athleticism, I think, that you didn't have at defensive tackle last year. Mm-hmm. I don't think that the Texans are done at defensive tackle. I think they address it in the draft, or they might be going after a free agent at some point.
If you had to pick one position, like the Texans make a move today, if you had to just pick a position, if your life depended on it, and you had to get at least the position right, not the player, what would you expect? What do you expect?
If I had to choose, I think interior offensive line.
Yeah.
Because it's so vital, obviously, to everything that went wrong with the Texans last year, and because it's you can get a good guard for not all that much money. Where defensive tackle, I think you're looking for impact guys, and I don't know if the Texans are in position to pony up for like a Milton Williams from Philadelphia. I think the defensive tackle position in the draft looks like, man, at number 25 or with the second round pick, if you trade up a little bit, they can get an impact player there. So I think interior offensive line is what I'm hoping for the most.
Yeah, people are already texting in on some of this free agency stuff. We're at headlines, but it's worth hitting here. We're going to hit all the NFL news at 7 o'clock. Sean or Seth, do the Texans have enough cap room to rise, or Ronnie Stanley? Do you think they make a move? Stanley re-signed with the Ravens over the weekend, or agreed to a deal. Fries, I think, is definitely a guy who would help the Texans. They don't have enough cap room now, but they can create enough cap room to do
right. And Danielle Hunter might be getting some kind of a tweak into his contract. We haven't heard anything about it. The stuff that gets real complicated there is that, man, Max Crosby and Myles Garrett have reset the market for edge rushers. But Danielle Hunter's getting a little bit older, so I don't know. Does Danielle Hunter think, all right, I might just want to sit and wait and see what happens next year? Or do the Texans think, all right, well, look, we see the price has gone up, but we'll extend you by a couple years and create some cap space this year? I have no idea.
Yeah, we'll get into this, and those are your headlines for today. Geno Smith traded to the Raiders over the weekend. Myles Garrett, as Seth just mentioned, huge extension. Josh Allen agrees to a huge extension with the Bills. Devontae Adams.
First contract to surpass Deshaun Watson in terms of guaranteed money.
Yep, $250 million. Like, sails past it. Like zips way past it. And then Devontae Adams and DK Metcalf both changed teams. Devontae Adams signs with the Rams. DK Metcalf traded to the Steelers. These all those deals that I just mentioned, from Geno Smith all the way to DK Metcalf, all have angles that matter to the Houston Texans. So let's dive into those. The big moves made over the weekend, the Texans' angles on the biggest stories. And I think the biggest one is Myles Garrett. This might be the non-Texans extension that most affects how the Texans are looking at their salary cap. We'll have all that for you coming up next.
Trajan Wealth is
610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Quarterback is going to be a really interesting position today as we welcome you back in. We'll do Acknowledge Me in about 20 minutes or so, as we do every Monday. Ton of things to get to in the NFL over the weekend from around the league that do impact the Texans. One, real quick here, this doesn't really impact the Texans at all, but just Adam Schefter's reporting this a few minutes ago. The Steelers continue talking to Justin Fields and Russell Wilson, but ... Aaron Rodgers has emerged as a quarterback option in Pittsburgh. Per league sources, Rodgers and the Steelers are expected to talk and explore a union. The idea of Rodgers playing for Mike Tomlin is in play. How do you think that marriage would go?
I don't know. Who knows? I think it'd be fine. Aaron Rodgers, really, it's wide open. I know that there was a report that the most likely scenario was either the Giants or the Titans, but that seemed like something that may have been coming from Aaron Rodgers' camp as far as places that he would prefer to go for whatever. So much. The Seahawks especially. The Seahawks, for those of you who didn't check in at all this weekend, the Seahawks traded Geno Smith to the Raiders, and then trade DK Metcalf to the Steelers for a second-round pick and a late-round pick swap that was, I think, probably less than they might have gotten if they had waited a little bit. And people are kind of sitting around wondering what the hell the Seahawks' plan is, because they won 10 games last year. Was it 9 or 10 games
10
last
and 7
year?
last year.
They won 10 games last year, but they didn't want to commit to Geno Smith long-term, or at least they couldn't come to terms with it. And now they've got to – I don't want to say they have to start from scratch, but – it feels a little bit like when the Giants had a better year than expected in Brian Daboll's first year, and you realize, like, well, no, actually, we kind of have to still reset here. I don't know. That Aaron Rodgers to the Seahawks doesn't seem out of the realm of possibilities.
Darnold is the big one that's now being talked about for the Seahawks too.
Yeah,
Sam Darnold. So
I know if they didn't want to pay Geno Smith, or they couldn't come to a contract with Geno Smith, I can't imagine that they're willing to, or want to spend more money for Sam Darnold, because I still think Geno Smith is a better option than Sam Darnold. And then, but Aaron Rodgers, man, if you're trying to establish a culture and everything, and you're still a first-time head coach in his second year,
yeah, good luck.
That's a dicey proposition.
Yeah.
I think Tomlin and Rodgers. No, I don't think that would go well. No, I think that would be really, really ugly. So I desperately want it now. And not to mention George Pickens and DK Metcalf.
Now that gets really fun. Like Aaron Rodgers, the two of them still have to figure out who gets to wear number 14, let alone who gets the ball. You know,
Aaron Rodgers, George Pickens, and DK Metcalf are all on the what exactly is the deal with this guy?
Yeah.
Squad. They're just like, it's okay. What is that? I can't. What's his? I can't quite figure. Is this guy just edgy, or is he a pain in the ass? I don't know.
They all make the what's up with that team?
Yeah.
All right, so we'll circle back to Geno Smith and DK Metcalf. But man, there was a ton of stuff that went on in the NFL over the weekend, and I think a lot of it does impact directly or indirectly the Texans. I think the biggest one, Seth, for me, is the Myles Garrett contract extension, which Myles Garrett, if you missed it this weekend, if last you heard of Myles Garrett that he was dissatisfied with being in Cleveland and wanted to trade, you're not alone. But over the weekend, Sunday, Myles Garrett agrees to a contract extension. They're able to buy him, basically. He whored himself out for the Browns. Signs a 4-year extension. He's going to be making an average of $40 million a year. There's $123 million guaranteed in this contract. But the $40 million is the big number because that's now the largest average annual value of any contract in the NFL that is not a quarterback contract. Non-QB, nobody making more than Myles Garrett on an average annual basis, shattering the record that Max Crosby set less than a week ago. Yeah. So it's not as though – and by the way, they went past it by 13%. Like the high was blew the ceiling off that and went to $40 million for Myles Garrett, and so essentially they bought Myles Garrett. They bought his loyalty back. I'm sure they're talking about now this will be a contract that he walks into Canton after this contract. Like this will be it. He'll be a Brown for life. If you're a Texan fan, this is why this deal matters. in the short term and in the a little bit longer term. As Seth pointed this out early in the show, we've pointed it out several times in the last week. One avenue to getting more cap space would be doing an extension with Danielle Hunter, who is guaranteed $24 million this year on the final year of a 2-year deal that he signed. Signing him up to an extension, giving him some more money would allow you to spread the cap hit out over a period of time, which would open up more space. Do the Texans feel like they need to open more space right now? We don't know, but the math would seem to dictate that they probably do. They're operating right now with under $5 million in active cap space. And we'll get to Will in a second, Seth, but if I'm Danielle Hunter and I see this Myles Garrett deal, Danielle Hunter's only a year older than Myles Garrett. I think he's perceived as a much older player, maybe because he feels older. I
think he presents himself as a super mature dude.
He's 30.
He's quiet and understated. Yeah.
He's
30. You're right. He turns 31. This will be his 31-year-old season.
He turns 31 in October. So he's still, relative to Myles Garrett, he may as well be the same age, for purposes of this conversation. I could easily see Danielle Hunter that and we have no idea if the team is looking to extend him the right price long term. He did nothing last year to diminish his stock at all. He was available every game, never banged up, never injured, impactful. Nobody pressured the quarterback more than Danielle Hunter did last year. 12 sacks. He had over 70 QB pressures. He was outstanding last year. He just does it in such a way, so quietly, that I think the way it's a weird thing, Seth. I almost feel like that Danielle Hunter, A, that he's been toiling in Minnesota his whole career, and B, that he's got such an understated personality that somehow people would be shocked to think that he could be worth $35 or $40 million a year. But if Myles Garrett is worth 35, I'm not saying he's Myles Garrett, but he's in the neighborhood, and he's certainly worth more than the 24 that he's getting this year. This was a really good signing by the Texans to get Danielle Hunter the 2 years they did. But if I'm him, if I'm Danielle and I'm seeing that Myles Garrett deal, I'm sitting tight on everything right now.
You're right. And the Texans, who probably want to do something with Danielle Hunter to at least maybe keep him for an extra year, because he was amenable to just this 2-year deal this last go around. It might become a lot harder. If they want to free up cap space to make a move, it might be something that could help in the short term, but doesn't necessarily lock Danielle Hunter down longer term. They might just restructure it somehow and put some voidable years in there. It makes it tougher. At the same time, there's no part of me that wants the Texans to somehow try to compete in that Myles Garrett contract realm, because Will Anderson, as long as Will Anderson stays healthy this next, the Texans are going to be ponying up $40 million per year for Will Anderson on a renegotiated contract. So you flat out can't have two guys on your defensive ends making $80 million a year combined.
No, you can't. I think that's the effect. The Will Anderson deal is coming. As long as he stays healthy, he continues to ascend, and for some reason doesn't adopt the personality of a total jerk or anything, because he's the most swarmy guy on the team. He's getting that deal at some point.
I had a vision yesterday of Will Anderson hearing about this news and then going out immediately to his garage and getting on one of those ankle wobble boards to strengthen your ankles. Whatever his ankle strengthening routine and ankle flexibility routine he's been working on to keep his ankles from getting sprained so frequently, we need that.
He
needs to be Steph Curry. You had some ankle injuries earlier in your career. You figured out how to manage it, and you never had it again. Will, if you care about making $40 million per year, by God, do everything you can to keep your ankles healthy.
Ankle board. And I mentioned this before. I'll mention it again. Like the other 31 owners right now, just looking at the Browns, they've got to be looking at this. Like, why did we let these guys back in the league? Why did we let Jimmy Haslam buy this team? This is the second time that they've had to basically bribe a marquee player to come play or remain in Cleveland. The first was Deshaun. We know that. 5 years, $230 million. Don't take any of the rhetoric from Ian Rappaport that it wasn't about the money. It was 100% about the money. So they had to do that. Worked out just spectacular for the Browns. And then this Myles Garrett thing, which is interesting. So then the next closest non-quarterback, a deal that was signed 4 days ago. But it's interesting. We get this question from, I think, an astute texter on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, Seth, when it comes to this Myles Garrett. I wonder if Myles Garrett's contract will be treated like the Watson deal, seen as sort of an outlier based on it's the Browns.
Right, yeah, where Deshaun signed that contract, and it took a couple years for it to even affect any kind of negotiations with other quarterbacks. Not until Lamar Jackson really did somebody's contract approach the numbers of what Deshaun Watson had gotten. It was this extreme outlier that even quarterbacks themselves didn't seem to be using as a bargaining point or anything.
Yep.
And but now with Josh Allen, I mean, Josh Allen's got the new. For those of you that missed that, Josh Allen got a new contract with $250 million guaranteed.
Yeah.
I don't know, because Garrett's contract isn't that above and beyond
you're right.
Max Crosby's.
I agree with you.
And it kicks in a couple years.
Yeah.
So, or however they end up structuring it. They just added 4 years onto his current contract.
Yeah.
So they've got him for 6 years now. I think this will be something that defensive ends are very much looking at is, okay, nope, that's what I want.
That's the number.
That's what I'm getting.
Yeah, that's the number. Yeah, you're right. It's not near. The Deshaun Delta was massive in guaranteed money. Like the going rate guaranteed money-wise at the time was like $150 million. They gave him $230 million. For the next 2 years, teams are like, nope, that's the Browns. Sorry. You mentioned, Mark, sort of gets the same average annual value that the going rate seems to be right now at about $55 million. I know Dak got 60, so it's in that 55-60 range. But the $250 million guaranteed is the big one. By far, the most guaranteed, blows past Deshaun Watson by $20 million. And again, Texans' angle on this, C.J. Stroud after next year. This is the neighborhood C.J. is going to be looking to play in if he has a good 2025 season.
And he's got to be, look, Josh Allen has been, obviously he was very much in the MVP conversation this year, has been doing it at a really high level and going deep into the playoffs at least consistently, that CJ hasn't established himself that way. And regardless of what he does this year, he's probably going to get an extension because that's the way it goes with quarterbacks.
Yeah.
But yeah, it would be nice. It'd be nice if I'm sitting here 11 months from now, wringing my hands about like, oh boy, how are they going to handle Deshaun Watson because he was just the NFL MVP, this, that, the other thing. That's a problem I'd like to have.
Yeah.
I don't mind.
Yes.
Any of these other positions I get really, really nervous about. With quarterback, if your quarterback is awesome and they lock him down long term, I'm wringing my hands, but it's more about just like, okay, how are they going to manage this exactly?
Yeah, I was just glad. I didn't mind the $250 million guaranteed, whatever. Like, you're a quarterback, you're a good quarterback. He's going to see that. I was glad, as a Texan fan, I was glad to see this contract settle in at the $55 million range. That it wasn't something, because Dak's getting 60. I was glad to see the Josh Allen wasn't stuff really, like when it comes to the cap and things like that. I was glad to see the average annual value didn't really go up at all.
I would say the other thing about this Josh Allen extension that you should feel good about, because they made another big move yesterday that I am blanking on. But I'll be honest with you.
They've made a bunch.
They've made a bunch of moves. Oh, they signed the defense, Russo there. Got a new contract as well. So the Bills last year were kind of in reset mode. And Billy Beane, their GM, was saying, well, no, we're not clearing the deck or anything like that. But they were being very conservative and not doing a whole lot. And now all of a sudden they're being hyper aggressive, at the very least, in re-signing their own guys, and they're doling out a lot of money. And that's a smaller market team that's also building a new stadium and everything. This feels like it's going to be a little bit more of a muted year for the Texans, but they're in good cap space moving forward after this year. I don't think that, there's no part of me that worries that the Texans don't have it in them to make some aggressive moves over the next couple of years.
No.
I mean, we kind of casually mention about how the Texans they're kind of tight with cap space right now, and they'd have to get creative. To be clear, they're not in a bad cap situation whatsoever, but they were really aggressive last year, and if they want to still maintain some level of fiscal responsibility, I'm just not expecting them to make a huge splurge this year the way they did last year.
Well, I think we got to acknowledge that they're heading into an era here where they're going to be doing things as Texans GM, and it's retaining high draft picks on contracts that are going to be at or near the top of the market. Derek Stingley Jr. is eligible for an extension here very, very soon. He has a case to be made the highest paid cornerback in all of football. You can agree or disagree with it. You can look at the injuries that he had his first 2 years and say that's a reason you shouldn't do it. I'm just saying the flip side is Stingley has an argument that he should be the highest paid corner. He was a first-team All-Pro. Will Anderson Jr. and C.J. Stroud are going to become eligible for presumably at or near top-of-market extensions at the two most expensive positions in the sport right now, edge rusher and quarterback, next year as well. Nick's always talked about those 2-year windows. We're inside now, Seth, a 2-year window where all of those contracts are a reality. These are all on the radar now.
Well, this is one thing where if you think about former GMs for the Texans like William O'Brien or Brian Gaine, those guys were at two different ends of the spectrum where William O'Brien, the general manager, was hyper-aggressive in weird ways, both in trade value and contract value. Brian Gaine was super conservative. And at one point leading up to Brian Gaine being released by the Texans, the scuttlebutt was that there were, somebody in the organization told me that Brian Gaine was thinking, man, look, we gotta re-sign DJ Reader next year. There's certain guys that we want to be sure we have to pay, and we gotta plan for that. Whereas Bill O'Brien had a much more aggressive mindset about give me what I want now. Bill O'Brien fires Brian Gaine, and then all of a sudden, they go hog wild for a couple years and do some really ill-advised stuff. Casario's somewhere in the middle of those two. Yep. He's got a plan for the future. He's not as wildly aggressive as Bill O'Brien, and I like where Casario is. But that's something he's got to manage right now. Is all of those extensions that he's going to have to make in the next couple of years.
All right, the other NFL moves that got made over the weekend that we'll touch on here real quick from a Texans angle. Las Vegas sends Geno Smith Seattle sends Geno Smith to Las Vegas for a third-round pick. So Geno Smith is reunited with Pete Carroll. And when I saw this deal, I'm thinking, that AFC West is a tough division. Obviously, legendary coaches, good quarterbacks. And I thought, man, big congrats to the Raiders who managed to upgrade from the worst quarterback situation in the AFC West to the worst quarterback situation in the AFC West.
I know. Well, look, they've got a good young tight end. And there you go. That's about it.
Crosby, yeah.
They've on offense though.
Yeah.
That's what the weaponry is. You've got a really promising young tight end. Jacoby Myers is okay, but they want some kind of a number one wide receiver. I think the biggest thing this signaled is that all right, Pete Carroll's 73 years old. And he has said that they're in win-now mode. They don't have any appetite for a reset. Pete Carroll's 73 years old, short-term contract.
3-year
deal. Was it a 3-year deal he signed?
Yep.
Yeah. I think you could expect the Raiders to be kind of aggressive in free agency. They got to figure out exactly what are they going to do with Geno Smith. Geno Smith had an awesome year in 2022. Then in 23 and 24, he was about an average quarterback. This last year, there were a lot of things with Geno Smith that you could point to and say, okay, that was a little bit of what C.J. Stroud went through. He was the third most sacked quarterback in the league. C.J. Stroud was the second most. They didn't have a rushing attack, and that it was probably hard for Geno Smith, of his advanced years especially, to do much. And Pete Carroll sees something in him that it makes a lot more sense, at least, than these rumors that somehow Russell Wilson was going to go back to the Raiders.
Yeah.
I never got that at all because I don't think those two guys, Pete Carroll and Russell Wilson, are huge fans of each other.
The Texans' angle on all of this, with respect to Seattle trading Geno Smith to the Raiders, I'll even throw DK Metcalf in there, getting traded from Seattle to Pittsburgh for a second-round pick. He signs a new deal with the Steelers that gets him up in that $30 million a year club. Is that both the Seahawks and the Raiders are on the Texans' schedule next year. So this, whatever revamped version of the Raiders this is with Geno Smith, the Texans play them this coming season here at NRG Stadium. They play the Seahawks out in Seattle this coming season as well. So the Texans are going to see these teams that have been involved in some of these deals that seem to place them firmly in purgatory right now. Because I don't think Seattle's a bad team without DK Metcalf, but they get a 2 and a 3 out of it, so they're going to recoup something out of that. And they've got cap space. They could go find a quarterback they think is better than Geno Smith, whether it's Sam Darnold or Aaron Rodgers or somebody like that.
I'm fascinated by what they do at quarterback. Sam Darnold, does Sam Darnold get the deal that Geno Smith was hoping for?
Maybe.
And are you really banking on a little bit of this? Is, I've always said about, man, don't think that you're going to get more out of a quarterback than Kyle Shanahan got out of a quarterback. If you think that somehow, like, well, hey, this guy showed promise under Kyle Shanahan, but I'm going to really get him, like, don't do that. That's a lot of ego. So, like, likewise, if you think you're going to get more out of Sam Darnold than Kevin O'Connell did, man, that's a ballsy maneuver for a defensive-minded head coach.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if you think you're going to get the very best version of Sam Darnold, which would be better than a version last year that was impressive at the beginning, but on the sum total of it all, like, all right, well, he might be he might be Matt Schaub. I don't know. Yeah, he could be Matt Schaub.
You know who the OC is in Seattle for Mike McDonald out there, Seth? Clint Kubiak.
That's right.
Clint Kubiak. So it's we'll see. I mean, his name is on that offense, Kubshanistan. So we'll see, man. We'll see what happens. So those are the big things going on. Devontae Adams signs with the Rams, 2 years, $46 million. I guess the Texans' angle on that is should the Texans have been dabbling in the Devontae, they may have been, and Devontae Adams chose not to come to Houston. Would you have liked Devontae Adams on a $23 million guaranteed? So it's only half guaranteed.
Yeah. This is one that right this moment, with no renegotiation that we know of yet between Christian Kirk and the Texans, I say, yeah, I would prefer Devontae Adams for 2 years. He's been very, very durable in his career. 6 of the last 7 years, he's had 1,000 yards. In that 1 year that he didn't, he had 997 yards. Mm-hmm. He looked a lot better when Aaron Rodgers was forcing him the ball over and over again over Garrett Wilson at the end of this year.
Yeah.
But yeah, this contract, 2 years, $46 million, that's very, very palatable compared to Christian Kirk with his 1 year at $16.5 million. I think Christian Kirk ends up, if he renegotiates with the Texans, getting a deal that looks a lot better than this Devontae Adams deal, at least in terms of affordability.
Yeah.
So right now, I would prefer Devontae Adams for 2 years at that price tag than Christian Kirk for 1 year at the current price tag. If they get a good deal with him that's palatable and makes sense, then I still like the youth of Christian Kirk. But no, I can't sit here in good faith and act like Devontae Adams doesn't still excite me.
Trash. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But as you made the point, there was a report that Devontae Adams just flat out wanted to go to the West Coast.
Yeah.
So maybe the Texans were in discussions, and if the tiebreaker was that Devontae Adams wanted to go to the West Coast, well, there's nothing I can do about that.
I can't imagine Nick Caserio didn't at least check in to see what it looked like. Like what the market looked like. Yeah, he was up with the Rams. That's a good signing. That's a good signing for the Rams. You can text in Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, and thank you to a couple texters who pointed out that overnight, while I was asleep as well, Seth, the Rockets, Shams Charania actually had a report on Amen Thompson's ankle. He will be sidelined for 10 to 14 days due to a left ankle sprain. Sources tell ESPN MRI on the ankle showed no structural damage, but Thompson will rehab and receive treatment for swelling. On the one hand, that stinks because this is a part of the schedule where the Rockets can really recoup some of what they lost in the standings over the last few weeks. They looked really, really good on Saturday against the Pelicans. On the other hand, this is a very, very manageable part of the schedule. If you're trying to get through a part of the schedule without, in my opinion, your best player, Amen Thompson, doing it with 5 more games in a row at home, 7 games in a row against teams that aren't any higher than 7th in their respective conferences. Like this is a very manageable patch of schedule where over the next, say, 7 games, you should be able to go 5-2, I think, even without Amen Thompson. But if someone had told me on Saturday night when I watched the way he limped off the court, like went straight to the locker room, and we didn't have the benefit of replay at that point, being in the arena, that it would be 10 to 14 days, I would have signed up for that in a second, just based on how quickly and how much he was limping leaving the court. So
yeah, you know what it is. You know how I feel about ankles. It's just there's ankles you never can tell. Sometimes there will be an ankle. Somebody turns their ankle in a game, and it looks like they must have broken 3 or out a series later. It's just it's a weird joint, man. Yeah. That ankle joint. Good job, Amen Thompson. You got one of the better ones.
Yep, 10 to 14 days. And Reed Shepard, we should point this out too. Text this in. Out for a month with a fractured thumb. That's too bad, man. It looked like he was just starting to feel himself a little bit. He had that good game against OKC when they didn't have any of the starters in there. That sucks for Reed Shepherd, a month with a fractured thumb. So there you go. There's your Rockets injury update. All right, let's get to Acknowledge Me. We'll do our Monday acknowledgments. We acknowledge big performances either from over the weekend or in general in the sporting world. And I will say a name. Ben will hit the Roman Reigns sounder.
Acknowledge me.
Let's start with I'm going to start. We'll do the mock draft injection in about 20 minutes, but we've the dust is kind of settled now post combine. We're kind of in that in between combine and head to the stadium top 30 individual interviews and workouts and pro days and things like that. Cam Ward.
Acknowledge me.
Best I can tell, Seth, he has clearly distinguished himself as the top quarterback in this draft class right now.
Yeah.
Through his own ascension and Shedeur Sanders seeming to rub some people the wrong way.
Well, I think there's a lot about Shedeur Sanders where when you just watch them athletically, throwing the football, everything else, you have to make some arguments in your mind for him to be a top pick. Whereas where Cam Ward he looks the part. And there's reasons that he's not considered a slam dunk blue chipper, got to take him number 1 overall. But in comparison between the two, by eyeball test, looks a lot more like a quarterback that you should get excited about. With Shedeur Sanders, I'm fascinated by what teams must be thinking about or talking about with his personality side of things, and he rubs some people the wrong way, other guys love it. But when you look at a quarterback that really feels like, man, for him to be a good NFL quarterback, he's going to have to be immaculate when it comes to anticipation, reading defenses, all of those things. And he's shown a lot of ability to do that. But, man, that's the kind of stuff where, okay, Drew Brees, or I would say Teddy Bridgewater. Teddy Bridgewater is a guy that wasn't a great thrower of the football, not a pure passer or anything. But on the personality side of things, he was great. Everybody loved him. He was everything you wanted. I don't think they look at Shedeur Sanders the same way they looked at Teddy Bridgewater in terms of the personality or leadership or anything side of that. So I think there's just more teams that are going to be saying, like, all right, well, this guy certainly does not have a Teddy Bridgewater type of personality, and he's got shortcomings physically. Then I just don't know about this guy. I just don't know.
Shedeur's become the most intriguing thing about the draft to me, and just where he ends up. He could wind up anywhere from 2 to 25 in this thing when it's all said and done.
I feel like he's going to be, though, too, if he ends up being a second-round pick or something, he's going to be like a Kenny Pickett type pick where he still has the ego of a top pick overall.
Oh, I hope
and
so.
I hope so, too.
Yeah.
I hope so, and I hope it's in the division.
That would be beautiful. All right, let's skip down on this one, Ben. Let's skip to I'm gonna acknowledge Pardon My Take.
Acknowledge
podcast. PFT commenter and Big Cat, the two Barstool guys. It's a very successful podcast. They had Liam Cohen on their podcast, Seth, and they did something that I feel like this is something that if Payne and Pendergast had a Pardon My Take level podcast, we absolutely would have done with Liam Cohen, which is point out how janky his acronym that he uses to describe what he's looking for in players is. If you recall, remember he had all these. He had a couple of 2-word adjectives that he just ignored the second word on when it came to making an acronym. He's like, our acronym is FAST. And the first one is fundamentally sound. I'm like, no, that's FAST. And the Pardon My Take guys called him out on this.
Run through that acronym again.
FAST.
Okay.
Yep. Fundamentally sound. Attacking.
Already not a great acronym if you have to use 2 words, but keep going.
Fundamental.
Okay.
Attacking.
Yep.
Situational masters.
Again.
What do you mean?
This is bad. This is bad.
Wait, it's toughness.
Situational master, is that 1 word or 2?
That's 2 words.
Okay, so
situational.
Phasmed.
Yeah. All right, so situational masters. What's the T, though?
Tough.
Okay, so you kind of recovered at the end, but you got to work on that.
Yeah. But this you can't out that form is a horrible acronym too when you break it down to its special work ethic and relentless mindset.
It's SWIRM.
D'Amico's, it's SWIRM.
Yeah.
That now this is pretty egregious. D'Amico took out 1 word. Usually you're allowed to take out and. People will excuse taking out and from an acronym. But the taking out I don't know. That's I think exceptional. You take out exceptional. That's asking for a bit much.
Can you take out
ethic? That's what they do,
yeah. Can you hyphenate work ethic? Is it a hyphenatable word? Because then it becomes just one word if you stick a hyphen.
Oh, if you hyphenate work ethic.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what we'll do.
That's what we're going to do just to keep D'Amico, literally linguistically sound here. Yeah.
Yeah. He got rid of ethic. In there, but it's just one word taken out. I went to AI for this to find common acronyms that eliminate one word, and they didn't have any for me.
Yeah.
Not even Gemini could figure this one out.
D'Amico Ryans and Liam Cohen, groundbreakers. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so we appreciate the Pardon My Take guys for doing something that we would definitely do. Max Scherzer. It's a random one, I know. Max Scherzer. He's on the Toronto Blue Jays, Sean. Yes, I know. He has had a really good spring. He signed a $15 million deal for 1 year with the Blue Jays. We know Max Scherzer is not afraid to be a soldier of fortune. He's played for a ton of different teams over the last several years. I have an Astros angle on this. That's why I'm rooting for Max Scherzer, Seth. He's got 14 strikeouts in 3 spring training outings so far. He's been tremendous so far. Blue Jays and the Astros are not afraid to do business at the trade deadline.
Oh.
They did business for Yusei Kikuchi last year
at
the trade deadline. Max Scherzer, I'm hoping that Toronto is a bad baseball team, but Max Scherzer pitches very well. Half of a year at $15 million, that is a swallowable contract for the somewhat under the luxury tax money-strapped Astros. I'm looking way ahead here, rooting for Max Scherzer, so that Dana Brown can pick up the phone and do business with a team he's done business with already to say, hey, bro, you can be Max Scherzer, come on down. You're our trade deadline pickup this year.
Listen, the Cam Smith experience right now, Sean, has got me so opposed to parting with any kind of
prospects. You want to go the other way?
That doesn't excite me at all. Unless they can really bilk the Blue Jays
Of course,
somehow.
yeah. I don't want to overpay.
Not this. I feel good about the pipeline for the first time in years now. For multiple reasons. One, the Astros car wash, et cetera, for pitchers, but also just the existence of Cam Smith. I want to hoard my prospects at this point.
Okay, good. Then I want this thing to happen even more so you and I have something to debate and discuss over as Max Scherzer at age 86 or whatever he is now. But he's crushing it, man. Good for him. Keon Coleman
acknowledge me.
Popped up on the grid again this week saying fantastic things. Keon Coleman was doing an interview where he was asked about his combine experience from a year ago, and apparently Bill, if you recall, was a quote machine after he got drafted out of Florida State last year. Very entertaining. He's from Louisiana. He said that scouts were hating on him, he thought, during the combine because he was helping himself to their snacks, their fruit snacks, one team at least, in his interview.
Team's mad I'm eating fruit snacks. I'm like, I'm hungry. That's real. All day.
That's real.
If you ain't gonna draft me over some fruit snacks, it's crazy. But it's like, cuz we just went over all these D formations with 40 teams. I'm listening, but can I grab a little fruit snack every now and then? Y'all got all the snacks in here just for show. And then you have a good interview. The team that just got you ain't trying to let you go to the next spot. They want to keep talking. It's like, I got to walk to the other side of the building. So come on, dog.
Anything about it stand out, though, from your experience?
I was chilling.
No crazy interview questions, nothing?
Well, nothing to ask me.
Just like gummy snacks and all like this.
And there was only one team. I was like, dang.
Okay, Bengals. It was the Bengals. It was 100% the Bengals because there was a bunch of grumpy, angry scouts that also, they probably get like a $7 per diem because the Bengals are so stingy on stuff like that. I think it was either the Bengals or the Cowboys, notoriously stingy about a lot of stuff.
Oh, yeah?
If it's something that Jerry Jones can publicize or something, or that he can sell to fans, he spends liberally, or if it's a star player. But the Cowboys are notoriously stingy about like little piddling stuff.
Okay.
Charging their play. Back in the day, they used to charge their players a per diem.
Really?
So I think it was either the Bengals or the Cowboys.
Wow.
Yeah.
The Cowboys.
Yeah. Jerry Jones, it's one of those things I didn't know about. I talked to Ross Tucker about this, and then I started looking at it. Yeah, Jerry Jones is one of those guys who is spends really liberally in some ways, but then is incredibly stingy in other ways.
Interesting.
But if I had to guess, it's the Bengals, because that came out of the scouts are sitting there thinking like, no, that's my dinner for the evening. You're taking my dinner. Yeah. Either that or Keon Coleman wasn't just grabbing the fruit snacks.
Yeah.
They were asking him questions, and he was like examining whether he wanted to eat the Fred or Wilma on the Flintstones-shaped fruit snacks or whatever it was.
That's funny. All right, that's Acknowledge Me. We acknowledge some of the performances, entertaining and otherwise, from over the weekend. All right, continue to text in 713-572-4610. A lot of people weighing in on what they're hoping to see today from the Texans in free agency. That's the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. All right, mock draft injection time. We do this every day leading up to the draft. This is a 7-rounder from the Pro Football Network. We will not go through all 7 rounds, but they have the Texans making a trade, and I want to do the would you test with Seth Payne. Would you make this deal that impacts the Texans' high draft capital? We will get to that coming up next. But first, a quick word on Daily and Black. If you're a homeowner or a business owner,
flag. Live studio. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the Texans have already consummated one reunion. They agree to a deal with Sheldon Rankins, 1 year, up to $7 million. So they get a body back on the defensive line that was productive for them back in 2023. They like him, obviously. So he's back in the fold. I'll leave it up to Sheldon Rankins and Tim Settle to duke it out over who gets number 98 in all this. Sheldon Rankins gonna have an uphill battle to get his number back if it comes down to a fight to the death. Settle's a big dude.
I'm guessing that Sheldon Rankins hasn't been a guy that really at any point in his career has had that kind of status where he's you got to give him that number. I'm guessing Sheldon Rankins is like, yeah, whatever. Nah. No, I don't have to be ponying up whatever. What did what was the most expensive thing we saw?
What's Juan Soto? Different sport.
Oh,
but
Soto.
Juan
Soto gave
bought
a car.
bought an SUV for the Beatty kid who had his number. Yeah.
I don't think Sheldon Rankins got that Juan Soto money.
No.
Or desire to give up a whole SUV.
Nobody does. Yeah. All right, mock draft injection time. We do this each and every day at 7:45. What are the experts saying the Texans are going to do in the draft? I like when I come across a multi-round one, not because I like to come on the air and talk about who the Texans are mock taking in the 5th, 6th, and 7th round, but there can be some interesting things on day 2. A day where the Texans have done some pretty good work over the last few years, especially in the 3rd round with Nico Collins and Tank Harry before he got hurt. Kalen Bullock last year, not hurt, fully available, 5 interceptions. So this one's interesting. We'll get to the 1st round here right out of the chute. Nothing crazy here. This is a player the Texans have been mocked with before. This is the Pro Football Network 7-round mock draft. Their staff puts this together. There's no one name attached to the author. With the 25th pick in the Pro Football Network mock draft, the Houston Texans go offensive line and select Donovan Jackson out of Ohio State and Episcopal High School right down the road here in Houston, Texas.
Yeah, he's from Cyprus.
Yep.
So he and Kenya can carpool in from, well, no, I guess not. You'd have to swing it. Anyway, I would like this. I think Donovan Jackson, in a lot of ways, that's exactly what you'd be looking for. He's not a monstrosity of a dude. He's 315 or so, but he can play in any scheme. He's athletic enough that if you had to, you could kick him out to tackle, but not that that's why you're drafting him, or you hope that you don't have to kick him out to tackle for anything. I'd feel really good about that pick. I think he's got a swarmy type of aggressiveness to him. He's a finisher, kind of like Blake Fisher was in college. He'll drive guys into the ground. So I would like that. I would like Donovan Jackson.
I would too. I'd be a thumbs up on that, both by position need and the kid himself. Now, the interesting thing that Pro Football Network has the Texans doing here, Seth, is they come into the draft with the 58th overall pick. That's their 2nd round pick. They, in this draft, trade out of 58 to pick up an extra down from 58 to 75, and in the process, pick up pick number 99 from the Niners. That's one of the many compensatory picks that the Niners are getting from free agents or having minorities hired off of their staff. Ironically, it might be the very 3rd round pick they got. Who knows? For D'Amico Ryans getting hired by the Houston Texans from the Rooney Rule. But at any rate, Texans move out of the 2nd round, so that gives them 3 3rd round picks. The 2 they get in this trade plus their own pick here.
Yeah.
Would you like having 3 3rd round picks in this draft as opposed to a 2 and a 3?
Yes,
okay.
yes. I've heard the 3rd round is a round I still get excited about. That you unearth so many diamonds in the rough in the 3rd round that end up being good finds, but you can still get yourself excited about them. It still feels like a high enough draft pick. But just the pure emotional side of me is give me all the. I can talk myself into a 3rd rounder being a day 1 starter, just like anybody else. I'm as good at that or as bad at that as anybody else. Yes, give me 3 3rd round picks.
3 3rd round. So in this particular draft, they have 75, I believe 89, somewhere in the high 80s.
Yeah.
And then 99 as well. So let's do these real quick. With the 75th pick in the 2025 Pro Football Network mock draft, the Houston Texans select Jack Besh, wide receiver out of TCU, who had a phenomenal Senior Bowl, kind of a heartstrings story. His brother, Tiger Besh, was a player at Princeton who was killed in the New Year's Day in New Orleans. So there's a story behind Jack Bech. Very swarmy, but not sure that he fits the D'Amico Ryans description of what you're looking for in a wide receiver.
He's not super explosive in terms of getting separation and everything else like that. So it's harder for me to get excited about him as being an immediate impact player. Yeah, I don't. But again, that's why guys go in the third round.
Yeah.
So if you're looking for value in the third round for the things the Texans want, I'm not so sure that Jack Bech is that guy, but it's also hard not to love the scouting report on him and his college production and everything that else goes along with that.
The player that gets drafted right before him to Carolina, Xavier Restrepo from Miami, is that kind of guy that D'Amico Ryans describes. He's a little smaller, which is why he's going 74th overall. But that's a guy, and he's had a really good combine and combine season. He's had a season that has gotten a lot of teams' attentions. If I'm not mistaken, he holds a ton of records at Miami for receiving, which this just in. They've had some really good receivers at Miami through the years. That's a guy that does kind of fit that description. If he were there at 75, I would think long and hard about him as well. With the other two draft picks that they've got in the third round, where are they here? The 89th pick. Houston Texans select Shamar Turner, defensive tackle, out of your honorary alma mater, Texas A&M, Seth.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. He's a pounder.
Yep.
That I feel a loose comparison I make in terms of type of player would be like a Charles Omenihu, where he can play inside, can play outside, and I'd be cool with that in the third round. I mean, my appetite for defensive linemen is give me a 320-pound stud who can rush the passer but also stuff the run.
Yeah.
Those guys tend to go in the first round.
Yes.
Yeah. That's generally hard to find a 320-pounder with incredible athleticism who can be both good against the run and the pass at defensive tackle in the third round. So it would make sense at that spot. So I'd be intrigued by that.
Yeah.
But it's not like that would make me feel like, oh, okay, now they're set at defensive line.
No,
Yeah.
because we're getting into that part of the draft where you're not counting on these guys. You get something out of them like they did with Kalen Bullock in the third round last year. Great. The last one here, I don't have a ton of knowledge on Demetrius Knight, the 99th pick, linebacker out of South Carolina. He started his career at Charlotte and transferred into the SEC and was, according to Pro Football Network, an instant impact player for South Carolina. Hey, an SEC linebacker? Okay.
I'd be like, yeah, I'd like, the nice thing about that is with 3 third-round picks, you're having more activity and action on the second day of the draft instead of just, so I like it from the emotional standpoint.
These are players, Seth, that are in a range of the draft where it's not unreasonable to expect them to pan out and contribute for you in year one. And if they do, they're doing it at a price that is incredibly efficient for you. In the third, even a rookie deal.
Yeah.
But these third rounders, man.
The big thing about a linebacker is, speaking of, guys with athletic ability who weren't first-round picks, Christian Harris is still on the team, and he's going to be a free agent after this year.
Yeah.
So what happens with Christian Harris, and is it something – if Christian Harris comes in and he's healthy and he plays the way that he was on track to be playing after the 2023 season, he might be an in-season extension. So that's where I'd prefer – if I had my best of all worlds, it would be that Christian Harris comes out and is balling out, and then you've got – Henry To'oTo'o hopefully continuing to progress. You've got Azeez Al-Shire that you don't necessarily need to be looking elsewhere or in the draft right now for linebackers.
Text message, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. With the Rankins signings, does that lessen the need for defensive tackle in free agency and point us going more wide receiver or O-line with our first pick in the draft?
I don't think it affects draft strategy all that much. With Christian, just as it was with the Christian Kirk signing, I think what you do is you want to go into the draft without feeling like you've got a pressing need to get a guy because you have nobody on your roster at that position, because that frees you up psychologically to not press and to not maybe start making a positional decision. No, D'Amico still wants more of a stud at defensive tackle. A guy who's a genuine 3-down player. Like, he's going to keep looking for that guy. So I don't think it's first or second round strategy at all, but it does fill out the depth chart a little bit going into the draft.
Yeah, I'll apply names to this. And you love Kenneth Grant from Michigan. Signing Sheldon Rankins should not affect your appetite for drafting Kenneth Grant if he's sitting there at 25.
Right, yeah.
Trading for Christian Kirk shouldn't affect your appetite for drafting Matthew Golden or Luther Burden with the 25th pick if that's what you were going to do a week ago.
I guess the one codicil I might put on that is that Christian Kirk is very much a classic slot receiver.
So maybe Burden it would.
Yeah. So I wonder, it might become a tiebreaker.
Yeah.
If you're looking at Golden versus Burden, you might think, all right, the way in the short term, we want these guys in the first round to start on day one, then let's take a guy that plays on the outside.
That's a good thought.
More so than just adding a guy who's more of a slot type.
Yeah, that's a good thought. It shouldn't affect your overall appetite for upgrading wide receiver in the draft, but maybe it affects the type of receiver that you're looking for. Just because in the short term, you need to get all these guys on the field in some way.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Man, keep texting in. Y'all sending in some good thoughts today, man. It's a big day. 11 a.m. this morning. Keep it tuned to Sports Radio 610 all day long. We've got you covered on NFL free agency. 11 a.m. is when the legal tampering and when deals will start to get agreed to. We mentioned it. Sheldon Rankins is back. Of the other former Texans, and there are several out there, who do we have the biggest appetites for reunions with? Former Texans that are free agents. We will run through that coming up next. But Prize Picks, Prize Picks was a big part.
HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. The news so far this morning on NFL free agency, the big thing that's getting chopped up on all the national shows that was reported is Adam Schefter reporting that the Steelers are a serious consideration for Aaron Rodgers. We'll talk more about that a little later on this hour. But who've been linked to Aaron Rodgers. We could come in tomorrow, Seth, and Sam Darnold, Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson, Justin Fields could all be on different NFL teams. You know, like it's or at least verbally committed to being on those teams because we're in the legal tampering period later today.
The fact that Sam Darnold is one of the big dominoes that people are waiting to fall in free agency is one of the weirdest things between now and less than a year ago that you could have ever anticipated
no
or
doubt.
foreseen, I think. Well, and especially if you think about the fact that if J.J. McCarthy hadn't gotten injured last year, that none of this would be a conversation. J.J. McCarthy probably would have started. Maybe not. You know, maybe they end up going with Sam Darnold and he has the year that he had. But it's the Wild West when it comes to quarterbacks anymore. Mm-hmm. And I love it.
Yeah,
because it's the most paid attention to position in all of American sports. And these guys get traded and move around in a way that they never did before. And then you add to that the dynamic of, look at just what happened this weekend. Geno Smith was an afterthought until 2022. He was a first-round disappointment who nobody really thought much about. And now he's one of the biggest transactions of this entire offseason so far because he gets traded to the Raiders. Aaron Rodgers he's in a different situation than you would have ever predicted a few years ago. It's awesome.
Yeah, it is great. It makes it way more interesting at that position. So the news locally here is that Sheldon Rankins is back with the Texans. Positive player for the Texans in his 1 year here in 2023, both on the field and behind the scenes. He was about 1 year, a little under $10 million that year. Left here to go to Cincinnati because Cincinnati offered him 2 years, $26 million, which he didn't see the end of. He was banged up, ill. He had viral meningitis at one point during his one season in Cincinnati. It just didn't, for whatever reason, Cincinnati and Sheldon Rankins did not mesh. The Bengals cut him to save some money on the cap because they've got all kinds of issues with guys that they've got to sign up to and including T. Higgins, and who knows what's going to happen with Trey Hendrickson. So they cut Sheldon Rankins to save a little bit of money, and he gets reunited, Seth, at a deal that's even better for the Texans than the deal he signed here 2 years ago. 1 year, $7 million. So
right.
That's good.
That's so it's nice to have him there. You could say, okay, he can be a starting defensive tackle. Right now, the Texans didn't really have a guy on the roster that's even a standard starting defensive tackle, that type of guy that you can just pencil in there. I think they still want more, and they want more impact. I don't know if it comes in free agency. And there are a lot of guys out there who are viable starters at defensive tackle that get below the – now, how much are they going to want to pay for Odighizuwa? You know how to pronounce his name, the guy from the Lions.
Odighizuwa.
Not Odighizuwa, the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Anwar Ziki or whatever. God, there's so many names that are hard to pronounce at defensive tackle. From the Lions.
Yeah.
That Anwar Zuriki. Is that his name? Yeah. You're awesome. You're awesome at pronouncing the more hard to difficult or the more difficult.
Yeah, I'm not super dialed in on him. I'm not sure.
There's guys out there that are solid starters that are nothing to get overly excited about, but that you could feel good about going into a season with.
Do you think? I think Texan fans are probably, I would say, maybe excited, maybe overstating it, but I think bringing Sheldon Rankins back, I can't imagine there's any Texan fans upset that they're bringing him back at the price they're bringing him back for. I've got a list there's a bunch of former Texans out there on the marketplace. Now, a lot of them are guys that, you would be signing to lower level deals. Is DeAndre Hopkins probably the one that we get asked about the most of former Texans bringing a guy back in the fold?
I don't think so. I don't get asked about him. Yeah. I don't think there's a real appetite amongst Texans fans to have him back, even if they like DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah.
I mean, he's paired up with Pat Mahomes, he wasn't a huge impact player over the second half of the season with the Chiefs. And especially because, D'Amico has said, hey, I want guys who can separate. DeAndre's never been a great separator. He makes up for it by having such a huge catch radius and being really physical at the point of the catch. And he's gotten old.
Yeah.
He's up there in years. So I don't know. I don't sense much of an appetite for DeAndre Hopkins.
I see texts about it sometimes, but yeah, DeAndre Hopkins, like the wide receiver. They need wide receivers, right? They need wide receivers that you're breaking the bank for. If they were breaking the bank for wide receivers, they might have been in on one of these receivers that's actually been available the last several days. DK Metcalf reportedly was really interested in coming to Houston. DeAndre, if you had to take one of these former Texan wide receivers, Seth, that could get signed here, which is the most likely? DeAndre Hopkins, Brandon Cooks, Noah Brown, or Chris Conley?
I'd say Noah Brown.
I think so too.
The biggest thing with Noah Brown, because I do get asked that a lot. A lot of people say, like, hey, it would have been nice to have Noah Brown at the end of the season.
Dude, that's a great point. We get more Noah Brown texts than we get DeAndre Hopkins texts.
The problem with having Noah Brown at the end of the season was that he would have been on IR as well.
Yeah.
So, because he was on IR, he finished the season on IR. The tough thing for Noah Brown this year was it was a hyper-competitive receivers room, and he was injured for most of training camp, and then ended up and was doing some good things with the Commanders, ended up injured again. But, yes, when healthy, I like Noah Brown. Noah Brown has already demonstrated that he can be really good opposite of Nico Collins or Tank Dell when only one of those guys was in the game. And I very much doubt he burned any bridges when he left here. So Noah Brown, I think.
Probably the one on defense that we get the most. I mean, I think he's just going to be out of the Texans' price range, given the position, too, is Justin Reed. Justin Reed is going to get that could be a name that you see today, and we'll talk a lot about this between now and 10 a.m. Who are the teams that we're going to see the most of today? Who are the players, the big name? Justin Reed, Seth, I could see being a guy first. If Kansas City doesn't re-sign him, he played really good football for Kansas City these last 3 years. He's still relatively young. He came in the league in 2018. He's only 7 years in. I could see him getting a tippy-top safety contract today.
Yeah.
Justin Reed.
Kalen Bullock playing as well as he did and really improving as the season went along has people feeling a lot better about the safety position, at least the future of the safety position, than they did last year in the offseason. And all offseason long, when various safeties who are out there, their names would come up and people would say, well, how come the Texans aren't going after this guy? I think the answer was that I think that Caserio likes the future of Kalen Bullock. But it's hard to lean on something like that when it's just a rookie and not a first-round pick. But that worked out well. I think right now you are in the position of having three really young defensive backs in your secondary that you feel really good about. That I don't have an appetite to splurge on another defensive back as opposed to just getting the most out of those three guys and whoever else plays the other safety position.
What if a really good safety like Malachi Starks from Georgia is available at 25?
Would they take him?
Would they take him? Yeah.
I wonder that feels like a kind of moment where I think that Nick tries real hard to take the best player available, but when he's moving around, he's trying to get into a band of positions, a band of players where it meets a need as well. So you can say that he takes the best player available to that spot where the best player available happens to also be a position of need.
Dude, this list of former Texans that are out there on the free agent market, there's very few. Did you have something you want to hit?
No, I'm agreeing with what you're about to say. I was having the same thought.
There's very few I would actually sign.
Yeah.
There are a ton of like just old stories from the last few years tied to these guys.
It makes me feel better about the dynamic where it used to be, man, look, oh, wow, this guy went somewhere else and all of a sudden he's a Pro Bowler. Oh, this guy went somewhere else and he's way better than he was with the Texans. I actually feel pretty good about where the Texans are in terms of some of the guys they've let go.
Yes, 100%.
Cam Akers, I guess, would be the one that they didn't give up anything to get him. They got a draft pick in return. There's still a little bit of I still feel like they might have missed out on a Cam Akers effect on the team, but whatever.
Maybe, yeah. This past season, I could see that. And yet I feel like the trade for Christian Kirk, I don't even know if it was the 7th rounder they got for Cam Akers that they used to go get Christian Kirk. But that was sort of something floating around on the internet, was they basically traded Cam Akers for Christian Kirk. I'm like, well.
Yeah. Okay, no, let's go with it.
Let's go with
don't
it.
overthink this
Yes,
thing.
you're right. No, you're 100% right. But, like, just looking at the names, like Jordan Akins is a free agent. I don't want to sign him, but I have fond memories of Jordan Akins because he caught the pass that allowed the Texans to draft 2nd instead of 1st in the 2020 hero set.
We advocated putting a statue out in front of the stadium.
Still advocating.
If C.J. Stroud gets a 2nd contract with the Texans because he's played well, then, yeah, we should put a statue of him out in front of the stadium.
It really is amazing. There's still, like, Pharaoh Brown is out there. Kendall Lamb, who was...
Kendall Lamb, I always feel good about seeing Kendall Lamb. I can't remember who he was. He was starting for a Texans opponent last year. Was it the Dolphins? It was
the Dolphins. It was definitely the Dolphins. Yes.
I always feel happy for Kendall Lamb because man, Kendall Lamb got pressed into action under really bad circumstances when he was not ready, and almost got
Dwayne Brown
almost
holding
got Deshaun Watson murdered before his career even began.
It's true.
But yeah, I'm glad that it's worked out for Kendall Lamb.
Got a David Quessenberry in here. Remember when Roy Lopez is on the free agency list. Remember when Roy Lopez was the team was so bereft of talent that Roy Lopez was like a very, very front-facing player for the Houston Texans?
I was excited about Roy Lopez because he was way more technically skilled and advanced than a lot of young defensive linemen.
Yeah.
But he was also much smaller than your standard starting defensive tackle. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Roy Lopez was a 91 like you. Carlos Watkins is out there. He was a 91. Foley Fatukasi was a 91. He's out there.
You know who's out there that maybe that you probably he might have burned his britches with Shaq Griffin, the cornerback. Remember Shaq Griffin had some kind of issue with
special teams.
Yeah.
Special of C.J. Stroud's rookie season. He had just had an interception in the win over the Bengals that year. Remember they beat the Bengals with Joe Burrow in Cincinnati in Week 9 that year, and Shaq Griffin had a big interception in that game, and then like 2 weeks later he was cut. Like, wait, whoa, what's going on? Yeah. But he's out there. Kamu's out there, Seth. He had an interception against the Texans this year, playing for the Vikings. Kamu Grugier-Hill.
I don't have any issue with Kamu Grugier-Hill. I had an issue with kind of the way that because everything was so bad with the Texans that Kamu Grugier-Hill would make some plays, and people would think, hey, here's our next Ray Lewis. And they would ignore the times that he was running in the exact opposite direction of the. When he wasn't making plays, he was like 97 yards away from where he was supposed to be. Yeah. He would just lose people. He was like bad James Harden on defense. Yeah. When James Harden is just completely disengaged, doesn't know where. The problem with that being is that at least James Harden can make up for it on offense, where Kamu Grugier-Hill can do nothing for you on offense. He would just get completely detached from all reality on various plays.
TFL machine, Pro Bowl alternate that year, okay?
Yeah.
Goes to show you how valid the Pro Bowl is. Text coming in, flying in here on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. What about getting Kevin Zeitler, the free agent guard that was on the Lions? I've been seeing that floating around. What do you think about that, Seth?
Yes, 100%. And that's the one thing where you can get excited, genuinely excited about whoever they end up signing at Texas. They're really not in a position to be super active in free agency, or at least I don't expect them to go out on a limb with a lot of this. There are viable guards every year that get signed to reasonable contracts. Last year, Kevin Zeitler played on a 1-year, $6 million contract for the Lions and played very well. He's 35 years old, but he's been extremely durable throughout his career. The name that I have a hard time not thinking about when I think about a Kevin Zeitler is Andrew Whitworth. When Andrew Whitworth went to the Rams, all right, really good player, but he's at the end of his career. What are they expecting to get out of Whitworth? I don't know. They won a Super Bowl, and he ended up playing like 4 more years for him.
Yeah.
So Zeitler could be that type of a guy, and there's multiple guards who are in that boat. Like Brandon Scherf, perhaps, is a solid guard who would probably get a 1-year, $6 or $7 million contract that could be an upgrade over what they had at Shaq Mason, but then continue to draft, create more competition amongst your interior offensive line. They're the biggest position right now where you could have an impactful offseason, but without having to shell out buku dollars and high draft picks is at guard or center. And I do think I like some of what I saw from Jarrett Patterson towards the end of last year. I think there's something there with Jarrett Patterson if they use him the right way and if the scheme is suited to the offensive line's talent level.
Will Fries is a name we're getting asked quite a bit about, the guard with the Indianapolis Colts, that it feels like 11 o'clock rolls around. He's probably, from everything I've been seeing and probably what you've been seeing, Seth, he's pricier than the Zeitlers of the world just because he's younger, in his prime. Again, this would be a little like the Joe Thuney thing, where if we all of a sudden saw a Schefter tweet that the Texans have agreed to terms with Will Fries, my immediate reaction would be tremendous excitement because they've upgraded a position that now won't get C.J. Stroud killed, theoretically. But my next gut reaction would be, all right, now, so how are they making the numbers work on this thing? Do you and I worry about the numbers a little too much in this?
So I think probably a little bit this time of year because look, I don't like it when people say the cap is a myth, but the cap can certainly be massaged.
It's workable.
And there's ways to do it selectively.
Yes.
It's one thing when you're selling your entire future for the now, but there's ways to do it selectively. I think the one thing that might be interesting is, depending on what they feel about Titus Howard and whether they want him to play guard or not, there might be a world in which they say, hey, we like Blake Fisher. We think he's got a future, but he still has to establish himself as a genuine starting offensive tackle.
Yep.
So I wonder if maybe they think about Titus Howard as a guard, then they go out and sign a Kevin Zeitler or Brandon Scherf type for just a 1-year, $6 million deal for the right guard position. You battle it out at center. And then maybe it's a combination of, we're going to have Blake Fisher and we want him to be at right tackle in the future, but maybe you go and get a guy who's like a veteran swing. Is that the right tackle for the Texans from a couple years ago?
George Fant.
George Fant.
Who just got cut by the Seahawks, by the way.
Yeah,
So
and
he's
certainly
out there.
didn't burn any bridges because he's been here. It feels like he's been with the Texans like 3 different times. But George Fant would be a guy like that, Morgan Moses, somebody like that, that if you had to, if you don't feel comfortable with Blake Fisher yet on day one, you can start that guy and Blake Fisher as your swing tackle. So the offensive line, I was saying interior offensive line in total is the position group that I am demanding that they make some non-headline grabbing types of moves in free agency, but that make you feel a lot better about the stability of the offensive line.
And the overall competitiveness level and the culture in that room. Feel better about that being a swarmier position than it's been the last couple of years. I'm with you on all that.
There's a few, like, honestly, I don't want to throw a deluge of names out there, but there's probably at least 3 or 4 offensive tackles that I would like, that would be affordable, that could be swing tackle / starter types, depending on how Blake Fisher develops.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. It is Free Agency Monday. It's kicking off today. 11 a.m. is when the legal tampering period begins. That's when you're going to start to see names fly off the board. This is one of the more fun 2 or 3 days, in my opinion, on the sports calendar. The team to watch today, the team that everybody has their eyes on, they're almost the Texans of. They're what the Texans were a year ago at this time. This team is the one transactions today. We'll tell you who that is coming up next. I'll tell you a transaction you need to go make, though. Get on.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Which team is the 2025 version of what the Texans kind of felt like last year? The Texans were not alone, but they were I think to football, Seth, they were the most intriguing team last year that had a bunch of cap space because they actually had a good season in 2023. You know, they made a lot of moves that felt like they were almost finishing touches type of moves on make a big leap, and they had a good enough, they had a fine season. They won the division, they won a playoff game. D'Amico Ryans has made it very clear that he wants to take this team to new heights. At the very least, get to an AFC title game in the not-too-distant future. They didn't accomplish that. But, those first 2 or 3 days of free agency last year were the first day not so much. It was very inactive. But then the second and third day, Azeez Al-Shire gets signed. Danico Autry gets signed. The Danielle Hunter signing was the big one, and then the trade for Joe Mixon. That was a really, really fun and exciting 48 hours for this team last season.
Yeah, that was like when you're a kid and you find out you're going to Disney World, and you're not just going to Disney World. You're going to stay at that hotel where the monorail goes right through it.
The Contemporary, the Contemporary.
Is that the Contemporary?
That's the Contemporary.
It holds up.
It does.
Unlike when you go up through the big sphere at Epcot, where you're kind of like, oh, all right, well, this is probably pretty exciting in the 1960s, but
yes,
that Contemporary is still pretty badass.
It is.
Still feels futuristic.
It does, yeah.
Or at least like an Asian city of some sort, where they seem to have cooler stuff than we do.
It's just a cool setup, yeah.
Yeah, that's where last year was. This year, this is what I'm excited about, Sean. I am excited about middle-class thrift. I am like a dad that just got a zero-turn mower. Like, oh, the commercial version? No, the residential. No. But, but I'm going to use it, and I'm going to have an immaculate lawn.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is it a bag?
New Dockers. Hell yeah. Come on, baby. We're going to Chili's tonight. That's what I'm getting excited about.
Is the lawnmower a bagger or a mulcher? Oh, it mulches. No bagging going on. Yeah, it mulches.
Yeah, I'm genuinely excited about that. Same way I get excited about watching birds these days. I'm like, oh, a bluebird, an Easter bluebird.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, you know how excited and frightened I was at that one bird at our place in West Palm Beach there. A very feisty bird. What was it? A spackle or a crackle or a mackle?
A grackle.
Grackle, yeah, I know.
Which there are like hundreds of thousands right here in Houston.
Yeah, but it was like 10 feet away, and it was very coked up. It was clearly it got into.
Grackle is an imposter crow.
Clearly, it gotten into somebody's coke. It was very twitchy. All right, so the team this year that is going to be this year's Houston Texans, this year's version of last year's Texans. The Washington Commanders. They don't have the most cap space, but, the Patriots have that honor. Patriots have $121 million to spend. I cannot wait to see what the Patriots do to mutilate themselves with $121 million in cap space. It's going to be crazy.
Well, because they're going after, what's his name? They just got him, the edge rusher. Anyway.
Oh, Trey Hendrickson?
What's that? No.
Joey Bosa.
Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Okay, the Patriots. Okay. Patriots, $121 million in cap space. Thinking of it now, I'm completely distracted. Chargers have $93 million in cap space. Now, Chargers actual playoff team, so that is a team that did some things last year. They won more games than the Texans did last year going into the postseason. They were 11-6. They've got $93 million. Cardinals have $78 million in cap space. They were, I think, 8-9 last year. That's an interesting team because I don't get the sense they're fully in on Kyler Murray at this point. Did you find it?
Harold Landry.
Harold Landry. They signed him. Yes.
Yeah. They signed Harold Landry.
That's right.
So that's just kind of like the first little sign that they're gonna let Vrabel go out and get some of the guys he likes and wants.
Yeah, they reunited with him. That was a cheapo deal. 3 years, $43 million with $26 million guaranteed. That's a good deal for the Patriots. Commanders are fourth on the list. This is the team that I'm discussing right now. The Washington Commanders I think Seth, you look at the odds board right now, and again, the odds board is I get it. It's not a direct roadmap to who's going where, but it certainly is usually a pretty good indicator of which way the wind is blowing on some of these guys. You cannot find a free agent that's out there right now or is going to be out there where the next destination for that free agent, where you get past the top 4 and the Commanders are not there. Like, the Commanders are in the top 4 for every single guy, it feels like.
Yeah.
You know?
And they've got ownership that it's interesting that they've got an ownership that's very, very, I don't want to say advanced, but political side of things. They're not afraid to spend money, all of that. And last year, before the Commanders established themselves as a good team, I saw people kind of treating the Commanders like they were Dan Snyder still. It was almost like they couldn't separate Dan Snyder from the team name and the logo and everything else like that. I think that they have to look at their situation and think, yeah, look, we're obviously a team that through 3/4 of the championship game looked like they belonged, and this was without even really spending a boatload of money. Now I think they're going to spend heavily.
I do too, and I hope it's completely irresponsible. It's always more fun when these teams do things where you're like, ooh, yeesh, don't know about that one. And this is a free agency class, Seth, that is widely thought of to be one that teams are going to end up buying a lot of lemons in this thing, because it's not overall a great class. There's certain positions that it's good at, but it's kind of second class. Like, it's good linebackers, it's good interior offensive linemen, because those positions with the franchise tag are kind of broken. I don't want to bore the audience with it, but like interior O-line and linebackers get mixed in with their franchise tag with edge rushers and tackles on the offensive side.
Yeah.
So it's just way too expensive to franchise tag them. So they get thrown into free agency, and you're like, wow, this guy was really, really good. He's a free agent.
You know what the other end of the spectrum, though, Sean, is the Chiefs. Because the Chiefs, they franchise tag Trey Smith, their offensive guard. At the same time, Xavier Worthy is in the headlines. It sounds like they're not pressing charges against Xavier Worthy. He's claiming kind of what Stephon Diggs is claiming, is that some woman was trying to extort him. But it's more messiness in the offseason for the Chiefs.
Yeah.
And they're in a cap situation, as they have been for a few years now, where it's really hard to retain guys that they like. They're probably hoping to try to trade Trey Smith. They traded away one of their best offensive linemen for an offensive line that struggled last year and had a hard time. It's going to be fun. I don't want to read too much into the Super Bowl, but when you take the regular season and the way the Chiefs performed in the regular season, where they were winning but not the way they used to win, the Chiefs' defense is too good to be for them to be an awful team next year.
Yeah.
But I think we might very much see them come back down to earth and be just like a standard competitive NFL team.
Yeah.
You can't look at the Chiefs like, oh no, it's the mighty Chiefs.
Right. Well, and you can't dismiss Patrick Mahomes. They got blown out in the Super Bowl, but they were in the Super Bowl. You have to be in the Super Bowl to get blown out in the Super Bowl. So yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on all that. A lot of texts. Hey, Sean and Seth, what do you think about the free agent center from Atlanta, Drew Dahlman? He's going to get a lot of money.
Yeah.
He's viewed as the top center. Now, he's steeped in the system that the Texans have been playing. We have no idea. That's a big variable. Like, what exactly is Nick Caley's system?
No, he's not steeped in the system that the Texans are going to be playing.
No, I was going to say, no, but he was steeped in the system they were playing in last year. We don't know what Caley's going to be doing.
Yeah, no, I'm agreeing with you. Yeah, but you're saying, like, what of the – no. Just because that's not what the Texans are going to necessarily be.
Man.
I think they are going to be very much more in the mold of the Patriots when Caley was with the Patriots, where you're a game by game, week by week basis, and you're going to modify your offense to what your offensive linemen and everybody else does well.
Yeah.
So I think I guess maybe I'm way more bullish on the potential of Jarrett Patterson than other people are. You got to remember, as a center, there's only so much you can do when you don't have good guards playing next to you. A lot of your job as a center at times is to feed guys to the guards or to be there in assistance of the guards. And there was not good guard play for the Texans last year. I saw some upside out of Jarrett Patterson, and I've seen upside out of Juice Scruggs too when he plays center. I want to see those guys compete if they have quality guards next to them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just the big if, is what does that offensive line look in terms of the veterans on there?
Payne and Pendergast.
Not that I would kick Drew Dahlman out the door. I just don't. I think the Texans are looking at it as, hey, if we can get an upgrade at guard or both guard positions, then we'll see what we have with these centers.
Yeah, I think for what he's going to cost, I think they feel like their solution at center is in the building right now. Yeah. Whether it's Jared Patterson or Juice Scruggs.
But the other thing about center, Sean, is that the free agent centers, it's like Drew Dahlman and then nobody else. They're young and unproven or old and banged up, and I think it'll be too much for the Texans to spend right now. At a position where I don't feel like you should be spending a lot of money unless you have to.
Yep. Someone texting him, what's the story on John Weeks? Free agent, as far as I know. I don't think the team has re-signed. I mean, he's been here on one-year deal every year. They brought in a guy on a reserve contract.
He's gone through moments where they've kind of cut him, but with an understanding that they're going to bring him back. I could see John Weeks right now very much being a guy that they're saying, well, hey, listen, John, we want to have as much cap space as possible. Don't worry about it. Just we'll circle back after free agency and take care of it, you know.
He's literally been cut before. So, yeah. he's been down this road. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
Not that I'm saying that they wouldn't move on from him. There's nothing about his current status that makes me feel like, okay, the relationship has changed unless we hear otherwise.
I agree. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. 713-572-4610. That's the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Circling over to the Astros, some very, very good news on the injury front for the Houston Astros. We'll get to that in just a minute. But speaking of a minute, Daly and Black, the
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, there are a few of you texting in. Harold Landry, that's who Seth's talking about. Reggie Atatula in the Loop Post. Text me, all caps. He's talking about Harold Landry. Seth was having me guess the New England Patriot edge rusher. I thought you meant somebody they were going after. I didn't know you meant somebody they'd signed. I may have misheard.
Well, no, there's evidence that, they're going to spend in free agency. Yeah. They're going to, and that's obviously somebody that Vrabel has familiarity with from Tennessee, and that they're going to go out and because the Patriots are generally pretty thrifty, other than the 1 year that Bill Belichick went super crazy in free agency.
Yeah.
I think
they signed Harold Landry. That's why I was going to the other names. Yeah. I will tell you that when I can't guess the person you're thinking of after the third try, I feel like a complete failure. I feel like I've let you down and disappointed you.
Ideally, the person that is actually thinking of the person should come up with the name and have that.
Yeah.
But so it's ultimately a Seth Payne issue. Don't feel bad about yourself. Sean.
Okay. I got you. Yeah. All right.
You're the reserve shoot, okay? Only so much is expected of you.
Well, we both.
Although it'd be nice that if when you need the reserve shoot, it'd be nice if it would show up.
No,
but I guess
there's a big Harold Landry shaped grease spot at the bottom of the wherever the landing zone is right now.
It's also in this flurry of free agency, it's hard to keep track of everything. I like the free agency tracker that I like right now is the Athletics free agency tracker, because they do a good job of updating whether or not guys have signed or not.
Yeah.
Where some of these other trackers, they'll give you the list of the free agents, but they don't tell you whether they've signed or not, and it's up to my meager brain to try to keep track of it.
Yeah. I like the ESPN tracker. It's not a tracker like you're talking about where it has their top 100 guys and shows whether or not they signed.
Yeah.
It's really just a stream of conscious, almost like a blog with news items or nuggets in there.
Yeah.
Nugget hussy type stuff. And I kind of like that stuff on a day like today. It's a nice break from all the little lower level signings. Like this one here. Did the Eagles make a mistake with their Barkley extension? This is from Seth Walder. Analytics thinks Saquon Barkley a 2-year, $41 million extension. An odd deal because it was so unnecessary. Barkley had 2 years left on his contract. His new deal, they handed him $22 million in fully guaranteed money in exchange for almost nothing. Those extra years come when he's age 30 and 31. See, I like reading stuff like this because I'm like, I kind of agree with him on this. I don't know why they did that.
It is it's
this is their free agency tracker.
Yeah, it is. They also have to pay. They got to pay Zach. I'm sure in their offseason calculations headed into this year, if they're doing their 2-year projections, they were thinking maybe Zach Bond, the linebacker, will work out, and we gotta give him more than what we gave him this year.
Did he ever?
And instead, they give him one of the highest paid linebacker contracts in the league because he was an All-Pro this year. He was awesome. They already stretched to give Saquon Barkley the deal they did, and then I don't know, maybe this was a little bit of how they had, maybe this is the discussions they'd had when they signed Saquon Barkley.
We win a Super Bowl,
and we know what the deal is with running backs. You guys are, for the most part, it's hard for you guys to get contracts, so we're going to take care of you. If it works out, we're just going to keep moving it down the road a little bit.
A few Astros-related things we'll get to since we have a few minutes before the top of the hour. Christian Walker's MRI on his oblique muscle, which you and I were talking about on Friday, oh crap! I mean, you had actually gone and got all the numbers on the number of games he'd missed a bunch of games over the last 2 or 3 years with this very injury. No strain, the MRI showed. Solely at spring training this year.
It was Sean Bijani that had looked at the three previous times that Christian Walker had oblique issues, and the first couple times he missed a couple weeks. There was one time where he missed about a month. But I thought that you made the best point, which was hopefully, at the time we were thinking, hopefully this is a spring training thing where he felt a little twinge or something, and he's been through this before. He doesn't want to screw around with it, and it looks like that's what it was.
It seems like
just being very careful about it.
Exactly what it was. So that's really good. I mean, obviously not only important to what they want to accomplish, spent a lot of money on him. So that was good to see. Jose Urquidy signs with the Tigers, and look, the Astros are they're pretty deep in pitching, especially if they get some of these guys back that they expect to. Lance McCullers had another live bullpen session, Seth, since you and I have last done a radio show with each other. That sounds like it went okay through, I think McTaggart said 23 or 24 pitches, and it went fine.
Yeah.
Urquidy signing with the Tigers. I will miss his tiny little alligator arms. It'll depress me to see them on a different team next year. I like Jose.
There's also, you know what, there was also a part of having Urquidy on the team that it felt like he was one of the only Mexican pitchers in the league, and it felt like, as obviously we have a lot of Mexican Americans in this city, it felt like a little bit of a common, in this age where it's so hard to find good diplomacy, or we've got strained relations with some of our immediate neighbors. Yes. Jose Urquidy felt like, hey, man, it's a feel-good moment.
It is. Yeah. Now they get him in Detroit. So he's reunited. We have a Tommy John injury. This sounds like one of those things. This sounds like one of those deals where they're basically paying him to rehab his injury, and then if he comes back healthy, there's a team option for next year. So Jose Urquidy, I forgot he won 13 games the year they won the World Series. Jose Urquidy. Yeah, you forget what a big. He was a very underrated part of that World Series team in 2022 for sure. Garrett Cole might be getting Tommy John surgery.
Yeah, you had to get. I hadn't seen the update that there was a recommended to get the Tommy John. I saw that he had to get evaluated.
Yeah.
So he's probably going to get Tommy John, or if it's I think it's rare to recommend you get Tommy John as a pitcher and that you don't get.
He's
it.
getting a second opinion.
Yeah,
he's getting a second opinion. But yeah, if there's one out there that feels like he needs it, it's not for nothing. It's not. I don't think it's precautionary Tommy John surgery at Garrett Cole's age.
The tough thing about anything like that is if you've got a partial tear or something like that, you can take the route of conservatism. Which, if you're just a normal person out in everyday society, and maybe you play co-ed softball or something, you're like, yeah, let's see if this thing works out. But then all of a sudden, if you wait and see if it works out, and then in June you realize, oh, I got to have the surgery. It can screw up 2 entire seasons.
Yeah.
So you got to hedge and kind of say, all right, do I want to miss 2 seasons or just 1 season now for sure? Do I want to possibly play poorly if it's bothering me?
Yeah.
Or just go ahead and get it done? So I think he probably ends up getting it done.
I think so too. This is where, remember in the offseason this year where Garrett Cole briefly opt out? And you opt out if you think you're going to go get more money. He was already one of the highest paid pitchers in baseball and missed half the season with elbow injuries. And I was watching him. I'm watching this news of him opting out. I'm like, what are you doing? Eventually, he changed his mind. Wisely, he changed his mind. But I remember thinking, like, what, dude? You missed you started 17 games last year, like half what you're supposed to start because of elbow injuries. What are you doing? Like, literally, for
I
Pete's
always look
sake,
at those
what are you doing?
situations as that there's something nuanced going on with the way the CBA is structured and the negotiating. They know what they're doing. It was just for whatever reason they felt like they had to do it.
Changed his mind. So yeah.
Yeah.
Payne and Pendergast with you. I know everyone loves Joe Mixon, but what are we doing about running back 2? At what point do we make a decision on DP? That'll be interesting over the next couple days. Do they kick tires? It's not a great running back class. I don't know if any of these guys get paid. Aaron Jones just signed. He re-signed with Minnesota, 2 years, $20 million. So if you're trying to get a gauge for maybe where some of these guys fall in this class, maybe that's a gauge of some sort. But it's not a really good running back class.
I mean, it's J.K. Dobbins, Najee Harris, Nick Chubb, and you just, given the injury history of those guys or their age, I think the way most GMs feel about it is that they'd rather take a flyer on a 2nd or 3rd round running back than to spend. If you're in a situation like the Texans are right now, you don't want to spend for a guy like that when sit there and say like running backs are a dime or dozen or anything. Obviously they're not. But I feel like that's something that the Texans will address in the draft. But also that I think Nick Caserio genuinely loves Dameon Pierce. And that's evidenced by the way they treated him this past offseason. And I think that they probably want to see what Dameon Pierce can do with a different offensive coordinator. Look, Dameon Pierce with Pep Hamilton as his offensive coordinator was a much better version of himself. And I think that instead of trying to spend 2 years seeing if Dameon Pierce can grasp Bobby Slowick's system, the way Nick Caley talks and operates, or at least the way he says he's going to operate, is that they tailor the offense to the strengths of their players. So I think that they like Dameon Pierce, and they're going to figure out exactly the best way to use him, and that they still might draft a guy.
Yeah.
So I think that it's just there really aren't any marquee guys out there to sign in free agency.
Yeah, Damien's in the last year of his deal, by the way, for those wondering. It's crazy. That 2022 class, all of a sudden, here we are, man. These last 3 years have gone by quick from that perspective.
You know who's available that's intriguing as a running back is Ty Johnson from the Bills.
I had him on my fantasy team at the end of the year last year. He did some nice things for me. You know what? Yeah, I'll take him.
Well, he can do like he's a receiving back and everything. I don't know how he is as a pass protector, but he's just I like watching him play every time. He just flashes all the time.
I do too. He was the one that was strangely in the game on the last drive against the Chiefs in that playoff game. They got to go down and get points to win this game, or maybe tie the game. I think it was. They were driving for a tying field goal. 1st and 10 with a healthy James Cook. And they got Ty Johnson in there, and they're handing him the ball. I'm like, I like him too, but not like final drive of the game when you got James Cook on the sidelines.
It felt like they were trying to get a little too clever in the second half after James Cook had been going off. Yeah. And now, based on what they were seeing defensively, it might have been as simple as that.
Yep.
Let's see. Ty Johnson could stand to be more consistent in pass protection.
Okay.
Damn you, Ty Johnson.
Yeah, no, we need someone who keeps CJ upright. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Let's circle back to free agents in the offseason. Is there anything that any of the leagues do better than the NFL when it comes to the offseason? I think today is proof that the NFL might do everything better than all these other leagues. We'll run through it. We'll do it coming up next.
Ron's got his eye. FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Into the 9 o'clock hour we go. 2 hours away, under 2 hours away from the start of NFL free agency. The land rush begins. It's anything like last year. I don't know. Do you think people will get as angry if the Texans don't make any day one moves this year versus last year, Seth, knowing that they're operating with a little bit more financial constraint this year than last year?
Okay, they've already, not technically, but they've already made a day one move in signing Sheldon Rankins.
Sure.
So since day one starts at what time today?
11 a.m. Central
11
time,
a.m.
yeah.
They signed Sheldon Rankins. I'm guessing it was agreed to over the weekend or whatever. It's reported today. That Sheldon Rankins is already a move, at least, in free agency. They've already made a trade. So I don't think so. It's not like the Texans were just going to sit on their hands and do absolutely nothing. And the reality was that they just waited 36 hours or so to get started. And then they made a huge splash. I think that you've already added Christian Kirk. You've already added Sheldon Rankins. The Christian Kirk is much more of a headline-grabbing and potentially more impactful move. I think now it's going to be I think by and large, most Texans fans weren't all that interested in DK Metcalf because of the price tag, the draft pick you would have had to give up. Although DK Metcalf did go for less than I thought he would. I thought it would be at least a couple second-round picks.
Yeah.
He goes for only a second-round pick. But they've just most people feel like, all right, interior offensive line, wide receiver, defensive tackle, possibly a tight end, although it would get complicated. Those are the things you really want to address in free agency. And as long as they address those things, I'm not going to say people are going to be super excited about it, but they're going to be somewhat placated.
We said this time last year, and you bringing up the Metcalf trade. And again, for those who missed it, he got traded to the Steelers for a second-round pick, and then the Steelers almost immediately redid his deal or added 4 years onto his deal at $33 million a year. I felt this way last year. I feel even stronger about it now that the DK Metcalf trade went down the way it did. Teams have a far less of an appetite to trade high draft capital for the right to overpay somebody now. There was a time where there was a Laremy Tunsil, Khalil Mack, Deshaun Watson, I think falls into that bucket.
Jalen
Ramsey, specifically at the wide receiver position. Tyreek Hill and Devontae Adams within days of each other a couple of off seasons ago, and you look at that and it damages you in two places. It's a huge hit against the cap, and you're trading high level draft capital to do that. You're getting double whammied. These deals have to work out so well for you to claim victory when you trade a first-round pick and then more for the right to pay somebody. Even look at Stephon Diggs, the way it ended with Diggs in Buffalo. That was one of the more successful ones, and that relationship ended with him belly aching his way out of town, And so I think that, to me, this is the market. If you have a marquee player that has a year left on his deal, I think that the Bengals are going to find this out with Trey Hendrickson, especially now that Myles Garrett blew the roof off of the edge rusher market. Trey Hendrickson has been given permission to go find a trade partner for the Bengals to move him so he can get a new extension at the Myles Garrett, Max Crosby level. Teams are just not going to, in my opinion, maybe I'll be wrong, I don't think teams are in the market or in the business anymore, Seth, of trading a first-rounder or multiple first-rounders for the right to give a guy a contract that eats up a bleep ton of cap space anymore. I think that's why Seattle got a very modest, because Steelers knew we got to pay the guy.
Well, and look, the thing with DK Metcalf is, all right, he's going to make, is it 30 or 33 million per year? I thought it was 30.
It's an average of 30. You know the way they do these things. The 4 years that got added on were at 33 a year. So you know how the agents do it.
I got you.
Yeah.
The thing with the thing with Metcalf was, though, too, you're going to trade for him, but if you're one of those teams that's willing to pay $35 million per year, Chris Godwin is going to be a free agent in a few hours.
Yes.
And when it comes to the character and football character, leadership, all of that, Chris Godwin is head and shoulders above DK Metcalf. Which makes me just wonder if the Steelers, who don't typically spend really big in free agency, even if I wonder what Godwin's going to get. Because Justin Jefferson makes $35 million per year.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I mean, Godwin is a free agent. He's 29 years old.
He's been banged up. He's been banged up.
Yeah.
I think he gets. I don't think he gets Jefferson money, but I think he gets 30. I think he gets over 30. We'll see. I was thinking about this weekend, and you and I are going to be hitting refresh on all these lists all day long. Like, people love NFL free agency, and the NFL has turned the offseason into its own industry. I mean, you got the regular season, you got the postseason, and the offseason in the NFL. So many milestones, Seth, and has so many facets to it. And everybody's got a draft. The NFL's draft is so much better than everybody else's. Everybody's got free agency. The NFL's free agency has now evolved into, I think, a better version of what it used to be, just because with player empowerment and more players agitating to get out of places, it's the ripple effect. I can't think of one area of the offseason that any league does better than the NFL does. You might argue the NBA a few years ago, when guys like LeBron and Kevin Durant would hit the market, that first several days of NBA free agency was pretty marquee stuff. It's not that way anymore,
Right. Yeah. I know, and I don't know. Part of it is, all right, it's also the most popular sport by a large margin over any of the other ones. So any of the free agency stuff just gets covered more and more. So that's the world we live in, where the sports news cycle is a 24-hour news cycle.
Yeah,
I don't want to give Roger Goodell too much credit for it. Is what I'm saying. I think it's more of a sign of the fact that because of fantasy football, because of sports gambling now, and because of player movement, yeah, it's become more of a year-round sport.
Yeah.
It does. There's sometimes where I think of people I want to get in touch with throughout the year, like either in media or people who are still in the NFL, and I always think like, oh, you know what, I'm going to reach out to them when they're less busy. And then I realize all of a sudden it's July. And I'm like, oh, okay, this is the 3-week window when they're less busy and they're on vacation.
And they're on
it's round the clock. It's 11 months of a year of intensity.
No doubt. I think the free agency thing, and we're going to experience this today, like the sheer fact that there's just more players on an NFL roster, so there's always stuff happening. I think the NFL salary cap is easier to understand too. Even though there's assets, there's facets of it that maybe aren't super radio friendly. It's way more. The NBA CBA is so incomprehensible unless you are immersed and want to learn it. It's just it's a hard cap to learn. I think even the NFL, like the damn schedule release, man, like they've made that an event. Like they do the calendar so much better than all these other sports.
Yeah, and part of that, again, is I think more just the natural nature of the NFL. It's that, the schedule release, it's 17 games.
Yeah, it's awesome.
And home field advantage matters a lot.
Yes.
Just the nature of the sport just, I think, appeals to the average fan, sports fan, way more for a lot of reasons. Like you can still you don't have to follow it every single day to keep up with it, which ironically enough, because you don't have to follow it every single day, makes it more interesting to a larger number of people throughout the year. But yeah, the schedule release especially, given that, okay, you're thinking, okay, this is when this quarterback's coming to town.
Yeah.
Or, we'll have home field advantage. You already know you have home field advantage, but you can kind of visualize of when it's going to be, because there's only 17 games, oh, wow, this is a huge game versus probably that's going to matter a whole lot.
Oh, yeah, dude.
And every year, I used to fight it. I used to think like, oh, schedule release is dumb. Bah humbug. Now I'm dialed in.
Well, it helps.
We're not allowed to take a family vacation
in May when the schedule comes out. Yeah, it helps when your team is good, obviously. It helps. One of the things you're looking for, when are the primetime games? Helps that your team is actually playing in some primetime games. Cold weather, although the Texans shouldn't have much of that this year. They play the AFC and NFC West. So stuff like that, man. And I do think the other thing, too, that helps the NFL, Seth, unlike the NBA, like the NBA, they have their draft, and then the league is off the grid for 2 months. With the NFL, you have your draft, and the rookies are working out and practicing like a week later. They're in the facility. Like you start to get the feel like, oh, spring is here. You know, here come OTAs. Here come.
You get rookie minicamp is the best because that's where.
Hot takes.
Because you get so excited about rookies who are competing against nobody and genuinely, like, even though there's not great competition out there, but there's also not enough numbers to actually compete.
No.
So all you do is you get to see your players and your new players in their practice uniform for the first time, doing really athletic stuff.
Yes,
like it's like a combine where they're not even having a stopwatch attached to it. So hope springs eternal at that point. He's like, oh my gosh, this guy he looks just as good as he did in all these combine videos, except he's doing it in a Texans uniform
last year. So I feel vindicated on that one. I was nervous about how skinny Kalen Bullock was. That ended up working out okay.
Yeah.
Skinny little chicken legs, and it worked out okay. Text message, what did Brian Burns get traded for last year from Carolina to the Giants? I feel like that's similar to Hendrickson. He got traded for a 2 and a 5 last year. Brian Burns did. Again, I don't think teams are wanting to trade unless it's a really good play. Like if the Vikings put Justin Jefferson on the market, they'd have probably got 2 firsts for Justin Jefferson from somebody. But I think gone are the days where a guy who's maybe that second tier of guy, and I think Metcalf is one of those guys, is getting the big first and a third, like A.J. Brown did a few years ago on draft day.
GMs are saying, like, listen, to talking to a GM who's trying to trade for a player. You know, let's say William O'Brien, if he was trying to trade for Laremy Tunsil, what he should have been saying was like, listen, we're gonna have to give this guy a gigantic contract.
That's right.
I can't give up 2 first-round picks for Laremy Tunsil and then give him a league-leading contract.
And who's got time
man?
Who's got time for
William,
that, Seth?
I'm William freaking O'Brien, Esquire.
Who's got time to have those long-form conversations about, doing what's best for your team that you work for?
Who's got time when you're also desperately trying to shed Jadeveon Clowney no matter what?
What a
We
day.
just got to get him out of the building no
Dude.
matter what.
What a day that was, man. What a day.
The one thing that they could do, this is the idea, the all-time idea that I thought was really stupid when I first heard it, and yet now with time, I think it's brilliant, is the Mike Meltzer plan, 24/7, 365.
Teams can recruit guys?
Yeah, a coach should just be able to go into a press conference and say, hell yeah, we want that guy to wait till free agency because we're going to go after him hardcore.
Okay,
Yeah.
So would an environment like that, it'll never happen, but is really fun to think about. I feel like the Texans would, I feel like the Texans, if D'Amico were to play ball with being allowed to tamper 24/7, 365, I feel like it would be an incredible asset to the Texans just because are you telling me that D'Amico Ryans, who could not be a more charming guy, but very genuine at the same time, you're telling me he's allowed to go talk to any player that he wants to convince him to be a Texan? I feel like that would be a real asset, and yet I feel like there's some level of honor with D'Amico Ryans that even when it's legal, he would feel dirty doing it, Like an honor code of some sort.
He can overcome that.
Okay.
It took him a little while to get into the coach speak version of lying, which is, it's not lying, it's coach speak.
Coach speak.
Where he'll get up there and he'll say some coach speak that you feel like, okay, those aren't his genuine feelings, but I get why he has to say that.
Yeah.
It would just take him a little while to come around.
How do you think?
Because that would be the fun thing is after games, man.
Oh, yeah, dude. That's
like when
prime
you
tamper
see
time.
You see Kevin O'Connell coming over and cozying up to C.J. Stroud. Oh,
man. We would have so much content, dude.
That would be
We wouldn't know what to
awesome,
do with it. Oh, my God.
That would be so much fun.
That's where I need C.J. mic'd up every game. I need to hear what this a-hole's saying to him, right? All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Free agency begins in an hour and 43 minutes. So be ready. Be ready. All right, some good news on the injury front for non-Texans, obviously. We're in the offseason. Would have been great to get news on Tank Dell that was good, but we didn't. But good news for the other two teams. I think good news for the other two teams here in town on the injury front that we will get to coming up next. But first I want to tell you about West Point Lincoln. Chris Poulos, the Poulos family, Ryan O'Kane, the general manager of the Poulos family, owns West Point Lincoln. Chris had been the VP GM there himself.
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, quick news item that came out overnight that I know a lot of Rocket fans were concerned about in the aftermath of Saturday's win over the Pelicans, in which Amen Thompson was still in the game while the Rockets were up 30+. Went up for a jump shot, came down on whichever player was defending him, came down on that player's foot, twisted his left ankle. According to Shams Charania of ESPN.com, Amen Thompson is going to be out for 10 to 14 days as he's recovering from this sprained ankle. If we take it if we go conservative here, Seth, and let's go the 14 days on this, that he's out for the full 14 days, that would have him back for Sunday, March 20th against Denver Nuggets, which coincidentally is when the schedule starts to increase in difficulty again. The Rockets play several teams over the next 2 weeks. Not as easy as New Orleans was on Friday. That was basically a 2-hour layup line. But Orlando tonight at home. Orlando's they're an 8-seed-ish team, play-in team. Phoenix, we know, is at its share of struggles. They're here on Wednesday. They've got Dallas, who's a mess right now. Dallas finished the game this weekend that played with 7 healthy players. And they don't have cap space right now underneath whatever apron it is they're under on the CBA to actually go get guys. I don't know what the solution is they've got like $50,000 of space. It costs $119,000 to sign someone to a 10-day contract.
Maybe they could trade Anthony Davis to somebody.
Maybe.
They should do that.
Yeah.
If they're in win now mode. I hear that's all the rage these days.
Yep. So Dallas, Chicago, Philly, and that wraps up the homestand. And then you're at Orlando, at Miami. So road games that are, there's no layups on the road for this Rockets team, unfortunately. But that's a manageable part of the schedule. Unfortunately, you're missing out on the guy on your roster who rights a lot of wrongs when there's mistakes defensively on the glass. Like, he's a big reason why, even though you don't shoot all that well, you get plenty of possessions because of his tenacity on the glass. You're going to miss Amen Thompson the next couple days.
There's been parts this entire calendar year of 2025 where you should be able to handle playing for a stretch without Jabari Smith Jr. And I would say the same in this situation where it's a limited amount of time. You should be able to handle playing without Amen Thompson. Fred VanVleet's injuries is what I guess makes all of that more complicated. The Rockets aren't a good enough team to where they can withstand, I think, 2 or more of their better players or more critical players being gone. They're not that deep or that good.
No.
That's the part that makes it really, really dicey.
Well, not at that position either. I mean, Fred VanVleet's your floor general. I think he's questionable tonight. Amen's obviously out. But Amen was the guy with no Fred VanVleet, at least for portions while he was in there. He's the one initiating the offense, and now he's out for a couple weeks. So when you get a cluster like that at one key position, it's pretty painful. So there's your update there. The other quick update, Christian Walker, who flew back to Houston with an oblique injury for the Astros, free agent first baseman, big part of what they're going to do this year. The injury not believed to be severe. No strain shown on the MRI, so that was good news for Astro fans. The Myles Garrett contract extension is getting a ton of attention, and rightfully so. One of the questions somebody asked me this weekend, Seth, and for those who don't know, Myles Garrett, let me ask you this before I get to what people were asking me this weekend. Myles Garrett, who is agitating for a trade since Radio Row, like he was there at the Super Bowl doing interviews, talking openly about the Washington Commanders as a place he could go, while under contract with the Cleveland Browns. Trade, the culture wasn't right in the building. He was literally like bringing up examples of the culture being bad in the building. And lo and behold, here we are coming in on March the 10th, and Myles Garrett all of a sudden is the highest paid non-quarterback in football by a fairly significant amount when you consider that the previous high had been set Thursday of last week. Went from $35.5 million to $40 million. What was your gut reaction about Myles Garrett when you saw this?
My gut reaction was, oh, okay, he's clearly fraudulent in his his claim that he only wanted to go
We're on the same
for
page. Okay,
a winner. Okay, he's a fraud. Like, that's just bogus. And he tried to play the PR game, and I think it worked for a little while because Browns fans were like, "Yeah, you see what a cesspool. I can see him wanting to get out of here because he wants to be a winner, baby." And then I wondered, if you're a Browns fan, I know how I am. I probably, once I accepted that, okay, Myles Garrett's going to force his way out, and the Browns will try to talk a big game and say they don't plan on trading him, I would have started kind of counting up the draft picks in my mind, and I'd start thinking about, man, wow, think about what they could get for Myles Garrett and what we could do with that on this team that still has to deal with Deshaun Watson's huge contract from when the Texans got a boatload of picks for Deshaun Watson. I would have thought, screw this guy.
Yeah.
All right, okay, so you were clearly lying to us. This is what Tony Grossi, who does really funny videos on the internet, he'll do like fan react or a Rams fan or whomever.
Yeah.
This is Tony Grossi doing the Cleveland Browns fan reaction to news that Myles Garrett's coming back.
Myles Garrett is now the highest paid defensive player in NFL history. Oh, geez, I wonder what caused the change of heart because he was so dead set on leaving. Oh yeah, money. Remember when Myles Garrett said he wanted to go play for a winner? Hey, at least this means we're drafting a QB, right? Honestly, I think I should be paid $40 million a year just to be a Browns fan. Well, it's a good thing we have no other contracts taking up cap space, right?
I like the little.
It's the last little. It's a lot better on video, except for that last little. I don't know. I wonder. Did you get to listen to Cleveland Radio?
No, I'm going to do it. I didn't get to do that this morning. I'm going to do it today to see.
I'm going to guess. I'm going to guess the reaction is largely people saying, like, I guess this should be good news, but also remember, this is a guy. Basically, what it ends up being is a guy who had 2 years left on his contract that really tried to stick it to the Browns, and the Browns ended up caving in and giving him the money. And at a time when, man, it sure would be nice if a guy like Myles Garrett would just be the ultimate team player, this, that, and the other thing. It's got to be hard to feel awesome about because Browns fans don't feel like there's any hope in the immediate future for like actually being able to take advantage of Myles.
Sounds well to say this because Myles Garrett is one of the best players in football. This does not position them nearly as well to eventually win a Super Bowl as it would have to have traded Myles Garrett for a bunch of draft picks. Because this is a version of the Browns that is going downhill fast. Still has over $170 million in Deshaun Watson money sitting on future caps. Even more now that they turned almost all of his salary into signing bonus this week. Like Deshaun Watson became more a part of the Browns' future this past week than less a part of the Browns' future. And this is my feeling, Seth. I don't think Andrew Berry's a dumb person. He's their general manager. I think this franchise is so broken that Myles Garrett has become basically the defensive version of what Joe Thomas was to them through the earlier part of this iteration of the Browns where, okay, we're not going to make the playoffs anytime soon. We're broken. We're probably going to have a young quarterback with no cap space to go do things. At the very least, we're going to take the guy who's been maybe other than Joe Thomas, our best player of Browns 2.0 since 1999, and make sure that he retires a Brown and waltzes into Canton as a Cleveland Brown. This is all those people have right now is stuff like that. You know
what the Browns are good at doing, taking guys like Joe Thomas or Myles Garrett or Jim Brown. Did they win a championship with Jim Brown?
Back in the day, they did. It's pre-Super Bowls they did.
So it worked out with Jim Brown.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. This would be like, it's not a perfect analogy, but I think it's a perfect analogy in terms of where the two teams were. When the Texans left this deal, and he didn't want to be here anymore, I think J.J. Watt legitimately didn't want to be here anymore, and he saw that the future looked like, and he wanted to go play somewhere that at least he had a better chance to win. If the Texans had given J.J. Watt in 2021 a 4-year, market level deal to make sure he retired a Texan, how do you think people would have reacted?
Well, that would have been really weird just because JJ had so many injuries by that point.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's not
that would have been uncomfortable.
Yeah,
because it really would have been at least Joe Thomas and Myles Garrett, when they get big contracts to stay with a sinking ship, at least they made sense from a football standpoint.
Yeah.
You would have been giving J.J. Watt a much better deal than he was able to get when he was out on the market on his own.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't think that. Yeah, I think people would have felt very awkward because they would have wanted to lambaste the deal, yet at the same time felt like, all right, but I do love J.J. Watt. This is just a dumb deal, though.
Yeah, and that's what I wonder if Cleveland people are feeling that with Myles Garrett. Again, I know your point is well taken. He's a Defensive Player of the Year candidate right now. J.J. was not in 2020. But even if I were a Browns fan, I'd be like, okay, for who, for what? This is...
And you're doing it, and he's doing it. He strong-armed the team into doing it when he had 2 years left on his deal. Mm-hmm. That's the tough part to swallow, is that, man, all right, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt if you really are just so sick of losing that you want to go to a winner and you're trying to force your way out there. At least that feels like something admirable.
Yeah.
Where now would it feel just bent them over a barrel to try to get as much money as possible and are being a complete mercenary about it. So there's very little redeeming value anywhere in there from an emotional standpoint.
Okay, a contract just came down that is of great interest to the Texans. I would say in the short term of even more interest than the Myles Garrett contract we've been discussing. I'm going to tell you what it is, and then we'll chop it up about it in the final segment of the show. Because I hate teasing a news item that you can all go look up. But right now, J.C. Horn, young cornerback for the Carolina Panthers, who's a good player. He's not Stingley, but he's a good player. Just agreed to a 4-year, $100 million extension, including $70 million guaranteed with the Carolina Panthers at $25 million a year. J.C. Horn, Seth, is now the highest paid defensive back in NFL history. J.C. Horn is. Deal negotiated by Trevon Smith and David Mulligetta.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Stingley.
David Mulligetta now represents Derek Stingley for any of you that don't know the connection. All right.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yep. All right, so we'll chop up what that means. Could there be a Stingley extension coming down here sometime soon? We'll talk about that. We got a final segment coming up. Final chance to get ready for free agency at 11. I'm curious. I want to get on the record for how these musical chairs play out with the quarterbacks. Who do we think winds up with whom? Because we could come in tomorrow, and there could be 3 or 4 quarterbacks that are big names for teams. So we'll hit that in the final segment, find out what the guys on In the Loop are doing to get you ready for free agency as well. Stay there.
Mo Karam Injury Lawyers, proud.
Details. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
It's going to be so much fun over these next few days. I'm just looking up at the screen in here. I was bringing up before, Seth, how the Myles Garrett contract kind of impacts the Texans. You know, does Danielle Hunter, would he be of mind to do an extension with the Texans that helps out with the cap when the price of to $4 million a year, he's making $24 right now. Yeah. Will Anderson Jr., obviously this sets a benchmark for what Will Anderson could be looking for. By the way, Myles Garrett's agent, same agent as Will Anderson's agent, Nicole. I think Nicole Lynn is her name. Same agent there. Same agent that did Deshaun Watson's contract with the Browns is C.J. Stroud's agent. Same agent that just did J.C. Horn's contract with the Panthers is Derek Stingley Jr.'s agent. Those are interesting coincidences.
I wish one of those guys had a schmuck agent.
Yeah.
Just some absolute clown.
Yes.
No.
But
they got to go out and hire good representation.
I hate when they do that. The team that might really be fretting over this Myles Garrett contract, the Dallas Cowboys. They have yet to pay Micah Parsons. They might have been wishing they paid Micah Parsons a year ago when the price for an edge rusher was like $10 million less than what it is right now.
I get the sense that Micah Parsons didn't agitate once for a renegotiation or a new contract or anything. You know, we had our sister station up there in Dallas at one point had floated out that they believed that there were people in the Cowboys organization that wouldn't be all that upset to see Micah Parsons end up somewhere else.
Yeah.
So I don't know how that plays out between Micah Parsons and the Cowboys, but I've never felt in the last couple of years like Micah Parsons is going to be a lifelong Dallas Cowboy. I don't know. But I also don't trust that Jerry Jones maneuver the situation. They might just keep kicking the can down the road on him. I don't know.
Cowboys been opening up a bunch of cap space over the last couple of days. They restructured Dak, which they almost had to. He was like $90 million cap hit. They restructured Dak and CeeDee Lamb to open up like $50 or $60 million in cap space. So we'll see how interesting they are. But the one thing we can tell you is that with J.C. Horn's contract with the Panthers, a new benchmark has been set in some way at each of what I think, Seth, are the positions that I would bet my life savings that the Texans want to bring these three guys back. And it's Stingley. When I say bring these guys back, I would extend them, sign them to a second contract so that they never hit free agency. Stingley, Will Anderson Jr., and C.J. Stroud. Stingley's market, the cornerback market just got reset by J.C. Horn moments ago. 4 years, $100 million, up to $108 million max, $70 million guaranteed. Myles Garrett resets the edge rusher market, really any non-quarterback at $40 million a year, $123 million guaranteed. And then Josh Allen doesn't reset the average annual value at quarterback, but he blew past Deshaun Watson's total guarantee. He got $250 million guaranteed. So the magical young three players for the Texans all have markets that they should this morning wake up keeping an eye on heavy.
Okay, this is where you get into the unfortunate situation that we found various teams, and the Dallas Cowboys are one of them. When you have three guys at their position and their marquee positions, the Cowboys had CeeDee Lamb. Dak Prescott, you could argue about just how good he is, but he's a quarterback, and they're going to get paid. And then you have Micah Parsons also. Like, sometimes it's hard. You put yourself in a tough situation when you draft too well. And go back to the Lions back in the day when they had Matt Stafford and Ndamukong Suh and
Megatron.
And Megatron, yeah, all at once. And it's hard to give out the contracts that those guys deserve, but also build in an entire team around them. The Texans might find themselves in that situation when you look at C.J. Stroud, Derek Stingley, and Will Anderson within the next really 18 months is when a lot of this stuff will come due. They got to get out ahead of the Derek Stingley stuff. I don't think because if you don't do Derek Stingley's deal this year, it's only going to be more expensive next year. So it might be a tough or a bitter pill to swallow in the short term, but they've got a plan for that. And that's one of the things that's going to keep the Texans from, I think, being really aggressive in free agency. more so than just their cap situation this year. Because they're not in bad cap situation. It's just they don't have a lot of room this specific year.
Yeah.
And they're also planning for those future contracts they're going to have to dole out. It gets it's a good problem to have, but it's also one that needs to be handled with a lot of deftness.
No doubt. No doubt. Texter on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Stingley is about to get not my money. Quotes are not my money. Yeah.
Us as fans.
Yeah.
They say, hey, it's not my money.
Not my money. Yep, he is.
I was reading a book this weekend, Sean. Mm-hmm. It's by Ken Kesey. It's Sometimes a Great Notion, but there's a character who at one point says, that I've learned enough to know that sometimes a man is better off. A man is better off at times when he doesn't have a great grasp of mathematics. That's a philosophy I'm taking right now.
On the cap?
Just spend it, Nick.
Yeah.
Spend it, man.
Yeah.
Still, you and your fancy arithmetic.
Put the calculator.
Get out of here with that abacus.
That's right.
Spend that money.
Put the calculator away. Text message. Guess who has more sacks the last 2 years, Myles Garrett or Danielle Hunter? I'm going to guess Danielle Hunter because of the nature of the question. And, yeah, if I was Danielle Hunter and I was down the road of talking to the Texans about an extension and the last 4 days happened where Crosby gets 35.5,
yeah,
and then Myles Garrett gets 40 per year, I'd probably hit pause as well and just go, hey, let's take a step back here, man.
If I were Nick Caserio, I would have answered. I would have said Myles Garrett has more sacks than Derek Stingley. Come talk to me then. Look at his sack numbers.
Right.
They're pathetic. No, we can't pay him. Can't pay him that kind of money. Yeah, sure. Myles Garrett's got a boatload of sacks, and Derek Stingley's just sitting around back there. Yeah.
That might work. All right, so to me, the most intriguing stuff today, non-Texans related, is the quarterback situation. We've got, by my count, Seth, we had 6 teams with quarterback. Still have 6 teams with quarterback issues, but I feel like whatever issue the Raiders had is now the Seahawks issue because they picked up Geno Smith. We know Geno Smith's going to start for the Raiders. May not prevent the Raiders from using the 6th pick on a quarterback. Well, the word is they might use it on Ashton Genty from Boise State. That's kind of fun. Seahawks, Giants, Titans, Jets, Browns, Steelers are all teams that are, I think, in need of a starting quarterback right now. Of those, do you have one in particular that is most intriguing, or a quarterback from among Darnold, Rodgers, Fields, and Russell Wilson, who are the available veteran guys?
The two that I'm most intrigued by are right now, because the Seahawks, in the course of one weekend, shed Geno Smith, who is at the very least a competent NFL quarterback.
Yes.
2022 is his high water mark, but they get rid of their quarterback and they get rid of their stud wide receiver after a season in which they won 10 games. What is their plan for 2025? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But then the Steelers, the Steelers go out and trade for a guy and then immediately give him a huge contract. They showed that they were willing to do it last year when they got very close to signing Brandon Ayuk. But what is their plan for quarterback, and how could it possibly be Sam Darnold or Aaron Rodgers or anybody else right now?
Yeah.
A little add-on to that. DK Metcalf supposedly only wanting to go to a warm weather Super Bowl contender, goes to a cold weather team with no quarterback other than Justin Fields right now.
Cold weather team that got knocked out in the wild card round last year. Yeah, I'm with you. The Seahawks, we should add, they cut Tyler Lockett too, who's not what he used to be, but was a vital part of that team for the last decade. It's going to get interesting kind of musical chairs-wise with the veteran quarterbacks because there's 6 teams that need one, but there's really only 4 as of right now that I think you can say with a straight face would be a starter on a team that would sign them, and that's Sam Darnold, Aaron Rodgers. Justin Fields is being discussed as a starter for a couple of these teams, so I'll throw him in there. And then Russell Wilson, who was a starter for the Steelers last year. And then we don't know if Kirk Cousins is going to get cut. He could be out there.
My God.
My plea to the NFL is this. If Kirk Cousins gets cut, do not just hand him $30 or $40 million because he threw for a bunch of yards with Justin Jefferson and Stephon Diggs and Adam Thielen, all these great receivers on his team back in the day. Kyle Rudolph, which led to T.J. Hawkinson, all this. Don't do it. Do not be the team that gives Kirk Cousins $30 or $40 million to fire up a bunch of empty calories for you.
And to be clear, just to clarify, I think Justin Fields is a free agent, but it's almost been talked about how that somehow, who else would want him? The Steelers will retain him. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say the Jets supposedly are in on.
I mean, the Steelers they have no quarterback unless they decided to retain, or we get news that they retain Justin Fields. But the word is that he's going to test the market.
Yeah.
Oh boy, I think that Aaron Rodgers is the most intriguing guy. There's got to be a team out there that feels like, all right, we're going to draft a quarterback, but maybe we don't have a high draft pick, or we're not going to get. There's no quarterbacks that everybody feels outstandingly awesome about. Just does Aaron Rodgers land somewhere in the next few days, or is this something that's more of something that plays out over time?
I'm going to go Rodgers, Steelers, and I think it might happen today, and that's because I feel like they don't make a DK Metcalf trade if they don't have a passing quarterback situation in mind. Not Justin Fields, who's although I think Justin Fields in an Arthur Smith offense would be interesting, but I'm going to go Rodgers, Steelers. I'm going to go Darnold to the Seahawks. I'm going to go Fields to the Jets. And then that leaves Russell Wilson sitting out there. You know what? Sorry, Giants. You got to get Russell Wilson. He wants to go to New York with Sierra.
Put some respect on Daniel Jones' name. My God.
He is getting some love right now, man. He is getting some love.
Is it love, or is it kind of like, it's 2 a.m. at the bar? All right. Yeah, Daniel Jones. Here we go.
There was a time in my life where that was love, Seth. 2 a.m. at the bar.
Mac Jones, Marcus Mariota.
Yeah. Excited. Very excited. Trade Davis Mills, someone is saying. I don't think they want to trade Davis Mills.
Well, I mean, I think I'm pressing to trade Davis Mills, but I think they're in a spot where the day they gave him that contract, they're thinking, well, yeah, if somebody came to us and got desperate and offered us a good trade for Davis Mills, we'll take it.
Yeah.
So that might be the thing nobody's talking about right now that could possibly happen is a Davis Mills trade at some point.
Would you trade Davis Mills for a fourth-round pick?
Which one?
Fourth round.
No, not a fourth-round pick.
Okay.
No, I think they like having him as their backup quarterback. I think a second round is they want to have a guy that's. I mean, he doesn't know this system, but at the very least, he can be here through the offseason and everything. And I don't, unless they add some veteran dude or something in free agency, I think that they probably just like having a guy that's on the roster and in all the meetings that they can trust. So a second-round pick, well, a third-round pick or more.
That's the sweet spot?
Yeah, I think a second or a third-round pick. Because they're realistically, Davis Mills is fine as a backup quarterback, but does he really feel like the guy that if Deshaun Watson gets injured, your season isn't totally, or excuse me, if C.J. Stroud gets injured, that your season isn't totally kaput?
I think he could go, if C.J. Stroud had to go out for a month, I think Davis Mills, depending on the schedule, could win you a couple games.
Right, but if C.J. Stroud got injured for 10 games, I think your season is kaput.
Probably so.
There's usually guys out there that you can go out and get that might be able to get you to 500 for a 2 or 3 game period. Gardner Minshew or somebody. So if somebody offers up a second or a third rounder for Davis Mills, sayonara.
CJ's out for 10 weeks.
And Nick Foles and Davis Mills comes in and Nick Foles it.
Yeah. What's up, boys?
Howdy. How are
feeling?
You?
I just love this. This is one of my favorite days, man. So, John, I wanted to ask you, Reggie, you weren't here with us last year when the first day of free agency hit.
Mm-hmm.
John Lopez did not like the level of inactivity the Texans were displaying in free agency in day one last year. Is that a fair categorization?
This is correct.
You were agitated at the lack of activity.
Mm-hmm.
Did they eventually satisfy your needs in free agency last year?
Absolutely, but remember, I was also in the boat that you need to spend some money.
Right.
What I call it, big smart money or something like that.
Yeah.
And a lot of people were like, I don't know how you and Seth were on this about as far as spending a lot of money, but ultimately they did. They just kind of slow-footed it at the start.
We were definitely not agitated that they didn't do anything the first day.
Yeah.
No, we were. Sean and I honestly felt like we were under attack as aging old men that didn't know what we were talking about or lacked aggression or something. Because we were praising at the very least, the exercise of discretion.
Yeah.
That, like, okay, listen, going out and making a huge splurge on day one of free agency more times than not doesn't work out. Doesn't mean that it can't work out, but it's not something that I need in my life.
So if we bring that up to ask both of you, Reggie and John, what are the expectations today? What will get you excited? Are you going to be, if we get to the end of the day and the Texans have not really added anything, are you going to be all right with that?
Yeah, I'll be fine. I think the free agency, I think the places that I mentioned, right, is depth type stuff. And the only other place, I think the only place where I'm hoping that they kind of spend big in free agency is probably those guards. And I don't know that those are going to be the big splashy things that happen early on day one. I could be wrong, right? We could find, hear Will Fries, rather. I keep seeing his name and doing that. But Will Fries come through at 11:02 as the greatest negotiator of all time, right? And then all of a sudden I feel different. But it feels like those are going to be the ones that take a little bit of time.
If he goes at 11:02 a.m., it will not be to the Texans. I feel safe in saying that.
Yeah.
Do you feel differently this year because they have less resources to go do
Well, yes, that's exactly what I was going to say. Yeah. It's a different year. See, last year it was about, hey, man, you got this guy, rookie contract, go for it, spend some money. Ultimately, they did, and I was happy. This year, well, we saw what happened with J.C. Horn, and you got three guys that are going to be coming due real quick.
Yeah.
So it's a different feel. Now, I also feel like they're going to be a little more maybe frugal is the wrong word, but smart with their money. Which might mean frugal.
Why does frugal have to have a negative connotation here?
Yeah, I caught myself there. Be on the defensive side, and maybe that's where they go.
Yeah,
I thought frugal was the good connotation, right? Like it's when we want to call you cheap is a different.
Not when you're in the same room with Moneybags Lopez. I guess that's it. Yeah.
Well, plus, I mean, they've already gotten started on the free agency / trade period because they got Christian Kirk, they signed Sheldon Rankins before everything officially got started up this morning. So I feel like there's probably already been more kind of the activity around this weekend.
Yes.
And Monday, it already feels like okay, they've made some moves. None of them are super aggressive, but they're being active as Caserio tends to be.
The only thing that would make me angry is if by the end of like the free agency flurry, the first 3 days or so, if there's been no additions on the offensive line. Like if they're just running it back if the optics are we're running it back with this crew or maybe using the draft, then I'll be a little disappointed with the caveat. I need to see what the market looked like. If the market was crazy, then I won't be as agitated. But I think that's where everybody's keeping an eye on right now.
All that to say, it doesn't mean I don't have FOMO. Because that's still a very real feeling.
For sure. All right, boys. Well, this is where to keep it tuned all day long here for free agency. 11 a.m. it begins. I imagine you guys are going to have all the trackers open and things like that. You guys will have it first here on the radio.
I'm a little concerned, though. Did you guys also notice Twitter buffering a little bit earlier this morning?
Yeah, Twitter's just a bad day for that. Yeah,
I thought it was my computer. I restarted my computer and everything. Yeah. Okay, that was Twitter issue.
Yeah, so I'm like, hey, are y'all ready for today? Because I feel like things are going to be happening today on Twitter. Fellas.
Yeah,
come on. Elon, don't put a cannonball through my Tesla truck window here. Let's get this thing right the first time. Come on.
Seth, antibodies to you. Enjoy the day, my friend.
Antibodies and a bunch of middle-class signings to you.
Mid-level signings.
Financial conservatism.
Yes.
Pelvic thrust. Yeah.
Get out and vote. All right, we're done. We're out of time. You're listening to the KLSC Sports Station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig are in the loop, and they start now.
Happy Monday. It is indeed the day when we get legal tampering, baby. Legal tampering day is today. All
I'm
right,
sure they can't wait to talk to these players, right?
Yeah, exactly. One of my favorite phenomenon of this particular day every year is finding out who is the best negotiator in all of the land, because clearly that's what's happening when that 11 a.m.
11:01, $100 million.
Yeah, it's like, man, you guys are so good at negotiation. Y'all did that in about 35 seconds, sending into the league. Man, y'all so good. 11 o'clock is 11 o'clock Central, 12 Eastern is when we will start getting information on the legal tampering period, and when I imagine we'll start getting news of various different contracts that have been verbally agreed to.
You just made me picture Nick Caserio holding his cell phone. Not yet.
Hold.
Not yet.
Hold.
Not yet.
Send a
Boom,
text.
11 o'clock.
Send a
Boom,
text.
hit tile. Send.
If we could negotiate like that in real life, life would be great.
Just like, not yet. Bunch of liars. Bunch of liars.
But also, in that end, or to that end, rather, like, does that make you think that maybe that the Texans are very much not going to be in that very first wave because Nick Caserio has been bold about, well, there's the illegal tampering period and the legal tampering period, which makes it sound like, and with all due respect, I don't want to, get into a place where I'm insinuating things about people that have negative
ahead.
connotations.
We all know it.
But that that Nick Caserio is too much of a Boy Scout to get out here.
I don't know.
Getting somebody over here, dealing with tampering charges.
No, we all know it.
He probably got them meetings in the back of an Italian restaurant or something.
Exactly.
I'm sure he got a couple of those.
As long as he's not laying in a booth with somebody else standing in front of him while he's doing shenanigans.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Patino. But other than that, right? Like, for sure. That's the way that things get done here.
But, say all that to say that come 11 a.m., 56 minutes from now, or thereabouts, it's gonna start really, really clicking. It's already been clicking. I mean, look at what's happened over the weekend, but it's gonna really start hitting the airwaves, so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely. And so this might be a little bit of more of a free-form show, depending on how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be with you all the way till 2, and when we'll hand it off to the drive to continue as free agency kind of begins in earnest on this Monday. But you are indeed in the loop. John Lopez, Reginald Attitude, Figgy Fig, get involved with the program. And also, you know what? If you see something, say something, right? Like, this is one of those instances on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
Thank you, Jim. 713-572-4610. We're doing our damnedest to keep out for all the various things that are moving and shaking.
Watch out for the fake accounts, too.
But yes,
man.
you got to make sure.
Yes.
That's another great point.
Yeah.
That is a good PSA from Figgy Fig and In the Loop and all.
We all been got before, man. So just be careful.
You see something and it really gets you going, check, double check, triple check.
That's an Adam Schefter with an extra A.
Yes.
Just be careful.
Adam Schafter. Because that's what he's doing to you with this fake news. No, for some reason, man, the bad actors love coming out on occasions just like this. What are they from this?
Man, I never understood that, man. Wasting everybody's time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you will keep an eye out for
I mean,
that.
they don't even know the people 99% of the time that they're getting, so they can't do a
It's
gotcha.
just like, why are you doing this?
Yes, exactly.
And a great point to our image of Nick Caserio holding for 11 a.m. 00 on the clock to send. There's a great point from the 713. Apple and I believe Google as well have like the send later feature.
The schedule
where you can schedule the text.
Yeah.
I just imagine
You got them contracts
15
scheduled
texts
to go
scheduled. 11 o'clock on the dot.
Boom, boom.
Those texts going out.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, like you mentioned, incredibly interesting, for the lack of a better term, weekend in what I saw deemed as pre-agency, which was very fun to see. And I think we learned some things from pre-agency. I'm interested to see what you learned. And before we even get there, to be fair, sorry, I'm going to be a little bit up and down here. Looking at Underdog Fantasy is one of those kind of sites out there that's been doing some good things. Silver over there said that linebacker Dre Greenlaw is receiving interest from the 49ers, the Falcons, the Broncos, and the Texans, for whatever that's worth.
I had him on my list.
Okay.
I had him on my list. I'm like, no, that's pretty expensive, because I think he'll be pretty expensive.
Yeah. I mean, that's
D'Amico's man's, though, man.
Yeah, I know. I had him on my list, and I almost mentioned him.
So before we dig into like pre-agency, right? The way the Texans go about this, right? What are the ways that you think the Texans go? Because I'm very much in the place where it feels like Nick Caserio, in contrast to last year, where you're going out and you're spending money to get at the top of various positions on your roster, various positions on the depth chart. This free agency very much feels like something that's more akin to, I guess, whatever normal is in some ways, which is
No, go ahead. I'll show you that. I'll refer to that in a minute.
No, I feel you. Which is more of, we're trying to paper over places that we need help, right? Like I imagine that they come into this in some ways looking at, all right, if you're going to get a linebacker, it's a depth linebacker to try and make sure you have depth. If you're coming in and you're looking at a defensive back, it's depth, right? Even tight end, probably something that is a depth signing. Like only other place that I'd say is not is probably offensive line, because you have two guard spots that you need to address. Yes. And even then, you probably need some depth within there if you can swing it. Understand that offensive line is one of those positions where there's not often a lot of depth to be had outside of just finding yourself starters. But it feels like they're more in a depth place, and I don't know that Dre Greenlaw strikes me as a depth linebacker addition.
Well, I agree, and that's why I had him listed here, and I thought, no, that might be a bit much. But if you want to dig in on it, all the time I talk about DeMeco Ryans and that pixie dust. Getting a player that maybe underperformed somewhere or didn't have his best season, he gets to play for DeMeco Ryans, and then all of a sudden he blossoms. And I think we have some evidence of that already happening in front. Sheldon Rankins had his best season in 2018. Hadn't had a similar season until he played for DeMeco Ryans here last year. And now Sheldon Rankins is coming back. It's the pixie dust factor.
You can always come back home, or something like saying.
Yeah.
Sheldon Rankins absolutely sits in that space. Before we move forward, how did you like the return of Sheldon Rankins? He's supposed to be coming back on a 2-year $24.5 million deal. That is correct. I thought, was it 1 year? No, it's a 1 year 7. 1 year 7. I done mixed him up with somebody else in my notes. But Sheldon Rankins comes back on a 1 year $7 million deal, which is less than what the deal that you had him on when talk about average annual value when he had previously been here before he got the big deal with the Bengals.
I think that's the perfect example, and that's the template. I think they're going to find value on defense like Sheldon Rankins. Another one that has been reported this morning from Aaron Wilson, I believe. Andre Cisco, safety, a place that I've been wanting them to get an upgrade for quite a while, at least a couple of years here. He's not going to be 25 until the start of the season. He's still 24. And the Texans reportedly have interest. So I think that's what's going to happen on the defensive side. Value. On the offensive side, you spend a little more. Maybe that's where you get your guard, as you mentioned, or whomever it might be. And the reason I was kind of like back and forth on Dre Greenlaw is because he would be expensive, maybe a cornerback, a nickel cornerback, but you got to find value there. I think that's what we should expect starting, as we mentioned, a lot hotter and heavier here at about 11 o'clock.
Yeah, absolutely. But yes, it does feel like, again, that this is going to be maybe second tier of the market, which, again, I don't know necessarily lends itself to the big splash early on. But I do think that there are things to be learned from the other big splashes that are happening around the league, as we saw in the pre-agency space, right? And I'll circle back to this. The one that was the big one, or I guess I'll ask you which one you believe to be the big one, because I think that I will position the Myles Garrett situation as the big one. He ends up becoming the highest paid non-quarterback at an average annual value of $14 million a year.
14, you said?
40. Oh. 40. I tried to enunciate and made it more
probably 14 million a second.
Yeah, something like that. Making it abundantly clear that will to win, that idea that he wanted to win, there was a number on it.
We talked about that too,
yes,
man.
We did.
As soon as Max got paid, we like, oh, Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
Well.
Look. That is the most interesting one. Sorry, Figgy. And he was right there. I want to win. You know what? I think the Browns will win. I think the Browns can win.
You know what? You could do both, right?
Yeah,
you could get paid and try to win.
Yeah.
I'd love to know what the conversation was like between the Browns front office and Myles Garrett, because it does stand to reason that they were probably willing to give up a decent amount of money for a decent amount of time. Now, of course, I imagine the Max Crosby deal does some level of it, but it would be weird if that was what forced them or got them to the place where they were finally willing to give a whole bunch of money, because didn't they go with average annual value of Max Crosby was able to wring out of the Raiders? So it does not seem like it stands to reason that they were like, well, let's see what this Max Crosby is, and then we'll give then we'll pay out what Myles Garrett wants. Like, it does seem like, and maybe I'm taking the bait, maybe I'm just the sucker, it's a possibility. It does seem like they kind of maybe had to actually convince Myles Garrett that they were going to try and do some winning, which I don't know what they would have to do to convince him of that in order for him to, like, give up his situations. Or was it just that they beat him over the head with money?
I think they probably said a few things about wanting to win, etc., and then they showed him the number. So he believed it a lot more.
He's like, we want to win so much that we are willing to pay you this.
Yeah, I think that, and I think he probably felt like he didn't have the leverage he wanted, because I guess he didn't have a no trade clause. at the time.
Does now.
Yep. Bingo. That's where I was getting at.
Yeah.
So he probably didn't want to go to a bad team again. And so now he said, you know what, let me get more money. And, oh, yeah, by the way, let me get that no trade clause, too.
Yeah.
So just in case we have this dance again, then I got the leverage.
So let's look at what this means, for our guys and why there's value they have to find on defense and why they have to spend smartly. Myles Garrett plays the same position as Will Anderson.
4-year, $160 million.
Right. J.C. Horn plays the same position as Derek Stingley.
He just got a 4-year, $100 million with $70 million guaranteed.
70 guaranteed. And then we know what the quarterback market is going to be. We're looking at $20-30 million locked up in 3 players.
Wait, on average, on an annual value situation?
Right? 40-ish for Will Anderson.
Sure.
25-ish.
I'd go higher because one of the things that is interesting about the JC
conservatively,
Horn, right? We get to do the thing where and that's David Mulligetta who came out with the ski mask once again,
and also represents Stingley
as he wants to do, right? But one of the things about the JC Horn is that they can get out here from the agent perspective and say he's the highest paid defensive back in NFL history. Some of that is just inherent with the continual growth of the cap. One of the things I'm trying to do better about, I'm not always great at it to be completely honest, but I'm trying to do better about is the numbers have gotten so eye-poppingly big that we see $160 million and we go, like a cartoon character.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to then recontextualize these things within the percentage of the salary cap. And what I'm kind of finding in some of these places that you're seeing some of these actually drop back on percentage of the cap. And I mention that because when it comes to cornerback, you look at the signing that J.C. Horn exists at, or I guess I should say defensive back because they're looking at it from a more robust perspective. But I can go cornerback specifically. His percentage of the cap is just under 9%, which is actually 7th amongst cornerbacks compared to Marshawn Lattimore when he signed his in 2021, his deal. That was almost 11% of the cap. Right, on his a few years back was almost 10% of the cap. Now, of course, it does stand to reason that was in a time period where you had a little bit of contraction of the salary cap due to COVID situations and whatever. And now we're seeing the cap balloon back up.
Right,
but when you talk about it, like I do wonder if you're ending up in a place where you still are above J.C. Horn on percentage, where you're in that 9.5% situation, akin to like a Jalen Ramsey or a Denzel Ward, which would put him well above that number that you're talking about at 25. So I say all that to say, a long-winded way of saying, there's probably still even more to be gained. And of course, that was to be expected when you compare All-Pro Sting to J.C. Horn, who's been good, but not necessarily in that same space.
But so you're looking at 3 players. At least $120 to $130 million.
It does feel like it, especially
with
when you
just 3 players.
When you add in that Josh Allen, them just coming out of nowhere and giving him a whole new contract after he had a pretty solid contract that he signed a year or 2 ago. Anyways, so you're
saying like they was trying to get the jump start. You know what? This market gonna go out crazy. Let's get you paid again.
Yeah.
Make sure you're happy. But yeah, man, you're locked. You're stand to reason that you're going to lock up a lot of money in those guys. And I imagine you want to circle back around to this free agency to say, yeah, you probably aren't going to put a crazy amount of money down on free agents, anticipating that money.
I think every decision they make is looking at this offseason and next offseason. Every single decision they're making. And it should. They have to be smart with it because those 3 guys aren't going anywhere. Those three players are the ones that you're going to build your entire organization around. Dang, when I missed the window here, What
do you mean by that?
Because you had CJ on the rookie contract. You've got Will Anderson on the rookie contract. Derek Stingley, that's going to go out the window here real soon. That's why. This is why to get back to the conversation we had with Sean and Seth. I thought they needed to spend so much, and they did ultimately last season in the offseason because that window is closing, and now you got to get real creative with these signings and additions.
Yeah, well, you're not done. He's still on the rookie deal.
Still on the rookie deal,
and that's what a whole nother year is for. That's why you could not stand another year of the offense as it was currently or as it was previously constituted, because you knew that, hey, man, this is an opportunity for you to work within the confines of the salary cap that we've figured, which is while you have a good quarterback on a cheap deal, do what you can do.
Yeah.
And they spent a lot of money last offseason. Now it's time to kind of accentuate that, and that begins today as free agency begins in earnest with the legal tampering period, which starts in just over 40 minutes.
Not yet.
11 a.m. And I'm just
now.
I can't wait to crown the best negotiator in all the land when that comes down. But super excited to see what that looks like when it gets there. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Just getting going on a Monday, a legal tampering Monday, when we start free agency in earnest. Coming up next, how about this? I think that we didn't even get into the fullness of free agency because there were some other things that happened. So let's dive into that and maybe even match the six free agent quarterbacks with their perfect teams. We'll do all that next.
Ability trees and ability to go. Boy, a little.
leader, Sports Radio 610.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, happy Monday to you. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Lopez, Reggie, and Figgy hanging out with you on this lead up to legal tampering, the unofficial start of free agency, and we already got nuggets kind of rolling in. Twitter can't hold us back. Right, like a sometimes malfunctioning app will not stand between us.
They're trying their best.
Trying to hold us back. Just after we finished that segment, I looked at my phone and saw that Jonathan Alexander of the Chronicle talking about Dre Greenlaw, saying that don't be surprised if the Texans show some interest in the next 45 minutes.
Why
in Dre
45
Greenlaw.
minutes?
Well, that happens to be right about the time when legal tampering becomes legal in this instance at 11 a.m. Central, 12 Eastern, and that it's something that we anticipate. I mean, there is clearly a familiarity with Dre Greenlaw and the coaching staff, specifically D'Amico Ryans from D'Amico's time there in San Francisco when Greenlaw was there. And so, you seem to really love the possibility of adding Dre Greenlaw to this linebacker.
Well, I do, and the reason is pass coverage. Because now we always talk about margins in this game, right? Well, the pass coverage, and you guys have been giving me a hard time about Al-Shaair and all that.
What you mean? You was trying to get him up out of here.
You was the one giving yourself a hard time about
No, I was speaking very candidly about...
Thank you for your service.
I don't think I ever said those words. But I was talking about...
You could save some money by getting Aziz out of here.
I did say that. You could save some money. They restructured his contract. And at that point, I was thinking, all right, so they feel pretty comfortable with him. Despite those margins that I just mentioned, he was getting killed in pass coverage against tight ends. I mean, let's just be honest. I mean, nobody can deny that. Travis Kelce was having a so-so year until he faced the Texans, and it was wide open stuff. So when you talk about the little things that can separate a defense from being, great, I think we can call the Texans defense great last year. To maybe
I would say that, yeah,
maybe like super elite, like one that can flat out win games no matter what happens on the other side of the ball. It's those little margins. And so that's why, I jotted down his name. I wasn't real confident in it because I thought he'd be very expensive, Dre Greenlaw. But it seems as if now the Texans are, in fact, honing in on him. I mean, something 145 minutes unless maybe the deal's already done.
What are you implying?
Wink,
Wait, hold on.
Wink, so to speak. So I love it, and it's not a condemnation of what Al-Shaair can bring to this team. It's like that guy can fill those margins.
Yeah, and obviously playing next to Aziz in this instance, like if the Texans were to complete that deal, right, ultimately bring in Dre Greenlaw, that's a 27 or I guess he'll be in his age 28-year-old guy. He didn't play but 4 games last year, so there's the inherent injury kind of risk that happens there.
Yeah,
but that is a dude who, as you mentioned, you're rightfully so. He has been good in coverage. In the year prior, in 2023, he was a pretty damn good coverage linebacker, and that gives you another thing to be able to throw at, especially in an instance where maybe you're, that kind of star nickel role. If you do find yourself in another situation where you don't have that, I think that was one of the things that made it tough when you're playing linebackers. Is you didn't have that particular player to give you that. It gives you a little bit of flexibility. Plus, I think that's it's an interesting way of addressing depth in linebacker, where maybe you don't go to the back end of the linebacker room. You get somebody in the middle, kind of near the top, and that pushes Christian Harris back as a depth piece. It pushes Henry To'oTo'o back, where you do like your depth pieces, and maybe you even are able to rotate there.
Sure.
But Christian Harris is coming up on the final year of his rookie deal.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I feel like Henry. I feel like he showed us a lot last season. I don't know about Christian Harris, man. I feel like we might have.
Was healthy at the end of the league.
Yeah, it's hard for him to show us a lot when he's not on the field, right?
Yeah, right. Sometimes that says a lot right there.
So I'm saying he was healthy and didn't play. Well,
and
healthy
towards
in
the
air
end.
quotes, because he had been injured, but
right,
still.
and that's a great way of kind of coming back to it. Is I don't even know what the injury, what the fullness of the injury was because they didn't give us much information. We remember that was a large point of consternation for us last season, continually looking towards that building on Kirby and saying, "Hey, you got any information on Christian Harris?" And them just being like, "Come back next time.
We'll let you know."
We'll let you know.
Always say, "We'll let you know."
Yeah.
I mean, it would stand to reason that they have more information on whatever his health situations are, and maybe making him more of a depth piece, and maybe not having him as foundational to what you do defensively is a good thing. Which kind of stinks in some ways because seeing the ways that he had played in the year prior,
in the playoffs,
that playoff game,
you would absolutely look at that type of play and say, we want more of that. We want that to be a part of what we do here. But in context, maybe that is not something that worked well for you. So that's already one of the first nuggets that's coming out about the potential of what we might see from your Houston Texans once the legal tampering period hits.
The tackling machine might be gone.
Yeah.
Neville Hewitt might finally. That guy, you got to give him tip of the cap, respect,
man.
everything
we
else.
was not expecting him to play as much as he did.
Yeah, but maybe that's the clock is ticking on him as well.
Yeah, and should this actually be the way that they go about it, I do appreciate it. And look, I like Neville Hewitt for what he brought you, but I do appreciate to be fully honest about it. Neville Hewitt, I think, was playing over his skis.
Pixie dust. He was one of those guys.
I think the WWE looking to sign him, by the way. I think they kind of waiting on see what
all those
because of that suplex.
Two or three.
I think they say the suplex, the DDT, and all that stuff. So I think
Not the DDT.
Yeah, I think they looking at Neville Hewitt.
Yeah, he certainly got some practice. That's for dang sure.
All right. So yeah, that linebacker might be something that we hear about with the Texans today. Like I'm already in a place where I'm optimistic. I'm excited because I was in a place where I was very comfortable with them kind of slow playing this free agency period. There's definitely some things that they need to address, but I was like, all right, if they don't do it on day one and immediately, I'm okay with that. But we're already getting some indications that you might see something in that place.
It just makes it so interesting. If we hear that, I expect we'll hear some solid news on Dre Greenlaw, just the way that Jonathan Alexander put that here in the next 26, 27 minutes.
And remember, there was already kind of national sources saying that the Texans were one of four teams that could be interested in his services. I just always am hesitant and skeptical and like skepticism in like just a healthy way, right? Have a healthy skepticism for national sources purporting to know what the Texans are doing because they are inherently fairly tight-lipped.
A lot of times they kind of piece stuff together saying, this was a D'Amico guy in San Francisco, so that could be a place.
Get me a safety. We mentioned Andre Sisco has been linked to the Texans. That defense is about saw and a safety.
Yeah,
it's about set.
Yeah,
you can talk about the nickel. You can talk about I don't know what else, but
cornerback depth.
Always cornerback depth. Always.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know that we're going to be in that spot.
But if they don't address that in the free agency, you still got the draft and stuff, so it ain't over.
Clearly, the sauna going back in is already doing its work, man. Where the free agent talk is happening, we're getting ready for that. You didn't think I was going to bring that back now, did you?
Hey, Dre, we got a new sauna coming in.
Hey, look, sauna coming through.
They got a sauna? Word?
Yeah.
Got good rankings in the NFLPA poll. Come through.
Brand new.
Come through. We got you. All right.
Brand new sauna.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Man, we didn't even get into the pre-agency. Pre-agency,
it's a busy day, man.
We'll have plenty of time to revisit some of the wild things that happened, including like just what the hell are the Seattle Seahawks doing? Obviously, they send DK Metcalf out. They trade their quarterback, Geno Smith. We'll talk more about that as we continue the day. But yeah, man, we're just 25 minutes away from the floodgates opening, the legal tampering period in the NFL opening up. And do you have a team that you look at that you go, hey, they're probably going to be the most active in my imagination when this legal tampering period opens up?
I think from what judging from the reports, the Colts seem to be pretty active in your own division.
Yeah. That's going to be an interesting space to watch, especially quarterback. They've been attached to some names that would make me smile.
Them, yeah. We just brought it up. Seattle.
Oh yeah. It seems like he got traded a month ago. Right, Geno? It's like it's like
it's just wild, just sitting there on the phone and just continually.
That was a Friday, was it? Was that Friday when Geno got traded?
It was Saturday. It was
Saturday.
Yeah,
Saturday.
yeah.
Man,
that's what I'm saying. It seems like a month ago.
Yeah.
Been a full weekend. And a fair point made here on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. If you do indeed add Dre Greenlaw, it does take some pressure off of Christian Harris, but also, like, that's a similar type player. Like, how many times have the additions for this team over the last year or so been not just guys that play on the field, but help bring along some of the younger guys that are around them? How many times has Will Anderson talked about the ways that he's grown from playing and learning from Danielle Hunter, or Henry kind of talked about working with the Z's and various other situations like that. This could also, if that move comes through in 25 minutes, could serve as a growth opportunity for Christian Harris. Maybe it's not something where you deprioritize him. Maybe it's just an opportunity to help him become the best version and linebacker of himself on this team.
Yeah.
It remains to be seen. We'll see if that reporting kind of comes to a place where you add another player in free agency to this Texans roster. All right, but you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. Yes, we'll still keep an eye on the news and happenings as we lead up to the legal tampering period. But what is the dumbest thing that you ever did in high school? I'm sure that there's so many of them. There's so many of them. We'll dive into those on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
All right, let's talk about D&M.
AmericanEagle.com 773 Network.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, it is indeed only 14 and a half minutes until legal tampering commences for the National Football League, and we're already getting what is, I feel like, the NFL equivalent, or the NFL equivalent of one of the things that I love seeing on any draft night, which is the insiders with that, like, breaking the rules that the league sets up on giving out information before the draft to try and hurt the TV product.
Yeah.
Remember when Woj would be out here like
Woj was killing them
with the third pick? It looks like the Orlando Magic are leaning towards, and you're like, all right, so that's who they're going to draft. Thank you for that, Woj. We get messages from Adam Schefter and from others that defensive tackle Jonathan Allen is visiting today with the Minnesota Vikings, per source. He is said to have a good amount of interest.
Mm-hmm.
So
he's going to be there.
Seems like, although he is one of the true free agents, right? That was one of the things that we saw. Like when Sheldon Rankins re-signed with the Texans. If you're not familiar with that, 1 year, $7 million deal, you can always come back home, and he does indeed do that to a Houston Texans team that he played well for. I think he had 6 sacks or 5 sacks in that season, his last season here. He could do that before legal tampering because he was released. He was truly a free agent, as opposed to these other free agents that'll become that in the new league year. All right, so that's neither here nor there. Let's get to the question of the day. Like I said, we will keep an eye on the space of the NFL to keep you up to date as to what's happening there. However, question of the day, inspired by something that is not football at all.
Did you see this?
What is the dumbest thing you've ever done in high school?
Did you see what happened in Galveston this weekend?
I did not.
They closed Galveston. Like Galveston beaches.
Shut it down.
You didn't see that?
Oh, no, I did not.
Apparently, senior skip day was Friday. A lot of kids were staying.
So they treating this like Miami or something?
I'd never
like
seen
spring
this before.
break?
Like, there were like 3-hour waits to get to the beach on the little side roads. You know, all the little side roads you get. Yeah. So I guess it was Jamaica just said closed.
You ruined it for everybody.
Like, there was so many people on the beach.
Turn this car around.
They closed Galveston. I'll be interested in how many of our listeners.
To Galveston? Man, I mean, I ain't trying to sound like Charles Barkley.
All right.
I'm like, man, we wait 3 hours.
3 hours
to get to Galveston
to see that water. I don't look. I'm not going to go there because I respect it. I respect.
I'm
the
not
water.
either. To me, this is like waiting in the Trill Burger line for 3 hours.
There were
for
6.
a burger.
Oh, okay. I see what you're doing there. Like, it's not bad, but once you change the wait time for it, the accessibility.
I don't care. It is not worth that wait.
Dude, 6 shootings. Nobody was hurt, thankfully. High school students are stupid. High school kids are stupid.
We're done.
100%. Done. That's the thing. So it led me to believe, because when I was in high school, I'm sure me and my buddies would have been in that line thinking, oh, we'll get in. We'll be all right. Open another beer. Horrible decision making. Like horrible decision-making when you're in high school.
Correct.
The potentially fatal decision-making. Don't do it, kids, but they do. What's the stupidest thing you ever did in high school?
I don't know if I'm going to hit stupidest because some of these things have been locked in my mental vault to try and like save me from, being the worst version of myself. But I could definitely think of a few of them. One of them was a senior skip day moment.
Oh, God.
Which is on our senior skip day when I was a senior. We left and then we trespassed in like one of those nice neighborhoods where they got the pool and the clubhouse and everything.
Oh yeah.
We just all thought we would just go climb the pool, play basketball, all up in their space.
Oh, Miss Susie was watching. Officer, we have some kids right here.
Yeah.
All of a sudden we heard that whoop whoop.
Yep.
Came through, and then this was also the dumb thing. We did not do the smart thing, which is just scatter, right? Like, just get out of there, right? Because all they really want to do is run you off. They're not really trying to lock you up. Now, we hung around. We talked to the cops. They were like, are you supposed to be here? And we tried to talk our way through it like we were some level of smart
y'all
people.
good.
And then they told us to get out of there. We got out of there. We circled back, and they had to come back again. That's the dumb part.
Man.
So we didn't learn our lesson the first time. I am surprised that I didn't end up with some handcuffs or worse in that circumstance.
Yeah.
But yes, we were very dumb in that instance.
All right, y'all ready for a list?
You got a list?
Yeah, I mean, it's some little stuff and then some crazy stuff. What about starting off getting to school late, leaving early? Didn't give a damn. I would get there late as hell, and then after a while, I'm like, I'm gonna leave early. Get a head start on the traffic. Cool. Yeah, this is a stupid thing too. It was a couple times I would finish my work early, and you know how you finish your work, you kind of just sit there and doodle around or whatever. I would just leave. I'm like, I'm good.
Out of the class?
Out of the class.
We did it.
I'm like, I'm done.
Peace.
And it didn't even realize the teacher would give me a 0 or incomplete on my work. So I did all that work for nothing and still failed. It was a few times I left class because my homeboy in the other class was about to fight.
Yeah.
So I said,
that's prime
I gotta go
viewing.
see the fight.
That's prime viewing.
I gotta go.
Yeah,
That's like a blockbuster opening. You got to go see that.
Yeah, it was one time me and some friends decided to go to another school.
Of course.
Got caught, of course, because these security guards know who the hell go to the school, and they know my ass wasn't supposed to be in that school. So they threw me out like Jazzy Jeff. And the last one, this is kind of where Reggie was at too, with senior skip day. We had about 3 of them. One of them, we decided to go to Golden Corral, and these fools started. They started a food fight in Golden Corral.
Oh my gosh!
Which is crazy because that's like playing Call of Duty and having the unlimited.
There's a lot of food.
Unlimited.
Yeah, we start going crazy in there. They start throwing plates. Police was called. Of course, everybody scattered, unlike Reggie and them. We all scattered.
Smart.
Next thing you know, we get to school. They said, we looking at the video camera.
No.
Everybody that was at that Golden Corral.
Oh, no.
I don't think nobody got in trouble, though. But
Well,
I did some of the stupidest things.
I can't even begin to tell you all the stupid things I did in high school.
Did you ever smoke the devil's lettuce in the back of a cop car like the 281?
No.
Salute to you,
high
brother.
level. High level.
That is high level. So, of all the stupid things that have been racing through my head, and driving to Padre Island and doing stupid, we went Trinity University in San Antonio. I jumped over the fence, Reggie, and went swimming in their pool with some buddies. All that. I played basketball, broke into a gym, played basketball at 2 a.m. I said this, kids. I said this to you now. Potentially fatal things that happen when you do stupid things in high school. So I had a buddy that owned his dad managed a creamery, like an ice cream creamery, milk, all that stuff, Borden's in San Antonio. So we went in there one day. He got the key and got like 5 dozen eggs.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh no!
And so we're driving down San Pedro Avenue.
This is definitely a long time ago because you can't go and just get 5 dozen eggs no more.
It would be a felony today.
That's like breaking into Fort Knox. Yeah, that's grand theft.
It'd be a felony today. And so cars were going the opposite way, and we were going one way, and kind of throwing eggs out the window and smacking the cars as they go the other way.
Oh man!
This dumbass that's sitting in the front seat, I'm sitting in the back seat of a Galaxy 500, man, with the windows down. There's like 5 of us, 3 in the back seat, 2 in the front. This dumbass in the front seat throws an egg at a car going the same direction as us.
Oh man!
Immediately they start peeling out, chasing us and everything. We're going down all these side streets and everything else. I hear 2 gunshots.
Oh,
yeah, 2 gunshots.
That's the thing about doing dumb stuff on the road in the state of Texas.
And this was 1979, man. And we all just freaked out. We started going 100 miles an hour into all these side streets.
They had that protection, but they probably weren't wearing a seatbelt is what you're telling me.
None of us were.
Yeah.
And so we ended up hiding in this alley behind a movie theater until day broke. Because we were like so scared. These guys are going to kill us.
You know what? The same thing happened to me. I wasn't in high school. I was a kid.
Yeah.
But we was hiding behind cars and throw all type of random stuff. And then we ran out of eggs. Then somebody started throwing rocks at cars. And so one time we threw a rock and hit the car. The car stopped.
Of course.
And the guy got out. One of these mother effers threw a rock.
Yeah.
We was in that almost to daylight. Not quite daylight, but he spent the block like 3 times.
Yeah.
I was so scared, man.
Parties at parents' houses, of course. That's a given.
Buddy convinced them to steal some beer from a gas station, but the same buddy paid for gas with his mom's credit card. They went back to that buddy's house. Followed the leads.
Yeah.
Somebody from 713 said that their son is a Galveston PD police officer. Apparently, they knew ahead of time. They had advanced knowledge, and then they were just basically waiting for all these people that descended upon Galveston Beach.
That's crazy.
I do appreciate this one. Made me laugh. Somebody said they kidnapped their friend so that he could not finish perfect attendance. How did you do dumb stuff as a hater? How did that happen?
That's awful.
Oh,
713 won't get into details, but there was a giant bonfire, hundreds of high school kids, and a mountain lion in a homemade-looking cage. What are y'all, Lord of the Flies?
Good Lord.
Man.
Let me say this one more time. High school kids, stupid.
Oh, 100%.
Stupid.
Egged a Galena Park cop car on Halloween.
Yeah, not smart.
Not smart.
Not smart.
And I leave you with mine, which, again, is not going to top nearly as many of yours, but I realized that it was so dumb afterwards. Seniors could go off campus for lunch when I was in high school, and I imagine a lot of other places had that. And, you know, I decided that some of my underclassmen friends, I wanted them to come into the trunk of my car and then drove off campus with minors in the trunk of my car. Which, if that doesn't sound like a bad idea,
yeah, that's a bad idea.
You're probably a high schooler.
High schoolers?
That's right.
Stupid.
100%. 100%. Keep those coming in. That's fun. I'll see if I can sprinkle this in.
Imagine if you was a grown ass person trying to go to Galveston and it was closed.
Just all.
I would have been so pissed.
Yes.
Somebody said dumbest thing, got suspended for smoking in the bathroom and then smoked on the first day back, got busted again. Yeah, really, that's part of it.
That's on you.
It's just high schoolers not realizing that, hey, you should probably learn from your lesson. How about that? All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We're on the doorstep of the legal tampering period. Let's go around the NFL, talk about some of the things that happened in free agency, but also let's see who is the greatest negotiator of all time, because I imagine somebody's going to come through with an agreement right out the chute. We'll see what happens with that next.
How does Clint feel about the Texans trade for Christian Kirk?
Savvy veteran slot receiver with great feel for the game, great twitch, great change in direction that can create.
station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we are in the legal tampering period, and look, we have already seen some things go down, including Hassan Reddick to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, per Adam Schefter. That is one of the first things that I've seen, in addition to the things that we already knew today. Khalil Mack re-signed with the Chargers on a one-year deal. That's 1 year, $18 million. So he's still in a realm where he's getting paid kind of nicely as a pass rusher, paid kind of like guys that are maybe 6 years his senior, or his junior rather. He's still in there. We mentioned the J.C. Horn 4 for $100 million that happened earlier. That's a defensive lineman released by the Falcons. But the first thing I'm seeing in the NFL free agency when it comes to the legal tampering period, it is indeed the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Hassan Reddick, the single best negotiators in the league, because they did that within mere minutes. 2 minutes.
We have a winner.
They managed to negotiate a whole deal in 2 minutes, if you are to believe that they started when it became legal for them to do it.
Got the bonuses all ironed out.
Let me get that agent,
got
man.
The cap structure all ironed out. That's good stuff.
That should
right
be a
there.
world record, right?
That's good. Well, I don't know. It's been tied a bunch of times. It's been tied.
Yeah, absolutely. So somebody said principal caught them putting their buddy in the trunk when we were talking about the various dumb things. I'll circle back around. There's too many. There's too many things to get to.
We might have to revisit.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. But as we go around the NFL, pre-agency was a mess. And there was a whole bunch of things that happened. Let's start with Saturday. We mentioned the Myles Garrett extension. Were you sad when you found out that your free agency crush for the Texans, Aaron Jones, was re-signing with the Vikings on a 2-year, $20 million deal?
It was just $10 million a year, man. Come on, just $10 million a year. No,
I'm actually shocked he got that much.
Yeah, I am. Crushed? No, it was pipe dream stuff for me with the Texans getting a running back. Because again, sort of like in the same vein. It's nothing against, we've talked about it, Dameon Pierce, but that upgrade would have been nice. But he's going to be the guy now. He's going to be the guy in Minnesota. There's no question.
Yeah, absolutely.
It wasn't going to happen here,
No, that was...
with Joe, you'd be lucky if they draft somebody in the 3rd or 4th round.
Yeah.
All right, so there's that. In addition to that, the Seahawks did some really interesting things. So we know that they traded DK Metcalf to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Actually, we didn't even talk about that yet. There's so many things that happened earlier on in the week, and I'm like, yeah, that's been well covered, except, no, we have not talked about that yet. DK Metcalf, who would, I think less than an hour before this happened, we had seen that, the Texans really could be a landing spot for him. He ultimately ends up with the Pittsburgh Steelers. So they trade for him, and they trade a 3rd-round pick for him, and then they give him a 5-year, $150 million contract.
No, thank you.
Well, yes. From the Texans' perspective, 100% that is a big old no thank you.
Yeah.
No way should the Texans have been at all involved in that. And I imagine that's exactly how it went. Nick called him up and was like, hey, what's going on? Nope. Yeah,
See, the only reason I think they were involved because I guess reportedly he wanted to play for a contender.
Yeah.
And wanted to play in a warm weather city.
Those were the reports that had been put out there. In addition to supposedly he just was like hot on the idea of playing.
I know Pittsburgh was that warm of a city.
Yeah, I guess it depends on the money you're making.
And so now,
how do you hot in Pittsburgh? Huh?
Feeling warm now.
How do you like this move for the Steelers? Because I look around and I go, look, you only had one good receiver really last year in George Pickens. Now you have two. However, both of them are kind of like deep ball 50-50 guys. And also, both of those guys, sometimes I wonder how locked in they are. Is one of the things I'll ask.
Well, for sure, Pickens, of course.
Son of Geno, yes. Yeah. George Pickens. Yeah. His what is it? His reputation precedes him anywhere that he goes in being just a little bit of a knucklehead in this league. But DK Metcalf, not quite in the same way. But there was instances where there was like turnovers for Geno Smith last season with the Seahawks because DK Metcalf just a little bit of freestyling and not being where he was supposed to be. You bring all that together, and I guess one of the questions that one of my homeboys asked me this weekend. Who the heck is throwing them the football?
Oh, I'm glad you asked. You know who throws a great 50-50 deep ball?
Who, Russ?
Aaron Rodgers.
Which
Aaron Rodgers, in my mind, he's going to the Steelers.
Okay, because that was something that
he's going to the Steelers. That's tailor-made for his swan song.
Well, is it? Because I was like, it had not been mentioned very much until, I believe, yesterday, if memory serves. The whole weekend is one big blur, so apologies if it was Saturday as opposed to Sunday. But that came up this weekend, the idea that, hey, this is something that could happen, as you mentioned, because you have those particular group of wide receivers, the deep ball and all that. Only thing that got me there is, one, early in the weekend, there was thoughts that maybe there could be some possible love with him and the Vikings, where he would fully complete the Brett Favre arc, right? Going from
watch out, Jordan Love. You're gonna be on that same path
to Jets to Vikings.
Jordan Love.
Jordan Love gonna play for the Jets.
It could be a jet.
And then going to the Vikings.
If you were wondering about free will versus predestination, it seems like that is being settled there by Aaron Rodgers. I just think about it. Arthur Smith got to be sick of that. I imagine Mike Tomlin needs some hazard pay because you got those guys, and then Aaron Rodgers with all of the things that he typically comes with. Yes, you could say he doesn't have a leg to stand on. There's not a robust place market for him. But also, he just seems to operate in such a way where he has to work in the confines of the way he works, which is.
And I think Tomlin would let him.
I don't. Why do you believe that? I'd like to know.
I think Tomlin. He is. Kind of, obviously, he's known as a defensive-minded coach and all this other stuff, but I think he's more of the CEO type that would, sort of manage his personalities. We know how well liked he is, the way that he handles people. Even Pickens. Hell, you can go back to Antonio Brown.
Yeah, but those guys conform. He has those guys conform. Yeah. Aaron Rodgers in the place where the quarterback has enough leverage in these things where. You need goodwill from the quarterback buying into what you're doing. And Aaron Rodgers has never really screamed goodwill.
But I think he'll let Aaron Rodgers run the offense, so to speak.
But see, even with Antonio Brown, that was kind of a little earlier on when the Steelers were successful.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, they're still successful. Don't get me wrong, but I feel like if you bring in somebody like Aaron Rodgers and it don't go right, he could potentially get fired for that.
Potentially. I mean, there's no question. But he also knows that. Like Mike Tomlin, as much as job security as he should have and probably does have from the family, there's a lot more, buzz around, like, is he, kind of his playoff record and all that. Hey, Aaron, this is your offensive coordinator. Figure it out. I'll let you.
Well,
I'm going to manage all the. I'm going to manage all the heat.
Is that a mirror? Because Aaron Rodgers believes that his
Jim
offense.
Hackett.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers believes his offense coordinator is Aaron Rodgers.
Right.
So I do wonder how all of that comes together. Plus, how many of his homeboys do you need to bring with him? I don't know. But
why would you bring in DK Metcalf and bring back Russell Wilson?
Well, I don't even think that Russell Wilson. But I think Justin Fields is.
Why would you bring in Justin Fields?
However, I do.
Yeah.
Like, there is a tacit acknowledgement that there's not really a great option out there.
It's Aaron Rodgers.
I can see it. We'll talk more about where we think those quarterbacks should land. Some other things that happened. Davante Adams, another one of those guys that was a look. He ends up signing with the Los Angeles Rams, so he does go back to the West Coast, as was reported. He does not end up with your Texans. A relatively manageable deal. What was it, 2 for $26 is where he lands out there with the Rams. Would you have done that?
I feel like the Rams were in a place where they're like, you know what, maybe we should retool. And then they go, nah, let's go ahead and bring back Matt Stafford. Let's go ahead and bring in Davante Adams, et cetera. I like the deal. I think their receiving core with obviously Puka and Atwell and now Adams. That's a potentially very, very dangerous receiving core. Yeah, so I think I think the Rams are in a good place. I really do.
All right, I think that contract was 2 for $44. I want to say.
Okay.
Was it 2 for $44?
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry. Again, mix those 2 for $44. Bigger money. $20 million. That's right. On a little bit upwards of $20 million.
If it was 2 for $26, I would have been.
Yeah, I was like, that's
pissed off at Nick Casario.
Yes.
Like, why you ain't go
right?
That?
Right. Fair. 100% fair. Yeah, he gets 23 on the first year. I think, or something to that effect. But yes, they get Davante Adams, which is funny that raised a lot of the jokes where it's like, hey, you are looking to get rid of a wide receiver who's getting paid a lot. Who is a little bit older in Cooper Kupp, and here comes Davante Adams bringing him in. But I'll be interested to see just how they make that work because you have that particular cost on Davante Adams, but you're not saving that much moving on from Cooper Kupp. I think they stand to save maybe like $13 million in cap space when they trade Cooper Kupp, as they have said that they will.
You might say something about Cooper Kupp. The fact that they did this and were willing to move on. Cooper Kupp was saying all weekend, "Hey, I'm feeling better than I ever have.
Did a whole profile
I'm ascending,
and everything.
I'm not descending, all this other stuff." But I think maybe that's the Rams kind of figured something
They ain't
was up.
They ain't gonna keep Adams, Puka, and Kupp.
Correct.
We're already getting a lot of news in early on in the legal tampering period, and yes, 832, you are correct. So much for the Friday news dump, which I get it, but this is how it's structured. It's structured so that once these things happen, we learn about them. And a few of the things going on. Chris Godwin off the table. If anybody had any pipe dreams of that wide receiver making his way to Houston, he returns to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on a 3-year, $60 million, that $22 million range for these guys. $44 million of that guaranteed with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That feels like the right move to make.
That's about the right price. That's about the right move for Tampa's making a little noise, man. Tampa's early on making some noise here.
Yeah, I mean, they have a little bit of a continuity, although they will have a new offensive coordinator, as we know. But you have Baker Mayfield in a place where he gets year-over-year comfort, and he keeps his wide receiver, one of his better ones, Chris Godwin. Another one, as we were asking questions as to what are the Kansas City Chiefs doing on the offensive line, one of those answers has been, or at least some of that has been answered in their signing of left tackle Jalen Moore, who signs a 2-year, $30 million deal. He is one of those guys that was kind of looked at as like a starter caliber guy, and he will step in at left tackle for them. So that was a place where that they had a lot of issues, and that's one of the reasons why we saw Joe Thuney, who now is with the Bears, play left tackle instead of guard against your Houston Texans because they had issues at left tackle. They try and solidify that with a $30 million man in Jalen Moore.
Yeah, and they, as we've mentioned in the past, I think they really, really want to fix the tackle position. That would be their first step toward doing that.
Yeah, a lot of these coming in hot and heavy, and yes, we're having a tough time because X is acting up. Twitter, the Elon Musk vehicle, is losing in this moment. So
everybody go to Blue Sky.
I'm telling you, Blue Sky. Hey, opportunity.
Everybody go to Threads.
This is like Zoom during COVID. Like, hey, have you tried this Blue Snow? And now all of a sudden it's a $1 billion company.
Yeah. A little bit more on Jalen Moore. Matt Miller, who's a NFL draft scout, he's in that media space. So that Jalen Moore was seen as an upside tackle in the free agent class, ascending player and an athletic mover. So it makes sense. It seems like the Chiefs are trying to find a way to get younger a little bit, but also have some upside, again, to use that word, which makes sense. I feel like that's the right way to go for Brett Veach and that team and it sucks because I was starting to hope that maybe we were seeing the decline of the era for the Chiefs, but I think that's a smart move. Try and find young but also ascending players to maybe help you pry open a window. It almost feels kind of like something that you hope the Astros do, right, in a different vein.
Yeah.
Young ascending players, hello Cam Smith, to help you then transition into another era, but continue to match those with the great players that you already have.
Yeah, look, and fortunately, we do have access to the tracker here. So despite Twitter, we can keep you informed on everything that's happening as the legal tampering period is open, and we're getting basically agreements in just a matter of moments.
All right, so we'll circle back around to some of the more agreements that we've gotten early on into the legal tampering period, but I want to circle back around to this, and maybe we need more time for it. Josh Allen gets a big-time contract. We mentioned a couple of the other guys that have gotten contracts over this past weekend that probably are going to affect your Houston Texans. This one is a big one. Josh Allen, quarterback of the Buffalo Bills, we know, gets the deal that he had already, so that Josh Allen could then end up with a pretty solid extension, 6-year, $330 million. He's the highest paid player in NFL history now. Rips up the previously agreed to contract. However, it's only 19.7% of the cap at signing.
Well, that's why he did it.
Which is good for 13th, right? It's more than he was previously dealt with. So obviously they do something to try and make sure that their guy, who really is just the centerpiece of what they're doing, keeps him happy. MVP caliber player in Josh Allen. However, I do find this to be interesting. Again, we're seeing the big numbers of $330 million, and I think that that's going to be something that is going to be it's gonna be instructive for C.J. Stroud once you get to that place. But also seeing that salary, the percentage of the cap kind of normalize a little bit, kind of makes me happy because I think one of the things that people were worrying about, especially seeing what Dak Prescott get to $60 million and a high percentage of the cap at that for a short-term contract, for, I guess relatively, was that, oh my goodness, is this going to be a place where quarterbacks are eating up so much of the cap that you can't even build around a guy once you pay him? This, honestly, I was kind of emboldened by this. I was happy by Josh Allen. Yes, it's gonna be big money for C.J. Stroud, but we knew that it might be a little bit in a way where you know that you're gonna have to pay the quarterback, but you still have a little bit of room to work around.
And it has to be essential in terms of percentage of the cap because you have two other guys that are getting paid as well. So he's gonna get monstrous numbers, but you're right. The percentage at the quarterback position here may be more important than anywhere, considering Will Anderson and Derek Stingley.
Extend the tampering period. We're in it, baby. Let's see what's going down all the way around, and we'll do that next.
All right, Low T Center right now. You guys,
Presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
All right. The Houston Texans are on the board in the legal tampering period of the National Football League. I always worry, like using this, that is this going to be too big for the news? But the Texans have...
Could be a starter in a sense.
All right.
Could be.
The Texans have... see, people are going to be mad now. I was setting this up. Braxton Berrios, wide receiver Braxton Berrios. Fair.
Don't bury the lead.
Wide receiver Braxton Berrios will join the Houston Texans.
Could be a starter in a sense.
People are going to be mad at you.
In a sense.
What is the sense?
In the sense of what?
Kick returner, punt returner.
All right.
I think, no, hey, man. Okay.
Right, we wasting this.
No, you are right.
There are three parts of the game. Offense, defense, and Frank Ross.
Thank you, Frank Ross.
Goodness.
I'm telling you, this says something about Steven Sims. Braxton Berrios did both. He did punt returns and kick returns.
Which is valuable.
Which is very, very valuable. That is a potential extra slot on the roster. Let's not downplay this too much.
Yeah, okay.
It could be a space on the roster if he can do both.
So Braxton Berrios, who is headed into his age 30 season, is coming off of an ACL.
Oh, there is that. I forgot to mention that part.
Played 6 games last year, coming off an ACL.
Did I not mention that?
You didn't, but that's my role.
Starter.
That is my role.
Possible starter.
Right. Kind of been more of a slot guy, right? A quick, shifty type of guy. He was an All-Pro as a returner, and when he was with the Jets.
Oh, say that again.
He was an All-Pro as a returner.
Oh, okay, Figgy.
However, that was
starter, guys.
2021, mind you. But like this is possible. Like this, you're looking at as his potential depth receiver, especially like obviously like you have Christian Kirk, who is going to slot in, no pun intended, into your slot situation. And then this gives you a little bit of depth, right? Especially without having another one of those kind of quick, really quick, shifty receivers with Tank Dell down, even though I don't even know how much you would use him as a slot receiver in an instance where you needed to. But possible returner, come in and see what he has coming off of an ACL injury. I think this is an interesting move. But again, not really the big one. And I don't think this precludes them from going, obviously, to go draft a guy because you still need somebody to be that Z receiver with Nico and then, of course, Christian Kirk in the slot. But then on top of that, like this feels like competition, but I feel like you could still get more competition if you are interested in it. Although the numbers when it comes to free agents is big. We mentioned the Chris Godwin returning to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on a 3-year, $66 million deal. According to Ian Rappaport, Godwin left $20 million on the table in order to return to Tampa. And maybe that means that $20 million on the total deal, but I'm starting to believe that means like $20 million on the actual contract, which would take him.
Could have been guarantees you're talking about?
I don't know about guaranteed, but like on the 3-year contract, $20 million would have taken the annual average value to somewhere between like $27 to $30 million for a wide receiver. And Chris Godwin, that's where it feels like the market is for a guy who's going to be an impact type wide receiver. I think that's going to be instructive for the Texans in what they're going to do in free agency wide receiver wise. And that makes me personally lean towards, if you're going to spend money, it's probably going to be one of those guard positions. I think maybe wide receiver in the first 3 rounds is probably more likely.
Totally agree. I think keep an eye on Zeitler at guard. Drafting a wide receiver, it's kind of trending that direction, wouldn't you think? And let me ask you guys this. How do we feel about Robert Woods right now?
Well, with the signing of Braxton Berrios, again,
thank you for your service, man.
Yeah.
Wow. If you missed it, Braxton Berrios, who was previously with the Miami Dolphins, he's coming off an ACL tear that ended his season, although that was in week 6. So the timeline makes it a little bit more likely that he returns closer to form. But it'll be his age 30 season. But yeah, man, he profiles more as a returner. Robert Woods was in that place where he was kind of supposed to be your Noah Brown, where you kind of just take over the role of returning when you had Steven Sims. Kind of you let him go when you had some injuries and such, and then Robert Woods took over that role. I don't know that I was all that impressed with him as a returner.
He was more of a fair catch guy.
It did kind of feel like that,
right?
And I don't know that he is somebody that you need to return this year.
Yeah, no, and that's where I am too. Kickoff returns, if he can do that's just a bonus. Dameon Pierce returned some kicks. He did quite a good job on that.
He did. He absolutely did.
So who knows if it impacts him at all, but it's nice to have Berrios there. Xavier Hutchinson returned some kicks occasionally. So it gets interesting. And this is where having a great general manager or even a very good general manager makes the difference. You get those little slots that you can maybe steal another player or have better competition in certain positions because you got both the return spots, if he pans out, locked up with a guy that can do both.
Yeah. So Braxton Berrios, wide receiver, previously come from the Miami Dolphins. He'll slot in for, I imagine, to just be competition. 30-year-old coming off of an ACL tear, week 6, if I remember correctly, of last season. He'll come in and give some competition. Another wide receiver, but not one that's going to stop this Texas team from doing something at the top of their depth chart as starters. But maybe he could be the return guy that Steven Sims is no longer for this team. All right, some other things that are happening in free agency. Many things happening. One of the big ones, center Drew Dahlman, previously with the Falcons. He joined the Bears on dollars. They've spent a lot of money, invested a lot of that money that they've had in the salary cap on offensive linemen. That means they imported the entirety of the interior of their offensive line.
Yep.
This offseason, the Bears did. And so, look, the interior offensive line looks like big money, man. Big money is going to be there if you want to get one. Also, and fair point for the A43 as I step away from Dahlman for a second, Braxton Berrios was a Patriots draft pick. Casario, there's that familiarity there. Maybe that's what allows you to do that. But going back to just the offensive line, you have that, and then you had another guard sign to Tampa, where it looks like, hey man, we knew this. The guard depth was not a lot out there, and so it was going to be a robust market. But it looks like, man, interior offensive line is going to be pricey in this free agency, which we kind of knew. How optimistic are you that the Texans get their guy? When it comes to free agency.
Yeah, very optimistic. And the reason that I feel that way is one of the things that we've mentioned today already. I think they're looking for value in those margins that can maybe raise their game a little bit. You could see that with Sheldon Rankins. There are some others that they're in the mix for on the defensive side in particular. Obviously, Berrios, a returner, trying to find, with a 1-year, $2 million deal, that's value if you can find it. If you can find something out of him, which means that they're going to save the money that they're creating for the offensive side of the ball, and specifically that means, because they've already got Christian Kirk, specifically that means the interior offensive line. It's still guys like Howard. How that's going to play out, and because clearly they're going to focus on the interior offensive line. I am optimistic they're going to get a guy. Zeitler has been mentioned. Some others have been mentioned.
That's what I am crossing my fingers for the likes of Kevin Zeitler, the guard who previously or this past season played.
I think they're going to do it. I think they're going to find one
cheap 1-year deal with the Lions. It just feels like he's still got the juice to play the game at a high level. If you watch him with Detroit last year, obviously Detroit. Fantastic offensive line. Not that he was doing that alone, but he was definitely carrying his weight in that circumstance. But then also he is an older player. He's understands a good kind of mentality in this league on the offensive line, and I imagine that he could bring something culturally to that offensive line room that it seems like really matters, and that we've had some questions on how good that is. So it feels like that would be a great opportunity with Cole Popovich, with Nick Haley coming in, wanting to really instill running the football better. I think that would be really cool if you could bring in like a Kevin Zeitler.
And the 281 says, is there a reason we keep going out and getting hurt players? I mean, this is where your homework and your medicals and all that, because this is what you have to do if you're going to spend elsewhere big. You have to be able to take a roll of the dice on Christian Kirk. Which, by the way, a lot of people are saying they expect him to be just fine, and et cetera, and Berrios for that matter.
Yeah, Christian Kirk, that was a broken clavicle, right? Like that's those are the things that I feel okay about. Like it's the deep tissue type things, or like ACL. It's one of those things that you have to have concerns for. Like again, this feels like the Braxton Berrios edition, which again, wide receiver Braxton Berrios, mostly a return guy, maybe a depth piece. It still feels like that is one of those things. Bring in some competition, and maybe if you find something that's cool, which it does feel like that seems to be the better way to handle free agency this year. You're not coming in and getting the major foundational or like big boulders that you're putting on the foundation of this thing, but you're trying to see, can you get a flyer on a guy that maybe can come in and help you? And if not, very small cost to see, and you keep moving. Like that feels like good team building at this point. A couple of defensive tackles, however, are off the board. Javon Kinlaw has signed with none other than the Washington Commanders, a team that is just doing a great job of adding talent over the last couple of years. He gets a 3-year, $45 million deal with $30 million, in essence, 2 years of that guaranteed. That was a defensive tackle that I thought was an interesting one that I know some people were like, hey, could you get a Javon Kinlaw as you're looking for guys to go and be potential guys that can go up the field and really make impacts as opposed to just kind of being solid. Yeah. And then also B.J. Hill, which was a name that was specifically tied to the Texans. I know that Jonathan Alexander of the Chronicle had mentioned him after the combine. B.J. Hill will remain with the Cincinnati Bengals. They're spending a little bit of money, 3 for $33 million there. So a couple of defensive tackles going off the board. With Sheldon Rankins, do you anticipate another guy defensively? You still don't have like that one technique necessarily.
You don't have the big big time player that can transform the interior defense in terms of pressuring the quarterback. But I think they like what they got in Sheldon Rankins. He had one of his best seasons. They like the guys that are here. So with those ends, it makes them better anyway. So I don't anticipate. It's kind of funneling down. We're getting a better idea of where they're going to spend their money on at least in free agency. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be defensive tackle. Could be wrong, but I don't think so.
So okay, when in saying that, just to put it out there, where do you anticipate the Texans spending their money free agent wise?
Guard, at least one, but for sure one guard. I think that's something that we have to keep our eye on. And we haven't heard about Dre Greenlaw yet. We thought that might be something that'd be popping here pretty soon.
Yeah, we have not. That was a little,
that'd be huge.
A flag that was sent up. The idea that hey, keep an eye out for the Texans.
By the way.
The Texans might have some interest in linebacker. Dre Greenlaw previously played with the Niners. Maybe you pair him with Azeez Al-Shaair, with their former coach, D'Amico Ryans, I guess, when D'Amico was the defensive coordinator there in San Francisco and then flourished. We'll see if anything of that comes to fruition. As we are in the legal tampering period, things are moving and shaking, flying around my head right now as we try and keep you abreast of all the things that are happening there. Coming up next here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, let's get into what's popping. We'll do that.
Add another. stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get back into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Things are happening fast,
Things
man.
are indeed happening in the NFL. Free agency has begun with the legal tampering period going on with the new league year happening in the NFL on Wednesday. Teams are agreeing in principle to deals with free agents in various situations. And when it comes to your Texans, Sheldon Rankins returning home, 1 year, $7 million deal. Previously, he had left to go play with the Bengals for a pretty solid deal. 2 years, 24.5, and did not see the end of that deal. They let him go this past year, and so he will have an opportunity to return and get back to the ways that he had previously been. It seems like he fits very well. Obviously, he's played under DeMeco Ryans in this defensive system. He's played well, been able to, as it rates some pressure, get some sacks, and I imagine that only gets much better now playing alongside Will Anderson Jr. and Danielle Hunter. So I imagine
that had something to do with it.
I'm sure that wouldn't hurt. Yeah, and so he's making less this year than he did previously when he was with the Houston Texans. So I kind of really love another one of those kind of under the radar, relatively cheap deal that just fits nicely for the Texans.
It's just so nice to have competence. You know, we went so many years. You know, I'm looking at all these moves because I really haven't seen one that I'm like even raising an eyebrow to yet that the Texans have made. You know, just go down the list. You know, the guys they've decided to release, the guys they've decided to bring in. You know, a player like Sheldon Rankins just seems like we went so long with incompetence, and I know it's been a while now. It's just we're in a good spot. You know, it just feels like they're doing things smartly, and I think we're going to get some more of that.
Absolutely. So, welcome back home, Sheldon Rankins. If we're looking at a full accounting what the Texans have done, I guess just on today, there's that, and there's also Braxton Berrios, wide receiver. He will join the team. I'm interested to see. I'm not certain as I think about it that he actually makes the roster at this point, but good competition, return type guy coming off an ACL. See what he still has speed wise and quickness wise.
Yeah,
and he could be kind of like a depth slot guy.
It's a 1 year, $2 million deal.
Yeah, it's taking the flyer.
Nothing wrong with it. Yeah,
it could be found money.
Again, competence. Kick the tires, see what he's got. You might be able to get lucky and reversal in the return game.
Absolutely. So that's what's going on, at least specifically with your Texans at this point. We continue to watch the spaces to see if anything comes down that ultimately, that ultimately shifts what's happening with your Texans in free agency. But I remember earlier in the day, I guess it was Jonathan Alexander of the Houston Chronicle, about 45 minutes before we hit the 11 o'clock time barrier that brought us into the legal tampering period, said, hey, watch the space of Dre Greenlaw, linebacker for the Niners, or I guess free agent, but previously linebacker for the Niners, that was a place that the Texans might throw some interest. And so it feels like when you say things in that way, you might be possibly putting forward the idea that is something that is probably relatively close. But we know Nick Casario. He's not gonna tamper before the legal tampering period. So I imagine maybe now they're doing
GM. Yeah, playing by the rules, baby.
Mike Silver says the Texans are, quote, in the mix for Dre Greenlaw as well. So
excellent.
Might be a little fire to that smoke.
Excellent. We'll talk more about this later. But your Rockets get a victory against the Pelicans, a much expected victory against the Pelicans. They really blow the doors off of the Pels at home on Saturday. And it would be all rainbows, unicorns, if not for one thing in particular. And that's that Amen Thompson lands on a defender late in the game. It's a 30-point lead with about 5.5 minutes to go. Amen Thompson lands. He has sprained his ankle that will keep him out, according to Shams Charania, for 10 to 14 days.
Yeah, that is you just have, who's going to play point guard? Because obviously maybe Fred VanVleet. Is he still day-to-day, not week-to-week? We'll see. Apparently he's relisted as...
He is listed as a game-time decision for tonight. We'll see what that looks like. Obviously, they're playing the They're playing the Orlando Magic tonight. I probably shouldn't say that in terms that make it seem like that is certain. But, yeah, they're playing the Orlando Magic at the Toyota Center. It's a 7 p.m. tip. But
Reed Shepherd is out for weeks?
Yeah, Reed Shepherd apparently broke his thumb in playing the Pelicans the prior game, and apparently he broke it trying to like rake down on Zion, and he broke I think the upper portion of the finger, like the upper joint, and that is going to keep him out 4 weeks. So that is it's really kind of sad. Reed had seemed to find he had that breakout game. Seemed like he was finding a good balance. Of scoring and being able to like actually facilitate a little bit, and this would have been a really interesting opportunity to maybe see if you could work him into the rotation.
Oh, he would have
in the absence of Amen Thompson. But yeah, hopefully Fred is able to return immediately, so at least you have that ball handling, because Amen Thompson had taken over a lot of the ball handling duties on this team. And me personally, I don't know how much I loved it, but it was clearly something that was workable. Now you're in a place where if Fred isn't there, I think you're putting a lot on Aaron Holiday. He is capable of playing at a certain level with that as well. Like, I mean, he is a probably backup level point guard of their starter. But then beyond that, who do you have kind of initiating? Who do you run your offense through? And maybe more importantly, what happens defensively? Because Amen Thompson has been very good defensively. I think he's one of the top defenders in the league when you talk about perimeter. I think he has he's held his opponents to 39% as the contesting defender, and he's the only NBA player with both 75 blocks and 75 steals, and you would be giving up both of those things for a solid 2-week period.
Yeah, and 2 weeks means you're down to, what, eight or nine games in the season, so we need to see what Van Vliet does if and when he comes back. Amen Thompson would have just, like I said, 8 or 9 games before you get to the postseason. I'm not going to say things are falling apart. They're just incredibly challenging right now for the Rockets when you talk about running the point for this team. Now, the good news is maybe you just start to run the ball through other places, Alperen Şengün, et cetera.
Yeah, I do wonder if this ends up with Jalen Green more on ball at times, which this opportunity to really show a fullness of that growth. I think that he's found a little bit of consistency, but like, hey, what does that assist turnover percentage look like, or ratio rather look like, if he has the ball in his hands more and has to make more of those decisions?
Yeah,
that's something that you might have to see. But hopefully Fred VanVleet returns and you don't have to see as much of that. The next 2 weeks, 14 days, has you facing off against a pretty manageable schedule. I'll run it down quickly. You have Orlando, Phoenix, Dallas, Chicago, Philly, all at home.
Very manageable.
All winnable games.
Yeah.
In fact, you're probably, if not all of those games. Then you go on the road to Orlando, who they're an interesting team. They're kind of a little bit of a mirror team, but their offense has been really tough, especially as they've lost some of their players for the remainder of the season. You'll get Orlando and Miami on a little Florida two-step later on in the month, and then you'll get Denver, and that is probably the 14-day space where hopefully, if things go as good as possible, you will have Amen Thompson back to face off against them with the powerful team that Denver is, including a Nikola Jokic, who just had a 30, 20, and 20 game this weekend. So, yeah, you could probably manage this, but the thing about it is if that defense suffers in a strong way, if your offense suffers even more than I guess it normally does, those are the games that you're supposed to win, and you can't really afford to drop much of those because then you come back around to a tougher stretch.
Exactly, because let's say you slip, you have some, obviously you're going to have some challenges. Let's say you have some issues with the ball and the point guard position, et cetera, through these easier games. Well, at the end of the year, you're playing the Nuggets, you're playing the Suns, the Lakers, so all of a sudden, the end of the year, are you going to be fighting for that number 4 spot,
But in the same way, in what's popping, I'd like to bring you to the Los Angeles Lakers. Hold on, hear me out. There is a Rockets tie-in here. LeBron James is dealing with a strained groin that's going to take him out supposedly for a week to 2 weeks as well. Like, he is in that space where he might miss time. And LeBron James, I mean, not to say that he matters more to their team than Amen matters to the Rockets. Maybe it's similar, but he's still mean to a lot to that team. Luka Doncic can be a central, but that Lakers team is very bereft of other talent. I do wonder if them sitting currently at third, does that give the Rockets an opportunity to jump back into a home court advantage type space, especially when you look at the schedule that's coming up for the Rockets? if the Lakers slide at all with not having a true center that they trust and Luka not necessarily having as many guys that you trust to pass the ball to knock down shots, maybe don't connect, takes more space, but I don't know who is going to replicate the 26 points a game that LeBron James had been bringing you. Does that bring the Lakers back to a place where now you're in a place to possibly get back into? Because what is the lead? I think the Lakers have you by three games in the loss column.
In the loss column,
yeah,
yes.
Yeah. This gives you an opportunity maybe over the stretch of 5-6 games to possibly catch up to them and give yourself an opportunity.
But it kind of goes both ways because now you've got the softer part of the schedule where you're hurting. So it can cut both ways here. And as I mentioned, at the end of the year, I think you got the Nuggets twice, you got the Suns, you got the Lakers twice.
It'll get tough.
Yeah,
it'll get tough. But I did find that interesting. It's an interesting time for the Rockets. They're going to have to navigate some stuff, but this also gives you an opportunity to tap deeper into that deep rotation that you have. And maybe this is Cam Whitmore's time to, go get some buckets, young fella. I just wonder, what does the defense look like? Sure. That's the thing, because that's Ime's top priority, and a big linchpin in that defense has been Amen Thompson. So he falls out of there, and that's we'll see what that looks like starting tonight against the Magic. Some other things that are popping. Did you see this that's been floating on social media?
What's that?
Stephon Diggs. I'm interested.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
They're in full cowboy accoutrement to be as snooty as I possibly can in this moment, right? Full cowboy get up if I want to be as I guess pedestrian, for lack of a better term. At Rodeo, at the Houston Rodeo.
Ron is punching the air right now. Dressed up in rodeo
he had
gear.
tassels in there. He had the cowboy hat. And this has been going around. I think this popped up on a TikTok account called Blitzfits. And I was just like, first and foremost, is this modern? Like, is this year?
It was this weekend, wasn't it?
I think that was what people were thinking, but I was like, there's a possibility that this could be one of those instances where he was here last year at the rodeo, and then that video came back around. I don't have good answers to it.
Did he get traded around this time last year, though, during rodeo season?
Man, I don't remember at the exact time.
Right, and that was the thing I was asking. So, if that's the case, do you put any stock in that? On the possibility of the return of Stephon?
Oh, God, not zero.
No? Okay.
Zero. And here's the other thing about that when I saw it. I wanted to not like the look. But I thought he pulled it off. He kind of pulled it off. It looked pretty good. You know? I wanted to be like Ron. You know, like what is this? You know, drugstore cowboy. It actually looked pretty good on him. It really did.
See, here's what he had to say in that particular quick, short clip.
Say, little lady, it sure is nice to meet
you. Say, little lady, it sure is nice to meet you. Which, also, considering the
Why
things...
Why are you talking to Cardi B like that?
Going. I was like, hey, man. But, yeah, I think he looked good in the circumstance.
Yeah, he pulled it off.
But, yeah, I think largely people have come to the feeling over the weekend that Stephon Diggs out of the space of returning to the Texans. But I don't know. They gave me. I think they gave some folks a little bit of hope that maybe he's just enjoying Houston so much that he'll come back around.
Yeah, you can enjoy it. You can enjoy it all you want. Doesn't mean you're playing there.
Especially considering he had kind of held the position of that slot that it seems like Christian Kirk will.
Yeah.
I mean, if he does return, you feel good with him on the outside of that Z position, right?
Sure. I guess that's an option, but I think they're going to draft.
Yeah, it does. It still feels like that there's a necessity to draft.
And I think it depends on the price and stuff, too. Because, I mean, you could do both, but I think it really depends on how much Diggs is trying to get.
Yeah. All right. That's what's popping here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I kind of wanted to do this. We've been talking about this as you head into free agency. This is not going to be last year's free agency. Last year you spent a good amount of money. But let's do a little bit of an evaluation. Did the Texans spend wisely last season, and how does that give us confidence headed into this free agent period? We'll do that next.
Free agency. Houston, insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and
Sports Radio 610. Houston Texans breaking news.
That's right. Texans doing more things. A return of a player that you had this past season. It is Derek Barnett, defensive end for the Houston Texans, will remain just that, a defensive end for the Houston Texans on a very, very manageable 1-year, $5 million deal. He returns with that, 5 sacks that he had last year, 7 quarterback hits. So yeah, he remains on the team in that fantastic rotation of guys that you've kind of become accustomed to with this defensive line. The depth veteran piece remains with the Texans. Derek Barnett.
I just love it. I think this is exactly what they need to do as they're setting up the season and beyond. 1 year, $5 million for a guy that had, what do you have, 6 sacks?
5.
5 sacks?
Yes.
Give me that all day.
Yeah.
Give me that all day, especially as a rotation guy. No, that's doesn't it feel like they're setting up something here with all these short, smaller peripheral margin deals? They're setting up maybe the bigger run at someone here.
Possibly. I just feel like they're trying to make sure they take care of the spaces that they need to, right? Like, this is a team that got themselves contractually and roster-wise to a pretty good place. Make sure that you don't create, put any holes in what you're doing here before you go and add to it, even if it's just free agency. Like, before you add to it, make sure that you're still solid in the places that you need to be solid, including what was clearly a huge strength, which was your defensive line. So Will Anderson Jr. did contractual things to be handled. Will Anderson Jr., we know we are eventually going to see an extension for him. I believe that's probably not this season, but Danielle Hunter, we've had conversations about the possibility of an extension there, right? Those guys are in. And then when you talk about depth, rushing the passer on the edges, Derek Barnett, Danico Autry, those guys are guys that you look up and you go, hey, they're going to be involved in what you're doing. Dylan Horton as well. Like, you want to have, and D'Amico has talked about it. He likes having like 8 guys in a level of rotation so that you have you can rotate those guys in, keep them fresh, and continue to terrorize opposing teams' quarterbacks. And so Derek Barnett played well, as you mentioned, right? The 5 sacks. It makes a lot of sense to me to bring him back, especially on a comfortable deal there. So that happened. Some other things that are happening. The Tennessee Titans in division. They're going to have some people they're going to have another guy for the likes of Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, Derek Barnett. Actually, it's probably going to be Will Anderson off that right side. Yeah. And Derek Barnett to have to fight with. Left tackle Dan Moore signs a 4-year, $82 million deal. $50 million of that is guaranteed. And he has $30 million of that in the very first year, front-loaded, to play left tackle for the Titans coming from the Pittsburgh Steelers. And so that's a big thing to protect that blind side of a quarterback, depending on whoever that quarterback is.
There is that.
We don't know who that guy is, but it seems very evident. Like, this does seem to portend that, they're going to go and put in an investment in quarterback because they wanted to make sure that left tackle was well solidified.
No question about it. A lot of Travis Hunter. This maybe makes you think twice about that. With the Titans at Travis drafting Travis Hunter, now it looks like maybe
maybe it's Aaron Rodgers. You don't know. Maybe it's Sam Darnold. Maybe they just need to make sure that's because this is the thing.
It could be
right. Like, as much as we can kind of laugh at it, Sam Darnold is going to be the large linchpin in this quarterback market. It's a relatively weak one, but it is a quarterback market nonetheless. And a very clear line of demarcation for Sam Darnold that we saw in Minnesota this past season is when he gets under pressure, it is a problem. And, of course, that is something to be said for any quarterback, but it's a different level, right? It's a different thing where he's completely untenable under pressure, somewhat kind of like Jared Goff, but clearly not the same ceiling when he's going well. And so if you're the Tennessee Titans maybe thinking that that's the best quarterback out there that maybe you're interested in going and getting, well, you damn sure better be sure that the line can protect so that you can get the best out of him, because it'd be dumb for you to go and pay for that guy or even get a young rookie quarterback and then put him under constant pressure. We've seen locally what that does to a young quarterback if he's under constant pressure.
Yeah, you could be right. I was thinking this meant more draft quarterback, young quarterback with a veteran tackle, veteran offensive line, protect him. But you're right. It could easily be Sam Darnold as well, and they still trade that pick and maybe drop to 3 or something.
Yeah, possibly. And you know what? On the Jim out of the Texas Hammer text line from the 713, you're right. How dare you? How dare you forget to mention Derek Barnett's 2 touchdowns when reading his stats? You
including all-timer.
At one point, he was leading the whole team in touchdowns over at
He sure was. So, yeah, Derek Barnett returning. Yes, 832 also correct. Can't forget that. So, yeah, absolutely fair to mention that. Derek Barnett returns with all of those stats and, into an a defensive line room that has a level of cohesion that you really are happy about. All right. We tease this. How did the Texans spend wisely last season? It seems like they're already getting off to a strong start spending wisely this year. But let's go back in a year and think about some of the different things that the Texans did in trying to put this team together. Remember, what was your mindset coming into that offseason? Because, again, I wanted to set the scene for what we're doing.
For a while I was on an island somewhat just because I wanted them to spend. I wanted them to go guns blazing. Remember Mike Evans was really interested, and the Texans likewise were interested in him. Some of these other players on the defensive side to pair, with their young players, and they started slow. They really started slow, and to the point where you had to wonder. I did anyway. Are they going to do this or not? Are they going to take advantage of this window with C.J. Stroud? Well, they did, and I don't think you could argue anything but they spent wisely. Even guys like Danielle Hunter. Look at the numbers are today, like literally today, what the numbers are for players of that caliber. I think this was, I think that was smart money, and they spent it, and they tried to make the window as wide as possible for C.J. Stroud. Totally different year this year. Completely different mindset. So these on the margin type deals, I think they're going to be much more. Measured in where they spend big, and I think it's going to be. Let's not forget this.
Mm-hmm.
D'Amico Ryan said from the very start, number one priority is protecting C.J. Stroud. Number one priority. They haven't quite gone there yet, other than releasing or letting go of Shaq Mason. So they have to get the offensive line bolstered.
Yeah, and
I think that's where they're going to spend the money.
I agree, and it seems like there's a good amount of money flowing on that offensive line situation for various teams to try and get that type of thing situated. We'll see. I think the only other guard that I'm thinking of in this moment was the
Fries.
No, Fries is still out there, but the Buccaneers re-signed their guard out there, and I think that was a relatively reasonable deal. So there has not been a lot of movement necessarily in that space just yet. So I don't know that you have to, be worried necessarily, but who would you look at if you were going to try and if you were looking at the last year, the offseason last year for the Texans, and you were going, hey, that was probably the worst spend?
Ooh, that's a good question. I would have. I like what they spent. I like what they did with Al-Shaair. I liked what they did with Danielle Hunter. Would it be? I like what they did with Stephon Diggs, although it didn't, obviously got hurt in terms of just acquisitions. So I don't know who were you thinking?
I feel like people would probably say Dalton Schultz signing.
Yeah, it would probably have to be that. It'd probably have to be Dalton Schultz, because that's still an area where they're looking. They would have to look, even though they got a lot of depth right there. I think they're still not necessarily writing off the tight end position.
Right, and one of the things I was kind of interested in, I was going and looking at the people, or the players rather, that are in that same kind of contractual situation, tight end wise. So Dalton Schultz in that place where he's making $12 million this past season, and in that same space you have the likes of Pat Freiermuth of the Steelers, Noah Fant played with the Seahawks, Dawson Knox is a name that's a really interesting one, and then Kyle Pitts, all in that same space of percentage of the cap. And interestingly enough, fairly comparable when it comes to. He's high up there on receptions. Pat Freiermuth clearly is gonna clear this, because he's a different level when you talk about receptions. 65 to Dalton Schultz's 53. Reception yards, a good 120 more than Dalton Schultz, but same yards per reception. Now Pat Freiermuth, a ton of touchdowns, 7 compared to the 2 that Dalton Schultz had, but none of the real other tight ends really had a lot of touchdowns. Kyle Pitts had 4. I guess you could point to that. And when you really come down to it, Dalton Schultz seems to kind of be producing in a similar vein as the tight ends in that space. It just kind of stinks that when it comes down to like the actual pass blocking and those types of things, he didn't do that well. But I don't know how much of that is like Dalton Schultz himself. Yeah, you could talk about like kind of the ways that it looked where, hey man, I would love you to be an energetic and enthusiastic blocker and then come back to putting him in that place to not be successful.
See, that's the thing. You can be as energetic and enthusiastic as you want, but if you're doing it where you're just absolutely overwhelmed one-on-one, that's not even Dalton Schultz's fault. I mean, that's where he goes back to new offensive coordinator, new blocking scheme, et cetera. I think Dalton Schultz would have to be the pick, but it wasn't for lack of, maybe, about what you expected or slightly under, in terms of reception. It was the blocking. And was the blocking even his fault?
I mean, well, some of it, yes.
Well, I mean, like literally on the field in the moment, it was his fault,
right.
But he was put in that position.
Somebody said from the 832, the only thing I didn't like about last year was Diggs, and I think that you saw the benefit that he brought to this team early, right? Like that, having that comfortability with the easy receptions over the middle. The problem was he went down with injury, and that's a dude who had not been injury prone to that point. He was, I think that was the reason why it was really smart. I think the only issue that I have with Stephon Diggs is really just shortening the contract, and it felt like that was something that was understandable to do in that moment, right? To put him in a contract year, give him the opportunity as a kind of prove it year, and it seemed like that was some level of inspiration for him as well before the injury.
And that's where he is now, and that's why they're moving on. He's going to probably get more than Christian Kirk will get. So I don't blame Stephon Diggs, and as much as Dalton Schultz has been frustrating to watch sometimes, you almost don't have to blame him for the way
people bring Kaimi Fairbairn, the re-signing there.
Just late. It got ugly late.
It got very ugly late.
Yeah.
It was good early on.
It was great
very
on.
good.
Yeah.
Two special team players of the week for Kaimi early in the season for knocking down 50-yarders. I think, honestly, you might have gotten to a point where you were too dependent on that long leg that he had brought to the game. But maybe you end up going, hey, in the future, this is something that we would like to move away from. I don't know if they're quite in that place.
Yeah.
But I don't think that I hated that signing either, right? And so somebody said Dalton Schultz had production drop off, which came because Slowick stopped using him, and they believe that he'll get back to that usage. That's one of the things I'm really interested in. Nick Caley, and maybe I'm leaning too much into this, right? Because we don't have a good accounting, of what the offense will actually, in trueness, look like. We have some of these kind of buzzwords, and I don't say that with judgment, but buzzwords about it's a game plan offense, and we want to make sure to run the football or what have you, but we don't actually know what it looks like. However, with Nick Caley being a tight ends coach, you would imagine and hope that him being the play caller, he is going to, at the very least, in whatever he does, help the tight ends be the best versions of themselves. And with Dalton Schultz, like there are tools to be a very productive wide receiver. It's like, can you utilize those tools in the best way? And I say all that to say, you come back to the offseason last year, and it feels like it was landed pretty damn well. Like it seems like you have a lot of opportunity and reason to have faith in Nick Caserio operating in this particular time period and so I'm very excited to see what they do. As of right now, what they've done is small deals around the edges to help bolster the rotation of the defensive line. When you talk about bringing back Sheldon Rankins, a guy who last time he was here had 5 sacks, bringing back Derek Barnett, a guy who had some big plays on the defense, and then also had 7 quarterback hits, 5 sacks. And then also, in addition to that, you just kind of go and you take a flyer on a wide receiver who can maybe help you in the slot, and really, more importantly, gives you an opportunity at a return man. I say all this to say I have a ton of faith in what Nick Caserio brings to this free agency and this offseason, including, and maybe this is a fool's errand, including the offensive line, where I think that you're going to have to play both in the draft, but then also in free agency.
No, he's been hugely impressive so far with the competent. Not peripheral. I guess they are peripheral type moves mostly, and I still think he's making that run. And to kind of put a bow on Dalton Schultz, all that said, sort of underachieving, and yet you can kind of understand some of the places that he made mistakes. Wasn't necessarily all his fault. Hugely important year for him coming up. Hugely important year.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That last year, maybe you can try and make some excuses, and I can understand people hearing what I said and saying, yo, you are making excuses. Did not like contact, and that showed, right? In a situation where they got rid of the fullback in thoughts that the tight ends would be able to give that physicality. And Dalton Schultz did not bring his portion to the potluck of football. And so maybe if he is used in a better way, understanding that Nick Haley expressed his love for 13 personnel, getting three of them dudes in there, right? But that person go up, and it better, because otherwise then it does look bad, right? Then you would have different, you would have isolated the variable to him in particular.
Yes, exactly.
But yeah, excited to see what this free agency continues to hold for this Houston Texans team. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. From the 832, have more confidence in Casario in his free agent work over his draft work. That's kind of interesting. That's an interesting perspective to look at, but I don't. Well, before we move on,
I'm processing.
Well, you know what?
I don't know if I agree with that.
Okay, I'll give you time to process that. We'll circle back around.
You got some goods and some bads all over.
all over.
But that seems like it's somewhat the nature of the draft as well, right? The draft is kind of a crapshoot, right?
Yeah.
There's hit or miss involved within it. Now, depending on which ones your misses are, where they are, it gets real nasty. And if you're looking at a first-round pick, Kenyon Green, that is a very big miss.
Yeah.
That definitely hurts your conveation. That helps you hurt your
I seem to
argument.
remember a big trade he made, though.
Oh, yeah, the Joe Mixon. We didn't even mention the Joe Mixon in that. Fantastic work. Good job. Excellently done. Because he also getting paid in that same vein as Derrick Henry and some of those other guys that had fantastic years. I mean, hell, you didn't even pay him as much as some of these other guys. So, and he was carrying your run game, which was a large part of your offense. So. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We've come to the time where we typically do our lunchtime confessions, and we will do that next.
All right, let's get your house sold. I mean, not me personally, but I can tell you.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm about to throw a little fit here, Figgy.
What's wrong, man?
Because everybody, a little fit. Everybody knows that there are everyone who works, who has a job, that you use your computer. We all know one of the things we hate more than anything else is having to reset your password every freaking 60 days or 90 days. Why are you making it harder? I hate resetting. See what they're doing? And by the way, I love Odyssey and all that it entails. But could you see what they're doing now? That's worth to be at least 16 characters. 16.
You're not remembering that.
Were you over my shoulder? I got locked out already.
Oh, word? I have a personal thought that once you get over like 12 characters, it's hard to remember.
I think it used to be 11 or 12, which you can, or maybe it's less than that, but they raised it. I just had to reset my password this morning. 16 it took me 10 minutes to figure out what the heck I was going to use.
And it's hilarious because once you get to 16, or like inherently, when you get to 16, you kind of want to use a phrase or something that you can remember. But that's like counterintuitive because that's going to make it easier to hack.
Yes.
So what I told you is something that you need to do. Sounds like somebody needs a password manager.
Well, I've never had
16 ain't enough.
That's not a good reason.
And
that's not a good reason.
Lo and behold,
I've never done it before. It's not a good reason. You got to get yourself a password
I reset
manager.
it before the show. I logged on here to start the show, and I got locked out. I tried 3 different times. I had to reset. Why? I mean, I get why, but 16. Why are you making it harder?
Because people out here hacking, dog. What you mean?
Man, it's the worst.
People are out here hacking.
So what's your password?
See, so I start with, you know what's funny? Don't even remember it. And you want to know why? Because I got a password.
You got a password manager?
Yeah, man. That's not for me. And it's probably like the worst of us because I feel like that is just turning the passwords into the phone numbers. You remember how we used to all remember phone numbers? Now you probably only remember your phone number and maybe your mama's. That's what's going to happen with me with all my passwords. I don't know what my passwords are.
The other thing is you got to rotate. Like you can't use this last 6 months. You have to give it. So I have a rotation of like 3 or 4 that that can fit that parameter. Yeah. But now I don't even have that rotation anymore.
Yeah. I've been kind of rolling with kind of the same password for years now, where I just up the number.
Okay.
So I just up the number.
376.
Yep. Yeah. So I'm up there pretty high now. Yeah. So I've been good so far.
That's actually not a bad idea. Or maybe it is. I don't know.
Whatever the password is, just add a number in there. And then when it's time to reset, just up that number and just keep upping the number every time you got to change it.
These are my confessions.
I feel shame.
Shame?
I feel shame.
Shame?
Yeah.
That's pretty strong.
It's earned. I went to the Rodeo Black Heritage Night on Friday. That's not the shameful part. I was very happy to be out there. It was cool to be out there.
Shame to be black, man.
Absolutely not. It was a blessing. Like I said to the folks I was hanging out with, the people watching, immaculate. And you know exactly what I mean when I say that.
Yeah.
So got to see the Bun B birthday bonanza. I imagine we'll talk about that in the mixtape. Here's where the shame comes in.
Okay.
Didn't wear my boots.
Oh, you didn't wear your boots?
Yeah.
What the hell you get the boots for?
Well, I wore them cook-off.
Yeah.
And then I was.
So you just got them for cook-off?
No. I wanted to wear them. I got in my head. I was like, man, it's gonna, you know what I mean? People that we're going with, I don't want to look like, you know what I mean? Like, I didn't know what they were wearing.
Yeah.
I didn't want to look like that guy in a group of folks that was not wearing stuff. So I was like, yeah, I'm just going to wear some.
I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
Hold on. There's more disappointment to be had.
Oh, man.
Then when I got out to the grounds, a pretty lady was like, you need to buy you a hat. And I was like, you right, pretty lady. You need to buy this hat.
Man.
So I was that guy.
You had a hat? You got the hat?
I got a hat.
Oh.
Looked pretty good on me too, except I was not wearing my boots, so I looked like a poser. And I felt like
like a tourist.
I felt such shame. But I can't wait to put them joints together.
Yeah, it's gonna be looking good.
Next year, we got to get a whole outfit.
Yeah,
shirt, pants.
You want me to be out here like I'm not doing the Stephon Diggs fully because I know Ron's about to be He's about to tear me up.
I'm telling you, Ron can say what he wants. He pulled it off.
Ron saw me in the suite with my sneakers on, and I felt the judgment. He ain't say nothing. I'm sure he will today. He ain't say nothing, but I just felt the judgment. Like,
was he judging or was he happy?
No, he was judging.
You know why I think
Ron ain't happy for me. Come on now.
No, he happy you wearing sneakers.
You know why I think I just figured this out. Why Ron is so anti wear the cowboy hat and boots thing? Because they don't look good on him. I'll bet you he's tried. I bet you he's tried to pull it off.
Think so.
He's like, oh, no.
I was kind of there with Ron at one point when I'm like, I ain't about to wear. I was kind of a Yankee a little bit, but the more I live down here, the more. No, it's really cool because the people that's doing it, that been here for years, they're not posing.
Yeah,
like this is a real thing. It's some real cowboys out here, man.
Yeah,
and this is, to me, this is like the Super Bowl for that, man.
Exactly.
So ain't no shame in dressing up like that, especially that's a Houstonian thing, man.
These are my confessions.
So, I'm not. I got.
Okay, you sound like you.
I know, man. This is gonna be a good one.
I gotta confess, man. I'm not. I got my housewarming party coming up on Sunday.
That's right.
This Sunday. I gotta confess, I'm not really looking forward to it, man.
Where you live again, so the people can show up?
Yeah.
I'm in Galena Park. That's all I'm gonna get you.
Yeah.
That's all I'm gonna get.
If you find it from there.
Yeah, if you find it, man. Hey, salute to you, man. Come on in. But I'm not looking forward to it, man. I'm not a big party. I'm not a big throw a party at my crib person or throw a party.
It'll be laid back. It'll be cool, man.
Nah, man. It's just, to me, like yesterday, went shopping and kind of get some stuff to set up everything. I'm not looking forward to it, man. I'm like, man, I got to entertain some people. I don't know if it's too much to buy or too less to buy. I don't know who's coming. And it's just, I don't know. I'm just not looking forward to it, man.
Look, man, I get it, but it'll be fine. Be more than fine. You guys gonna pull it off.
Yeah, this is the other thing too, man. Wifey talking about, hey, maybe we should play some little games or something.
See that? My wife does that.
That's why I'm like, man,
she's
ain't
a
trying
big
to do all
let's
that,
play
man.
a game person.
I'm in the mindset of, hey, come on in, look around, eat, drink, and peace.
Yeah.
Like if you got somewhere to be, I'm good with that, man. We ain't got to play no little dorky game. This ain't no baby shower.
Yeah.
Like we ain't got to do all that stuff,
ain't
man.
No baby shower.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm not. Maybe when Friday.
You'll come around. You'll come around.
I'm not looking forward to it.
Nah,
though,
he's probably not.
He's not gonna come around.
I'm not. I would never throw myself a birthday party. I'm just not into it, man.
Yeah.
So I definitely don't want to throw no housewarming party, but it is what it is.
These are my confessions.
I don't know if once the NCAA tournament comes around, it's the best. The first 2 weekends are the best weekends by far. I'm surprising myself, and maybe it's just because they're so giddy about how much fun I'm having watching these small school conference championships, which have already started. Like there's going to be another couple of games today, 2 or 3 championship games of the small. Now they have very little, if no chance to win. But Lipscomb has punched a ticket. High Point has punched a ticket.
I've heard of those schools before.
In the Big South. Drake, that's a good one from the Missouri Valley.
Drake?
Yeah.
Drake.
And SIEU.
SIE. I thought you were going to say SIU because I was like, I know that. What is SIEU?
No, SIUE, I should say. SIU is
that SIU Evanston or something like that?
Yes, okay. From the Ohio Valley Conference.
Why do I know that?
There's something about Omaha won the Summit League championship. What
Peyton Manning's audible?
Tell me something that, yeah, exactly. Tell me something about Omaha basketball winning the Summit League championship.
Not a damn thing.
Me neither.
Not a thing.
And yet I love these, and all you see is the highlights or the last second shot or something. But it's just so cool because these are the teams that we're going to be filling our brackets with. Like, can that 12 seed win? Well, actually, none of these will probably be a 12. But I just love this little conference championship. I used to call the game at the Southland with Vandermeer.
Got to see my alma mater for a little bit, UT Arlington, didn't you?
I did. We saw them just about every year that they made the tournament.
Wait, were you calling them the year that they made the tournament? Was that 08?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That was either the first or second year that Vandy and I did color. He did play-by-play. Saw obviously Stephen F. SFA win like 2 or 3.
Yeah.
McNeese. These small school tournaments are just It's like a little tease, like a little drug that gets you ready for the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, this feels a lot to me like bowl season, or I'm trying to think, sometimes during the summer when you just get to baseball. Great background television.
Perfect.
Right? Now, as we get further down championship week, it goes from background to, hey, you might want to pay attention a little bit. We got some games on. But this week, championship week that we got going on here, headed into Selection Sunday. Oh yeah, that's what is really good for me. But I don't know how much I'm going to just lean straight into. Especially, I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm not watching no Missouri Valley Conference Championship.
Well,
I'll
you don't
find
dig
out about
in,
that
but it's
team.
just fun.
Yeah, man, I'll find out about that team in the tournament. I'm not going to lie. I'll be like, I would like to learn a little bit more about some of these other teams in the bigger conferences, but I'm definitely not going to learn about SIUE.
Troy and Arkansas State tonight at 6.
Okay. I look forward to you watching that. I will be gearing up for a Rockets game where I find out what they are doing, sans Amen Thompson and Reed Shepard. That's more of where my attention will be personally.
These are my confessions.
You know what? I'm going to say this one for later because you're in the loop right here.
That's a hell of a tease.
No, it's not. It's really not. Lunchtime Confessions brought to you by the Men's Clinic. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us on a Thursday. And coming up next, should we do winners and losers?
Absolutely.
Of the weekend? Well, here's the thing. The Texans just did a thing.
They did a little thing. We start with that.
Okay, so we'll start with that. The Texans signing defensive back Tremont Smith to a 2-year deal worth $7.5 million. We'll talk about that, and we'll probably get you some winners and losers of the weekend next.
Who's on Sean's Texans free agency?
Terms apply for JD Power 2024 award information. Visit jdpower.com/awards.
With more than 50,000 active clients today, the market has spoken. Call D&M Leasing before you buy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. It is legal tampering day, and boy, these NFL teams are tampering their asses off right now. Lots of things going around. And the Texans doing a little bit of legal tampering themselves. Tremont Smith, name that's familiar around these parts, technically a cornerback, but really he is a special teams ace. He returns to the Texans on a 2-year, $7.5 million deal, $7.5 million, if my pronunciation was a little confusing at all, for a 2-year deal for Tremont Smith. And I think that it's interesting. This is the second guy that you could look at as on the Braxton Berrios, the wide receiver, 30-year-old, or entering his age 30 season is probably the more correct way of saying it. Coming off an ACL tear, he is the other one that you look at as a returner. Interesting that they've added a few guys to maybe paper over that particular position. Although Braxton Berrios has a lot less certainty than seeing Tremont Smith with that. Although, kind of gunner type dude, wheels, but he returns to the Texas, Tremont Smith.
Man, Frank Ross is getting hurt in that building.
Yeah.
He's getting some help.
He might be the one pushing the moves, making the moves.
Well, he's certainly, like I said, he's being heard. That's for sure.
For sure. So you have him in, but he's also he is technically by trade a cornerback, even though I think he got maybe 4 tackles last year, did not have a lot of burn. 20 snaps total, if memory serves me correctly, at cornerback this past season defensively. Does that give you any level of solace at all in the addition of cornerback room, or are you still I still need to see
No, I mean, that's what he is. He's a special teams guy.
Yeah.
This is a Frank Ross special along with Berrios as well.
Yeah, so
he was here during the dark days too, man.
Yeah.
He gets to see the light.
2021, 2022.
Good for him, man. He gets to see the light.
Yes, he does.
He gets to see the light. And that's another
look a little different around here.
Yeah, man.
A little positive energy going on around here now.
Well, he always had positive energy.
Yeah.
But yeah,
was he an Easterby guy?
Well, he was here. I don't know if he was
I wasn't sure.
I wouldn't put that evil on him.
Is that going to be the first question you ask him? You an Easterby guy?
I wouldn't put that evil on him.
He has some Easterby people here.
Yeah, well, for sure.
No, I get what you mean. But so yeah, Tremont Smith gets to return. Now, something interesting that's come up. We mentioned the Titans paying tackle earlier in the legal tampering period, or at least agreeing to a primo deal over $80 million for a left tackle.
Yeah.
With that news, you also add that with the idea that there's some rumors about what the Titans will do with their number one.
Well, one of the Titans, the Giants, one of the Giants insiders said that he's been told that Giants GM Joe Shane is kind of flipping out, is the term that he put, because the Titans apparently have told them they are, get this, no longer, which can change, but no longer looking to trade out of the number 1 pick. So they sign a tackle. They apparently are not.
Who are they trying to protect?
Is this Cam Smith?
I mean, if you listen to a lot of the people in the know,
Cam Ward. I said Cam Smith.
Cam Smith.
I mean, he's so good, man. Yeah. I wouldn't doubt. He wouldn't
be the first person to skip out on the baseball.
Wait, hold on. Cam Smith, 6'3", 220?
Yeah, something like that.
Sound like a football player to me.
I mean, he probably did play a little quarterback.
He might have.
He might be able to. Hey, leave my third baseman / right fielder alone.
Yeah.
Don't do that. And thank you to the various people saying God bless you to myself for sneezing. Thank you. I thought I turned off my microphone. Apologies if that came out over the air. But no, Cam Ward, if you listen to the draft people, it is a 1 quarterback race when it comes to the top tier of this. It is Cam Ward about the personality that Shedeur Sanders comes with. Then they go, all right, well, maybe Shedeur Sanders is in that other place where he's been mocked all sorts of different places in the first round. But Cam Ward is one that people seem to feel
Makes it interesting.
Maybe that is the place that they're willing to go if they're wanting to stand and select. Or maybe we're viewing too much into the idea that they got a dominant left tackle, or they paid a lot for a left tackle, at least I should say. And maybe it's that they will go and they will still sign one of these prominent free agents. However, when it comes to number 1, you make the no-brainer pick and you pick one of these 2 guys that seem to be one of the very few blue chippers in this draft, which is Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter, or how my brain keeps thinking about it, Paula Abdul Carter.
That's
because
it.
for some reason, every time I see Abdul,
I think that's the government name.
I don't know why I can't separate.
Just don't say that to his face.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. You think I'm out here trying to get hit? For some reason, the name Abdul is always going to be associated with Paula Abdul for me, which doesn't make sense. It shouldn't. However, that's there. But one of those blue chippers. What is preferable to you? Like of all the permutation that we just set up for the Titans in your division, which of those would you prefer them to do?
Look, I just as someone who's hoping for the best with the Texans, I don't mind the rookie quarterback. Cam almost did it again. Cam Ward.
You got baseball on your mind. Yeah. We probably should be tapping in with the Astros.
We'll get to that.
Cam Ward,
Cam Abdul Ward is.
Are we just throwing in? Okay, to do that, we'd have to do
Cam Travis Abdul.
It would have to be something that either ties the Cam or ties the Ward.
Well, that's true.
Like it'd have to be like Cam Hines Ward or something like that. You know what I mean?
Anywho, I don't mind the rookie quarterback in Tennessee at this point. No matter what he might end up being, I think they got bigger issues than that. So. You get a veteran in there that maybe has a big year, could make it a little interesting. I think it'll be a little harder on the rookie.
Real quick, as we're dealing with all the free agency news that's happening, trying to bring you the most pertinent ones. If I tried to bring you all of them, you would be sick of me. You probably already are. But the cornerback, Jordan Lewis, previously of the Cowboys, is signing a 3-year, $30 million deal with the Jacksonville Jaguars. The $20 million of that guaranteed. So that's another cornerback that the Jags have in tow with them. Seems like he might even play outside. A solid cornerback, but not one that scares me.
No. A lot of cornerbacks are having a good day. A lot of cornerbacks are getting signed right now. So.
Including, of course, I think the biggest one for our purposes here locally. I don't think any of the other ones really move the needle quite for us. Like Carlton Davis getting a 3-year up to $20 million deal with New England. All right, that's cool. The real one that we're looking at is J.C. Horn getting that extension with the Carolina Panthers, a 4-year, $100 million, 25 annual to be the highest paid cornerback or defensive back, honestly, in NFL history. Now, when you talk about percentage of the cap, it's still around that space where we're talking about 9%. It still feels like of the salary cap, that is. Still feels very much like what Derek Stingley is set to get paid, and what we know for certain, that $100 million is the baseline for what Derek Stingley gets paid.
Well, that's where you're starting. It does not stink to be Derek Stingley at all.
No. Not at all. Someone said exactly Jordan Lewis doesn't scare anyone. I will say, but he's a solid cornerback. Don't get me wrong. Like, he is not a bad cornerback, but no, he's not scaring anybody. From the 281 here on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
Do the Texans go after Greenlaw? If so, what happens to Harris? Yeah, we had that kind of talk about that earlier, although we were kind of purporting or at least believing that to be maybe some level of signal. It does not seem to have proved that way just yet because about 45 minutes before 11 o'clock, when the legal tampering period opened up, we got that reporting from Jonathan Alexander of the Chronicle that, hey, he's hearing that the Texans are set to express interest at the start of the legal tampering period. And maybe we tried to do the thing where we read in and like, oh, is this signaling that they already have something in place? We probably should have just taken him at his word. They probably have just expressed interest and opened the conversation to maybe just peruse and see if a reunion with D'Amico is something that is in the offing. But still, you talked about the reasons why you would like it, the potential of adding that linebacker from San Francisco to this team.
Yeah, look, the number one thing that Aziz Al-Shair maybe has a blind spot, a weak spot, was completely exposed late in the year, and that's pass cover. Definitely swarmy, definitely a D'Amico Ryan's favorite. But if you're going to get better in the margins, and especially in this conference with these quarterbacks that you're going to face down the stretch, you got to get better in coverage with tight ends at the linebacker position. And Drake Greenlaw is better. He's going to be a little more expensive, but he's just a flat out better. The other thing that it does, it really makes you wonder, what is Christian Harris's role here? Toto was obviously good, but what's the belief that can be sustainable? And you can put Al-Shair and Greenlaw together, that immediately elevates this defense even higher than it was.
Okay. All All right, cool. I'm super interested. We're continuing to watch all the spaces that we possibly can, and of course, Twitter has gone down once more, making it just that much more difficult.
Reggie's losing his mind
to watch. No, actually, I'm cool, man. Like, this is where me being a sick human that has a lot of interest and just inundates myself with media is helping me out, right? Like, the 3 TV experience helped me out. I'm used to having many different inputs when it comes to media and trying to handle it. I'm not saying I'm the best at it, but at least I don't feel entirely overwhelmed in this moment. It does stink that Twitter's down, though. It feels like that one has been the most streamlined for how to find out various things. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Apparently, Jake Myers has gone yard in their spring training game, their Grapefruit League game that's happening right now versus the that's the wrong one. Oh, nope, that is the right one, the Blue Jays, because apparently there's also been more runs that have been scored in the home run. It is 3-0 out there playing as they're playing against the Blue Jays. I'll give you an update on that here soon. But coming up next, I said we were going to get into the winners and losers of the weekend. We didn't. We'll do that. But then also, I want to ask, like, what does the Amen Thompson injury do to the Houston Rockets? Because that is clearly one of your best, if not your best players. Let's talk about that and more next.
How does Clint feel about the Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get into the winners and losers of the weekend. I'm going to try and use this framework to get to all the things that we need to do. How's that sound? We'll see if I actually land the plane here, but I will try. But before we get to that, I do want to run through, again, on a newsy day, at the start of free agency, I guess de facto start, with the legal tampering period. And when it comes to the Texans, the things that they have done today, correct me in the places where I'm wrong. Sheldon Rankins, you can always come home. Welcome back, big fella. 1 year, $7 million to be a defensive tackle for this team. Cool. Braxton Berrios, wide receiver. Really, more importantly, return man. He comes back, he signs a 1 year, $2 million deal to be on this team. It seems like he's going to be a depth guy, possibly, battle it out, see if he makes a team. But being a return guy is coming off an ACL injury, mind you, that ended his season after 6 games. But that's a guy that's coming through as well. And then also, Derek Barnett returns. 1 year, $5 million. So you get an opportunity for him to get some more fumble recoveries. He had 2 of them things for touchdowns and 5 sacks last year, 7 quarterback hits. All good. He'll back up Will Anderson Jr. once again. And then Tremont Smith.
Yeah.
Who will have $7.5 million deal. And I imagine no one is happier than the always excited, always electric Frank Ross.
Yeah, those are the 4 that I have as we're getting them here. On the big day. I mean, look at the list that I have of all over the NFL already of the signings during there's some quick negotiating happening here on the legal tampering period. But the Texans very active, not very active, splashy.
But they whet your appetite.
Yeah,
they did a little bit, and yes, not very splashy, but I think hitting the spaces that matter.
Yeah,
I think to make sure that they're solid. I still anticipate and hope that they get involved in the guard market at some point in the next few days, and then prepare themselves for the draft, where I imagine that a wide receiver is still in play, and probably one of the things I am looking at though is the cornerback market, as you're starting to see some of those depth corners go. Guys like Isaiah Rodgers, who is gone. Another one is I mentioned Jordan Lewis, DJ Reed. Is gone.
A lot of cornerbacks off the board.
Yeah, cornerbacks are going, and a little bit of depth there is one of the things that I'm hoping to see for this team going through. But all right, let's get into some winners.
Texans winners so far.
Texans, okay. Why do you say the winners this far?
Because these are the types of deals that can really spell a difference in the small ways, the margins, as people like to say, over the course of a long year. Some of the places where maybe they had some issues, but they haven't made the big splash yet. They have cleared money. I think an interior offensive line is coming, and we'll be very happy when that happens.
All right, I might be the negative Nancy on this particular edition of SportsRadio market evaluations.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah,
those market values that they gave some of these guys, they were way off.
Yeah,
they were way off.
And I think that I become a loser in tandem with that, because I was leaning on some of these things to get an idea. I was looking at just a few of the deals that we saw over the weekend, like Devontae Adams. That was one of the guys that we were looking at, and his valuation had been shown on SportsRadio to be $13.6 million. He ultimately got $23 a year on that 2 year,
only $10 million off.
Deal. Yeah. That's a huge distinction, because if you can get Devontae for $14 million, let's do that. That's probably why I misspoke earlier, was the SportsRadio valuation. So it was making me a loser all over again. Aaron Jones, the guy you were looking at, $5.6 million is what they said his market was. He ultimately got 10 a year, 2 for 20. Yeah. And then Myles Garrett is the big one, where I imagine they just looked at, well, Max Crosby got 24, so 34, so 34.3 is what he should get. Nope, he got 40.
Got 40.
Yeah, he got 40. Which I'll give them a little credit there. I don't know how much you're supposed to. I don't know how you're supposed to be able to tell what extortion ultimately comes out to.
I think teams just overpay just to kind of keep people happy too. I don't think they try to get like the direct number, like, oh, this is what he's worth. Sometimes they throw a couple more million to kind of keep you happy, I guess.
And agents always want the next one to be just a little higher, and sometimes it ends up being a lot higher.
Wait, all I got to say is I'm unhappy, and somebody going to put $6 million on my... Hey!
Go ahead, say it.
Hey! I am deeply unhappy.
See what happens.
Let me get $6 million if you don't mind.
I don't see anybody running down the hallway with a new contract.
Sometimes it's going to work out right. Sometimes they'll be like, all right, peace.
Admittedly, I am nobody's Myles Garrett. That makes sense. All right, how about this for a winner or a loser on the weekend? I am calling the loser the Yankees.
Oh, boy. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah.
That thing is falling apart.
Yeah, Garrett Cole, obviously familiar around these parts, but a very good pitcher and really important to the rotation of the Yankees. He was recommended that he needed to have Tommy John surgery.
Yeah.
And they are looking for a second opinion. It was Jim Bowden who made mention of this weekend. But, man, like that goes from being a solid foundational piece of your rotation to maybe missing a year and a half. And depending on when they ultimately try and do this, maybe 2 years if you're not careful.
Yeah.
Like that.
And that's not all with the Yankees.
No.
They got more going on, too. Giancarlo's got something going on. Aaron Judge has got something going on. It's falling apart in New York. What a shame.
I'm having a hard time.
What a shame.
I'm having a hard time,
Y'all sound so sad about
it. The tears just aren't coming through.
Yeah.
Yeah, the tears aren't coming through. How about this? Winners and losers of the weekend. I got another loser, and that is the MLB apparel at this. Did you see this? MLB.
Oh, those hats?
Yes, they like putting out, kind of special hats or special things sometimes, apparel, just, I guess, for particular seasons as novelty items, I guess. And this year, one of the things that they have is what they call overlap hats.
Yeah.
Which, is just a baseball cap, and then overlapping that is the team logo. Except because it's a word mark within a logo, it makes the word mark unintelligible. And there's some kind of funny accidental things like the Texas Rangers. They have the Texas word mark, and then they have the big T over top of it, which basically is over the X. And so instead of it saying Texas, it basically says Titas. Which, I mean, look, I imagine there's a lot of people that are very fond of Titas. But I have a feeling that was not intended. I kind of really hate the Astros one.
I saw it.
What's your take on it? Because it basically says Ashos. And I don't feel good about that. But then also, I don't like.
Say that again.
I feel like you're walking me into a bad path. But Ashos?
It says assholes.
Oh, well, okay.
Yeah, it says it.
Yeah,
it does.
Maybe
they might be on to something.
Maybe this is what they was trying to do.
Yeah.
How about Seattle?
What does Seattle say?
The misers.
That actually kind of works.
It does work.
That kind of works. But yeah, I have a strong feel. Like, I honestly just don't like the Astros word mark on the hat in general. And yes, I do appreciate that the Boston Red Sox one with the big old B in the middle basically says Bobon.
Bobon.
Which you can maybe talk me into that one because everybody loves them some Bobon.
Exactly.
Some other winners and losers on the day. How about this loser? Twitter. How about be ready for one of the bigger sports days or one of the bigger traffic days that you're going to have?
This is like Twitter being down. Maybe I was going to say Academy Awards, but that's bigger than world, globally than this NFL.
I mean, I don't know, these reporters and people like that.
They rely on it.
Yeah, to break the news. How you going to break the news? You got to go old school now?
Yeah.
Yeah, we had to go to the website. We had to go to the website. That's old school now, John.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel?
I'm hitting refresh on a couple of outlets here, but it's definitely. It's a big L for Twitter. There is no question about that.
Yeah, it has been rough, but we thankfully like Blue Sky, which is I guess it was founded by the dude who started Twitter, Jack Dorsey. It's been kind of just an also ran. I know that some people have gone to Threads or whatever. It's really gotten a lot of love because there's been a few people I think really speared by Mina Kimes, like a decent amount of football folks over there. So that's actually been really good on this day. Everybody kind of went out to their vacation Twitter, which is Blue Sky, and it's been pretty good to keep.
Vacation Twitter.
That's kind of like it's like when you have a vacation home. You know what I mean? Like it's like my home, and there's stuff happening, or like it's cold, and I need to escape from this thing. Of course, I'm speaking from a place I have no idea of. I have never had a vacation house anywhere in my life or in my family, but I imagine that's how this works for them rich folks. They go, I would like to go to the vacation home.
Well, we'll spend the summer.
Exactly. We will summer.
We summer in the Hamptons.
100%. All right. Some winners and losers on the weekend. Somebody said losers, Houston area high school boys teams. 100%.
Oh, that was sad.
I was 100% going to go there because
that was sad.
There was a sweep.
Yeah.
When it came to DFW high school teams on the Houston area. The boys
good thing they
teams
took it well in
basketball.
Dallas. They were very very court. What are they, good winners?
Hell yeah.
No, they weren't.
They were never
No, they weren't.
They were never that. Somebody said the news is saying that X or Twitter is under a cyber attack. Huh. Did not know that. But yeah,
Man.
that's tough. That is really tough. A bad day to have a cyber attack happen. Good point. Loser on the weekend is we're just being jerks handing people L's. UFC pay-per-view, I believe UFC 313. I didn't see exactly what happened to it, but it seems like there was significant problems with making sure that people, the people that had purchased the pay-per-view actually could see it. In fact, I believe ESPN Plus got to the point where they were offering the free opportunity for people to watch the replay of it on ESPN Plus, and I was like, that kind of missed the whole point.
That
like that's the idea was not I just needed to see this. It's all about the on-demand viewing, which does make me wonder, like, is this going to be a continued problem that we have as we move more and more of our live sports viewing to streaming?
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, we've seen hints of it as well with obviously the Netflix Tyson fight, et cetera. So, yeah, I think it could well. And sure enough, there isn't a cyber attack, according to as of about 12 minutes ago. Apparently, there's there's a reported cyber attack on Twitter. So good luck with all that.
Yeah, good luck with that. If you got a blue sky, go over there to see your.
Oh, Tesla owners too.
Oh, so this is on the full.
Man. So they're going for Elon.
This is on the full.
They're going for.
Aren't they? Well,
should have had the 16-digit password.
Now I don't feel so bad. Now I don't feel so bad. Tesla had that old 8-digit password. It got him.
I have a strong feeling that this is now less about Twitter or Tesla in particular.
Yeah.
This might be
a little
about
personal.
politics. Who's doing the politics cyber attack? Right? Like, who is doing that? Is this Russia? Can we blame Russia? Can we just
somebody's gonna
recklessly
be blamed.
speculate?
Somebody's going to be blamed.
You always got to blame Russia when something like this
I don't know.
happens.
I feel like we moved out of the Cold War era where we blame Russia. Now we blame China for things, right? Like that's where we are.
Whenever it's like a cyber attack or something like that, those Russians.
Them Russians.
Oh, Elon's issued a statement.
About
there was and parentheses still is a massive cyber attack against X. We get attacked every day, but this was done with lots of resources. Somebody's coming after Twitter. Dang.
Real quick before I get you another, I guess, loser on the weekend, because I guess maybe I was in a negative space this weekend, not viewing winners. But a little bit of news. Trevon Moehrig, safety, who's a free agent. He does. I was afraid that he was going to remain with the Raiders, that the Raiders were going to spend that money. He doesn't. But he goes to the Panthers, who are spending big money.
They are.
3 years, $51 million. So that's a safety off the board. I don't think that you were playing anywhere in any of those pools, but they spent big money, including they went and got the defensive tackle Milton Williams, the Super Bowl champion, who was one of the few that the Eagles did not go through and actually
try to get.
Well, not even try.
Yeah.
Usually the Eagles are good about paying their guys early, but paying the guys when they know they're there, paying them early.
Yeah.
They did not do that with Milton Williams, and he goes to Carolina. I didn't actually see a dollar amount on that, but I imagine it's a good hefty one to go and play for the Panthers, and they do the same thing with Trevon Moehrig. Do you think the Panthers might be able to do a quick turnaround on this? Because they're actually doing the things to try and get in some talent.
I think in terms of interest, definitely interested in what the Patriots are doing, definitely interested in what the Panthers are doing. The difference is the Panthers, I think, have a little more confidence in their quarterback situation. So, yeah, I think the Panthers...
Really? I would say that the Patriots feel real good about the quarterback. They just need people to throw the ball to.
Well, that's definitely part of it. But, yeah, I think Patriots and Panthers.
Hey, Adam Schefter, thanks for listening to the show as they send out... the push note that Milton Williams is signing with the Patriots, actually, interestingly enough. So not the Carolina Panthers, as had been previously reported.
Toss must have broke down there.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Patriots, there you go, adding some really good interior defensive pressure.
You want a couple of winners?
Sure, but I was going to go to a loser that would give us an opportunity to talk about something. But no, you go ahead and get a winner, because we can talk about this a little later. I was going to bring back Amen Thompson.
No, do it. That's more relevant.
Yeah, I think the Rockets end up being a measure of loser, but I think we'll try and make a gradation here and see how much you consider that. He lands on the foot of one of the defenders, a name that usually I try names. In this instance, I'm not. Apologies to that gentleman for the Pelicans. In the fourth quarter, as they're up 30 points, and he sprains his ankle. I don't know what the grade is. However, according to Amstrania, 10 to 14 days is what he's expected to miss.
That's the grade.
So that is the grade. I don't know if that's 1, 2, or 3 when it comes to an ankle sprain. However, he is expected to miss about 2 weeks. Are we feeling some type of way that he is in a game with the 30-point lead and 5 minutes to go?
I am, and I don't know if I'm just mad or frustrated because you obviously understand he was trying to get a triple-double, but they're up 30. You want the guy to get a triple-double, but at the same time, you're fighting for some big stuff here. I have very conflicted emotions about this. I get it. I get why he's in there, but you got to be on the bench, man.
Say it with your chest, Lopez.
Yeah,
You've already had issues with some of Ime's decision-making.
I love Ime. I have had some issues.
Say it with your chest, Lopez.
I've had some issues with some of his decision-making. Well, I mean, it doesn't make sense in this case. 30 points? 30 points with 5 minutes left? That's a lot.
Yeah. I mean, I think I'm with you there.
Yeah. He's pretty much the Black Tom Thibodeau.
Wow.
Am I wrong?
He has had a man out here playing damn near 40 minutes a game.
Tom Thibodeau be running his players to the ground.
Yeah.
Man.
Tom Thibodeau.
Oh, man. I would never want to play with Tom Thibodeau, man.
Yeah.
But, I mean.
Players hate that, too. They grow to hate it.
Yeah, but, I mean, some of them love it. Like, if you find the ones that have that particular temerity, they seem to really love it, and it gets them going. And that's the kind of energy that it seems like Ime is trying to engender with his guys. It's one of those things that I can't be too heavy on him because we like it. It's good to have dudes that are willing to play really hard and play extended minutes and really just do whatever's necessary to win.
Yeah.
This just felt like a bridge too far.
This is the bad part of that.
100%. Yeah. Right? You end up in a place where somebody turns their ankle, which, to be fair, that's hooping for you. Like, if you played basketball for any
it could have happened in the first quarter.
Sure.
100%. But the idea and the problem is you take people out not because it can't happen at other times, but you mitigate the opportunities.
From it happening then.
For happening, and it highlights the risk that you were running playing him to that level. However, so now you're in a place where you're going to miss him for a 2-week stretch, thereabouts, right? However, it is a relatively easier part of the 2-week stretch, but also you can view it as this is a time where you're supposed to rack up the easy W's.
Exactly.
So you got to make sure that you do that, and I'm interested. Fred VanVleet is a game time decision. If he does not play, I really want to see what the ball handling rotation looks like. I know obviously you can drop Aaron Holiday in, and I feel good about that, but that's 25, 30 minutes maybe? What do you do with those other minutes? What do you do even when he's in? Is he going to be the guy initiating all the actions, or is this going to be more Alperen Şengün in the high post, or is it going to be more Jalen Green actually initiating pick and roll? Does he come off his screens flush? Is he making the passes out of that? Like, those are the things that I'm really intrigued to see, and I guess we'll get a first look.
And
at
I don't want them. I don't want Fred VanVleet or anyone else to rush him coming back if he's not. If he's not fully healthy. So no VanVleet potentially. No Reed Shepard. No Amen Thompson. Aaron Holiday. I got to believe it's going to be Jalen Green. I think that's where they would probably end up. Right.
Also, Cam Whitmore time. Like, it feels like Cam Whitmore gets more time, but also probably not be the best place to see it because that offense has not been robust. But what the defense looks like, I mean, we were already kind of looking at the perimeter defense, and even with Amen Thompson, but without him, I'm interested to see, is this going to hurt the defense? And maybe this is a good thing that Ime had started to experiment. Do we see more zone and more double big lineups?
I think we are.
To maybe help,
for sure now.
Kind of cover over missing Amen Thompson. We'll get a little bit of a look at it tonight against the Magic at 7 p.m. But all right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Oh, I should have mentioned the winner, Cam Smith, getting a hit off of a bona fide major leaguer. That's one of the things that we were looking to see in spring training, and he does that today. He was facing off against Kevin Gausman of the Blue Jays, and he got a hit. He did strike out earlier, but he did get a pretty solid hit.
Keep him in the minors.
Okay, well, Figgy is our Cam Smith assignment coordinator, and right now he says keep him in the minors because he got a strikeout. Okay, so
only batting 600 now.
Yeah. His OPS is below 2.
He ain't ready for the majors.
1.833. I don't know about that.
We will revisit
that. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, this is about the time where we turn it over to Figgy Fig for the Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us?
Yeah, so it was a crazy weekend this weekend. We will recap that, including our time at the rodeo. Plus, we got some funny play-by-play moments.
Ooh, funny play-by-play moments is always good. We'll do that next.
Free agency is here. Cool Nick Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. This your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Monday. Happy Monday to everyone out there. And we got a little bit of news, man.
Okay.
Everything going on. Free agency is going on. And what we got?
All right, so real quick, a couple of things that I think are pertinent. One is, I think, kind of tangentially pertinent to the Texans. The other one is just big news in the landscape. The tangentially pertinent to the Texans, defensive tackle Poona Ford, who had been with the Chargers, he is going to stay in L.A., but he'll play for the Rams this year. 3 years, $30 million with $17 million guarantee. I feel like Poona Ford is one of those names that would have been real interesting if you're looking for a dude who can one, stop the run, especially bounce back on the defensive tackle space. I thought that could have been an interesting one.
Mm-hmm.
But then also, Sam Darnold is going to find a landing spot. He is finalizing a 3-year contract, according to Adam Schefter, $110.5 million to be the next quarterback of the Seattle Seahawks. And I find this to be an absolute stupid move.
Stupid. Well,
yeah, I think this is really
like stupid or like stupid.
I think this is no, not stupid good, stupid bad. I find this to be a bad move for the Seattle Seahawks. You had Geno Smith, who I believe is a better quarterback than Sam Darnold, and if you let the Seahawks tell it after they had traded him to the Las Vegas Raiders, they said that they had tried to negotiate with him and they had offered him somewhere like $40 million on average annual value, and he declined and then did not counter, which then forced their hands.
Yeah.
That's PR. I'm sure that there's a nugget of truth where they couldn't come to terms necessarily. You move him on to the Raiders, and you're in a place where you traded away your best wide receiver, you've cut Tyler Lockett as well, and your offense is just kind of in this weird place. It hadn't been all that good. It feels like you should take a little bit of a step back, maybe not be nearly as good this year, but then get yourself up for an offseason where there's quarterbacks and there's an opportunity to make your offense better next year.
It's an arch year.
It is, in addition to other things that are out there. No. They decided we're going to lock into another gap quarterback who, mind you, Geno Smith has been kind of the same guy if you look at the numbers. The big thing about it is just there's been pressure because the offensive line is not good. Yeah. Well, Sam Darnold under pressure isn't any good. We saw that at the end of the season.
Yeah.
So what are you doing?
Yeah,
I have no idea what they're doing, man. But I figured they were probably trying to set or draft the quarterback. But I have no idea what they're doing.
Yeah.
Salute.
So back to you, Fig.
It was a crazy weekend. Friday was the Bun B birthday bonanza at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, and we were there. We wasn't together, but we were all there. And I kind of want to do a little quick review on the Bun B concert. Reggie, you was there. I just want to kind of get your takes on it first.
I think that a lot of the things that people complained about or had questions about ended up being a problem. It was a weird collection of artists, and you could tell that the crowd did not necessarily find the vibe that I think that there was trying to be woven. There was definitely points of time where you could see large swaths of people sitting down, maybe not as connected. Now, there were a couple of surprise guests. Tommy Richmond, who did the, what is the name of that damn song? $1 Million Baby? Whatever.
Oh, God.
That one, he came out. that one, it went up, though. People enjoyed that. And then the big thing was T.I. T.I. was like, surprise guest, did quite a few songs, and he did a really good job with his set. And so I felt like there was like two and maybe a possible that really performers in the set that really went up. T.I. was one of them. People seem to really enjoy Jagged Edge off the top. They open, and then Keith Sweat was interesting. And I texted Ron this, and maybe someone, if they think I was wrong or if I was right in that circumstance. I said that was the most fun I've seen people have listening to a performance that's really bad. I don't think Keith Sweat was like the vocal performance was not very good, but it's Keith Sweat. His songs, people know what time it is. we trying to bump and grind once we hear that P Sweat. And the people in the stands were bumping and grinding. Yeah. So I was like, they were having fun. So I was like, that's good enough. But other than that, a lot of technical difficulties.
That's what I was.
Yeah. That's what I took from it.
It didn't hit right.
Yeah, it was a lot of technical difficulties. The audio was really bad, and I'll get to that in another recap from this weekend. But yeah, I was fine with the surprise guest with T.I. But I just felt like, to me, I felt like these things, it seemed like the people kind of got hyped for, I would say, the legacy acts. So kind of the old school acts, the throwback R&B acts. I feel like maybe if he would have stuck there, just a lot of old school R&B type stuff, I felt like it could have been a good show or a decent show. But to me,
it sounds to me the experiment didn't work.
Yeah. To me, I'm kind of curious. Like, do you feel like my playlist for Friday was a little bit accurate, where it's like up and down, up and down?
It definitely felt like that. It definitely felt like, and it didn't help that, like, you know, some of the instances were hurt. Like when Don Toliver came out, there was a long period of time because he came out in a really nice car. He drove that thing out, took him to get the car, get out of the car, climb up on the stage. That was probably a solid minute, 2 minutes. There was a video that was supposed to be played that just didn't get played. There was a moment during Coco Jones where she had maybe like
no audio,
3/4 of a song where her they didn't turn her mic on, or they couldn't get her mic on. So like all those things didn't help. In addition to you already having you were trying to get people to opt in on the various lineup that you put together. It was kind of odd. I'm being honest, but people were there to try and have fun, and you could tell people were trying to have fun.
Yeah. So I also went to a concert Saturday. It was Bailey Zimmerman. So I was there. I was there at NRG for that one, and I don't have a lot of takeaways from this. I wasn't really familiar with him. But the names Bailey kept throwing me off a little bit because I thought it was a young lady.
Yeah.
So when I got out there, when I was watching, I seen a guy pop up, and he was on the pickup truck. I'm like, is he about to introduce Bailey Zimmerman?
No,
it wasn't.
It is Bailey Zimmerman.
Yeah, it was. And earlier when I mentioned the audio issues, there was some audio issues with this one too, because I personally thought maybe the audio issues from Friday was because it was like 6 different artists, it was rappers and all that stuff. So I thought that was the issue, but it was issues with one artist on Saturday. So I'm kind of curious if is this an NRG thing?
It sounds like it, right?
Yeah, a lot of people said concerts at NRG don't really sound as well, acoustic and all that stuff.
You have to be really, really big and prepared for rodeo concerts to be even close to what a regular concert would be like. But you can't have audio issues. That just makes it worse.
Yeah, it made it a lot worse. But it was cool being out there, though, man.
Definitely.
So a couple play-by-play calls of the weekend that I found kind of funny. Not really funny, but I kind of want to get your opinion on this. So Kawhi Leonard hit a game winner against the Kings.
As he does.
Yep. And it was one of those little slow game winners, too, where it's just like, is he going to make it? Oh, he made it. So here's the play-by-play call. I'm not sure who made this call. I tried to look it up, but I wasn't sure who was it. But I want to get your opinion on the play-by-play call right here.
Okay.
Leonard for the shoot. Kawhi for the win. Yes! Hot damn! The Clippers win in overtime!
Hot damn.
I like it.
I like it too, man.
I'm with it.
I like it too. Like, I never heard nobody, like, I know damn is a kind
That's an old expression.
Yeah. But in a, like, I don't want to sit here and say, oh, he cursed. Or that type of thing.
No. That's.
But I never heard it that way for like a game winner. I kind of like it, man.
Hot diggity dog.
Hot damn.
I like it. That's a good one.
I kind of like that. So another PBP call. The Cavs was taking on the Hornets. I want to say it was on Friday. Hornets is a bad team, but they managed to beat the Hornets. And this was a moment, I want to say it was, who was it? It was Eric Collins and Dale Curry. on the call, the Hornets broadcast.
Oh, hot Diddly D or whatever.
Yeah, I think so.
He's the guy who does that.
He gets super excited.
He really does
for a call,
just blowing out the microphone.
Yeah. So this is Eric Collins and Dale Curry when Evan Mobley was on the line, and they start sharing some different information about Evan Mobley off the court.
These are some of the things he can do, folks. He can do a back flip. He can complete a Rubik's Cube in 60 seconds or less. What? He learned to play Beethoven on the piano on YouTube. And he can take any laptop you give him, break it apart, and put it back together. Good job. That's a Renaissance man. And he's a baller.
Yeah, I need that.
I thought that was some cool information to share.
Yeah, I need
That's
that.
exactly what you have to have on those types of situations.
Yeah.
It changed the way I look at the dude, you know?
Yeah.
So take away.
That's what's great. That's what a great local broadcaster is for. I imagine you can't do that on like a TNT or
yeah, they
ESPN
do the research, but it's hard to get that much.
No, it's really cool when like a local broadcast that's talking about the player on the other team.
Yeah,
just got all these cool facts about whatever player on the other team. I thought that's cool. That take a lot to do that because usually people just focus on their own team.
Also, I love when you get into sports, you get to the humanization of these dudes, man. These are humans, you get as opposed to just who they are as players.
Yeah. Now here is Eric Collins and Dale Curry. Now, the game got really tight, man. They won by 1 point. And here is Eric Collins pretty much making a call on Evan Mobley hitting the three when it was crunch time.
Blocked! Shot clock's at 4. Mobley, what do you got?
It's always hilarious because he shouts like somebody has hurt him, like he's been impaled.
Yes. and to do that when the other team hit a shot, because usually when the other team hit a shot, then they sound dry as hell.
Like bucket. You know,
just
made it.
Which makes sense.
Game over. Yeah.
You know, you have a biased audience, and you want to lean into their feelings, and so you go down, right? You kind of have a little bit of sadness that the team that is opposing your home team is doing that.
But I also like this.
I appreciate it.
I like that you're giving him credit, like, without really giving him credit. You're just agonizing.
It just makes me laugh that he always sounds like Homer Simpson screaming.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Eric Collins, man. I like what he do. I know he over the top for most parts, but I enjoy what he do, man.
All right, there you go. That's the mixtape. You catch it at 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we go, there's a little bit more news that it has when it comes to free agency that has pertinence to your Houston Texans. Eric Murray, safety, played for the Texans. He played on a 1-year deal last year. He's not doing that this year. I'll tell you that for damn sure. 3 years, 22 Jacksonville Jaguars. So he goes in division, and the Jags spend a good amount of money. I imagine there's two ways you can look at this. You can look at it and go, oh, man, Eric Murray getting some money. Maybe that speaks to, one, just the market in general. Or you could just go over there and be like, hey, Magnificent Gladstone.
Yeah.
You paying $8 million plus, or you about $8 million, seven and some change.
What'd I tell you?
For Eric Murray?
That brother making a lot of money, man.
God
Eric
bless
Murray?
him, though.
Don't worry about the Jags. I've been saying it since I saw that cat. Don't worry about the Jags.
I guess so. So there you go. Jacksonville Jaguars. They will have Eric Murray in the say. So look, do you think this is going to be like? Do you think it's going to look a little bit like C.J. Stroud is telling the dudes in the huddle? That dude over there is the mark.
Yeah, exactly. I know him.
I don't know him. I don't know inherently that's the way that they're going to go. However, there. I mean, the way that people talk about Eric Murray, he might be the mark over there for the Jags. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, and oh my gosh, Schefter just sent another thing where it seems like Justin Fields has reached an agreement on a 2-year, $40 million deal, and of course, it very nicely neglects who he signed it with. I'm guessing that's with the Steelers, but I'll double check and find out. It seems like Justin Fields has found himself a place to land to the Jets. It seems.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right.
2 years, $40 million. Okay.
Yeah, 2 years, $40 million to the New York Jets. Justin Fields. All right.
I know who's going to play for the Steelers.
Yeah, it does seem very much like that's the way that that's going to go. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's try and round up most of free agency, and then we'll talk to the fellas of the drive. We'll do that next.
Add another weapon to C.J. Stroud.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, it's been a very interesting day as we open up free agency with the legal tampering period that opened up to 11, and boy, did we learn some things. All sorts of stuff has been going down. So much that's happened that we couldn't cover it all, but at least when it comes to your Texans moves follow as such. You started off, before we even got to the legal tampering period, with a free agent that had been released in Sheldon Rankins. He makes his way back on a 1-year, $7 million deal. You also bring in wide receiver Braxton Berrios for a very cheap 1-year, $2 million deal. He's coming off of an ACL injury, so you're trying to see if what kind of quickness and speed he has to maybe help in the return game or what have you. And speaking of returns, special teams ace really, Tremont Smith returns on a 2-year, $7.5 million deal. And who else am I forgetting? Oh, Derek Barnett. 1-year, $5 million deal to add in to the rotation defensively on the edge. Those are the 4 moves that the Texans made. Nothing major, just kind of continuing to fill in the spaces. When, like we just talked about this just kind of came down within our last segment, and that's that Eric Murray, safety, is going to join the Jacksonville Jaguars in division. So there's a little bit of a continued swap there. 3-year, $22.5 million for the man. Congratulations to him.
Yeah, hey, he's been around for a minute, man. He was a Bill O'Brien signing.
He knows how to make a living. That's
Remember,
for sure.
Bill O'Brien signed this dude.
Yeah.
So you lose a safety there. I mean, he played a good amount of time there. It makes it even more important that this team finds a safety, whether depth-wise or otherwise, to kind of play with. Because yes, you could start Kalen with Jimmy Ward and then Petrie in that kind of slot position, and you're fine as a starter. But we know you're playing the car crash sport, and we saw it uniquely last year. Injuries can and probably will pile up at various points, and you need to have some depth there.
Yeah, and actually, speaking of safeties, it seems the Indianapolis Colts have signed Cameron Bynum.
He was one of the kind of big ones out there
at safety. That's a big. Colts are going to be and have been pretty busy. I still like the prospect of Cisco coming to the Texans.
Yeah, that'd be a fun little trade if you're going to swap safeties. Andre Cisco's been a pretty good one at that, and that would help slide in very nicely with this team, give you a little bit of a flexibility there, and obviously some really good depth. I'm not saying that he would definitely be a backup, but just like you would have one of probably him or Jimmy Ward maybe not, or Jalen Petrie not playing consistently, and that's not as you feel comfortable playing consistently. The other big thing that came down, Sam Darnold, quarterback. Previously last year, he had a little bit of a glow-up under Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota. He joins the Seattle Seahawks, who just jettisoned their quarterback. Geno Smith traded him to the Las Vegas Raiders, which, Pete Carroll, I was unfamiliar with your game. The Raiders have kind of turned some things around pretty quickly, getting themselves some talent. I like Geno better than I like Sam Darnold. I think this is a backwards move, but we start to figure some things out on the quarterback carousel, where the 929 said, if Justin Fields, who he did, Justin Fields signs a 2-year, $40 million deal with the New York Jets. If he gets $20 million, that's how you can tell the quarterback market is broken. And I'm like, look, man, this is the supply-demand situation. It's not a great quarterback offseason, because it's not only that there's not great free agents out there necessarily, it's also that you look up and you go, there's 2 guys in the draft that you can even slot in that you think would be solid, and you don't know how quickly necessarily that would happen. And so there's a lot of money to be spent. There's a lot of willingness and a lot of want to be good at football. And so you got to go and get good dudes that you can probably make happen. And so right now, when you look at the quarterback spots that are out there, it seems like you're set with the Raiders, you're set with the Seahawks, you're set with the Jets. But there's still some openings when you look at the Pittsburgh Steelers, who just acquired another really big wide receiver in DK Metcalf and gave him $30 million annually.
Yeah. And
then 2 teams in division here that probably need to figure out their quarterback when you talk about the Tennessee Titans, because they're not going back to Will Levis. Talked about having competition.
Yeah, it's pretty
for Anthony
obvious.
Richardson. And then there's also the Browns.
There's also the Browns. Who knows what the Browns are going to do, but they have the draft pick.
Probably mess it up.
Yeah, well,
just historically.
Probably mess it up.
Yeah.
But they do have the draft pick. I think it's almost a lock that Aaron Rodgers ends up with the Steelers, and that's going to be, if nothing else, it's going to be interesting. I'm not his biggest fan of
Comedy.
a lot of things he does.
It's going to be comedy. We can say that.
But two dudes that can there's some interesting people in Pittsburgh, and Mike Tomlin's going to be charged with figuring it all out.
Yeah, between the two wide receivers that are kind of the same 50-50 kind of.
But that's an Aaron Rodgers thing.
It can be, but Aaron Rodgers working under Arthur Smith, right? Like, that is an offense that I don't know necessarily fits him, and I don't even know if he has a willingness to play in that offense, because it seems like Aaron Rodgers' offense plays an Aaron Rodgers offense, where he gets to dictate these things. How much leeway will he be given? I feel like Mike Tomlin going to need some hazard pay this year, and honestly, all of this seems to really veer away from what has been a pretty standard Steelers MO.
Yeah.
Which is, we don't pay a lot on free agents, which I guess you can say they didn't pay a lot on a free agent in DK Metcalf, but they did pay a lot of money there.
They're spending more money than usual.
Yeah. Right, and they're kind of jumping at things where they typically let things come to them. It feels like they were getting a lot more aggressive in a way that feels like it moves away from their identity as an organization. I'm kind of surprised.
Yeah, but at the same time, Mike Tomlin, as much as he shouldn't be feeling pressure. He hears things, and and frankly, even if he doesn't hear things, he's probably just hungry to get back people up to start winning some games, and I think he's kind of in not desperation, but a little more desperate than usual to make a big splash. You got Cincinnati in that division, you got Baltimore in that division. That's going to be do some things that maybe you don't.
And what's going to do it? What's going to do it is having Aaron Rodgers chuck it up their dog, huh?
Hey. You know how I feel about Aaron Rodgers. Not the biggest fan, but the dude can throw that ball to the 50-50.
Are they better off having Russell Wilson come back than Aaron Rodgers?
No, I don't think so. And I guess this is where it again comes back to what is your alternative? Because sometimes we do these things where you go, hey, the thing that you did was bad, but we also have to consider what the alternative is. Yeah. There's not a lot of great alternatives. I honestly feel like I would have. It's not like they've already signed Aaron Rodgers. I don't know what the terms ultimately look like if they do go that way, but. I might have been happier with the Justin Fields situation. Weirdly enough.
I can't go there with Justin Fields, but because he wants to win, and it's a tough division, and Justin Fields, there's still a lot of question marks there. Talent, but a lot of question marks.
Yeah, I feel like there's question marks on all these guys.
How about Daniel Jones rumored with the Colts?
Yeah. Go ahead and sign me up. I think that'd be funny. He's also, to be fair, been rumored to kind of remain with the Vikings as kind of I imagine as a backup, because J.J. McCarthy feels like they're going to give him every opportunity to be the starter coming off of the injury that sidelined him for the entirety of what
that's going to be a little interesting, too, because I wonder what he going to do.
It'll be interesting because I wasn't really all that great about or all that excited about J.J. McCarthy. So now he comes in as that opportunity. But yeah, man, Daniel Jones, he can run a little bit, right? But good. More power to you. In fact, I will be very happy to see Daniel Jones in division. Go ahead and sign him up.
Oh yeah,
I do it, right? Go with the dude who can't complete 50% of his passes, and then Danny Dimes. Go ahead, see how that works for you. I'd love to see it.
Yeah, I'm telling you that it makes sense from their perspective, but it's going to be fun from ours to see what the Colts do at the quarterback position. But they are spending money.
From the 832, Steelers defense was good enough that I can't blame them for trying to sub Fields for a different quarterback and see what happens. All right, more power to you there. I don't love it. I don't love it, but hey, that's what they are working with. That's what they're going to go with. It's been a kind of a wild day.
Busy day.
Incredibly busy day. And look, I always enjoy being with you, the people here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. There's not a lot of days where I am so excited to hand it off to the fine fellas of the drive and let them take over the mantle. It's been a lot keeping up, especially with Twitter doing the jitterbug the way that it has today.
Yeah.
So the fellas of the drive come through.
Somebody out there is tired of Elon trying to get that messing with them tax dollars, with that political money floating all over the place.
They are done with his guff.
You keep messing with my bread. I'm gonna mess with yours.
So there is Clint Stoerner. We got Luke Morrow in for Ron the Show Hughley. They are the drive on the day. Fellas, how y'all living?
Man, we're doing good. I don't want to speak for Luke. He seems like he's doing all right. He's in a pretty good mood in the other room over there, fellas.
Okay, wait. Let me find out. Luke was in there doing some things out of character.
Luke.
Okay, all right, yeah. Luke is a cool character. Speaking of Luke, like how have you taken in the early moves that the Texans have made? Obviously, nothing that has been too flashy or anything. But when you look at Tremont Smith, you look at Sheldon Rankins, obviously Braxton Berrios, and then bringing back Derek Barnett. Like, what is your initial reaction to the way that these things have gone?
Yeah, I mean, I like it so far. I think it shows the Texans are in this different bracket than they were a year ago, where they could go out and make the big moves, and now it's more about, I wouldn't say bargain hunting, but you're getting guys coming off of injuries and shorter-term deals and not as big commitments, but still, and we talked about this last week when I was here with Ron, but it's nice to see the Texans address the biggest needs almost immediately, whether it's the wide receiver position, offensive line, even just in terms of letting Shaq Mason go last week, and so interior defensive line. So it's good to see, because a lot of times you could be a fan of a team that will sit on their hands and do nothing. So to be able to see the Texans, be willing to try to address these needs right away is a good thing for the fans.
And hey, I think Dirty Red, we're going to get a big offensive lineman here pretty soon.
I hope.
Yeah.
I hope.
Because they've been in the margins.
About that bargain shopping all we want.
They've been in the margins.
This team right here ain't a bargain away from winning this.
Offensively.
Being in the mid. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. I heard you guys talking about it earlier, by the way. I got to give my ITL pushback.
Okay, let's do it. I love it when we get this opportunity.
Y'all can talk about Galveston and them beaches down there if you want to. Huh? Ain't nothing wrong with them beaches now. That is absolutely beautiful.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
And I have me sometimes. Now, the deal is they shut them things down and cause chaos. See, you have people shooting you at all kind of crazy crap, right? But then,
correct.
First of all, I'm going to tell you, man, I got some of my best childhood memories. Boy, I got some good ones down there in Galveston and Crystal Beach now.
Yeah.
Number two, if I ever hear y'all.
What I do?
If I ever hear y'all defending Dalton Schultz again on these airwaves.
See,
I'm not coming to no more cookouts.
I
ain't coming to no more Lopez cookouts. I'm be done.
I've been accused of hating on Dalton Schultz, but you got to defend where they put him on that island.
What we watched from him, you're right. He was put in a bad spot several times. But you know what? I've been in a bad spot a few times myself.
Fair enough.
And you're going to know your ass was in a fight. I might have ended up losing. I might have got whooped, but you're going to know you was in a fight.
Somebody's catching some calls.
Somebody's catching something. Somebody's going to be like, I kicked Stoerner's ass, but boy, I tell you what,
I don't want to do it again.
He packs a punch. Or he got some cold-blooded homeboys, one of the two.
That is absolutely fair.
Come on, man.
I was just surprised when I put him up against the dudes that have similar paychecks at tight end, that the production was similar. But yes, you are very right, man. That fight,
I was mad at my radio talking. Man,
good.
Y'all
That's what
in
we
my
want.
radio.
That's what we want.
Boy, I was down there cussing that screen in that old Tesla.
That's fair enough.
Worried if
hey, those are getting hacked too.
Worried if I was hacked at the point.
Well, all right. It has been a fun start to the legal tampering period, and we leave you in the fine hands of Clint Stoerner and Luke Morrow to keep this thing going on a Monday. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station, and right now, The Drive is live.
One of my favorite times in the get to the tampering, whether it's legal or illegal. By the way, I hope that illegal tampering isn't going on in that electric vehicle that I'm driving down there while we're doing radio today. Keep that legal, baby. Keep that legal. But this is the best time of year in the offseason for me. This and draft. I like this even more because we're talking about established players. I feel like when the Texans or when your team either does or doesn't get a player, it's we know who that player is. There's a little bit of a track record there at the NFL level, so we know who you're losing, who you're getting, and there's a little bit more meat on that bone, so to speak, when we're talking these guys. And it is the NFL free agent legal tampering period is live and kicking. The sparks are flying all over the place right now. And look, I'll be honest with you, no major moves. Is that fair to say with the Texans so far? I wouldn't say
for sure.
No major moves yet, but I do think there's plenty of major moves going on around the NFL right now, and there are plenty of things that happen this weekend, both in free agency as well as just new contracts being handed out that are impacting the Texans directly. And that's where I want to start today. I know the guys on In the Loop have kept everybody up to speed on NFL free agency, and we will do that as well as the news breaks. We will be on top of that as it affects the Texans, as it affects the division, and the big contracts that are inked around. I guess it can't be legally inked yet. I don't guess, but at least are reportedly inked around the NFL. We will keep you up to date on that. Stay plugged in right here at Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. You better believe. For me, I think there were 3 big-time signings over the last, let's say, 48 to I don't know what would that be. Let's say
72.
Well, there you go. That's the number people typically use. Hey, by the way, that's Luke Morrow. He is in for Ryan Hughley. T. Mill is on the ones and twos behind the glass. We got a good one lined up for you today. A lot of moving parts, a lot of newsy stuff coming at you. But these three deals right here, boys, are going to impact the Texans in an indirect way, but boy, in a big way when it comes to money. The Carolina Panthers corner J.C. Horn becomes the NFL's highest-paid defensive back. 4 years, $100 million, $70 million guaranteed. Now, where that one hits home, I think you'll know where I'm going here with this. Where that one hits home is, right now, the biggest conversation being had in that building over there at NRG Stadium, including free agency, is negotiating a deal with arguably the best, damn sure one of the best corners in the game over the last year and a half, 2 years, Derek Stingley Jr. The $70 million guaranteed is the big number here. 4-year, $100 million for J.C. Horn. Again, I expect, Luke, I don't know about you, but I expect Derek Stingley Jr. to be the highest paid corner in the NFL whenever the Texans do get that deal done.
I would say so. I think he certainly expects that now, and it's kind of like the quarterback market, and we see this with a lot of positions in the NFL. We just saw it with defense being that got one up. My point being, anytime that next big name becomes available, they want the top contract. That becomes the going rate, and he is certainly good enough and has put together already a track record good enough to be able to command or demand that type of compensation. So to answer your question, I think that will become the expectation now, and you can blame these bad organizations elsewhere for upping the price on some of the Texans' stars here down the road.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, whether you're looking at the J.C. Horn deal, it's 4 years, $100 million, $70 million guaranteed, or you're looking at just simply year to year, the highest paid defensive back in the league this past year was Jalen Ramsey at 24-1. So this is $25 million a year. You gotta figure that whether you look at the old head Jalen Ramsey, who earned his money a couple of years ago, if we're being completely honest, Derek Stingley's better than he is. And J.C. Horn has been injured. Hell, he may have been injured more than Derek Stingley Jr. And I'll be honest with you, I think right now if there was a draft, Derek Stingley Jr. would go before him. So whether you look at the player or you look at the timing of when the contract is going to be inked, I don't think there's any doubt that the guarantee will be bigger than $70 million and the price per year will be more than $25 million. I would think that would be a guarantee for Derek Stingley Jr. Now, there's a couple other contracts that were handed out, and these weren't necessarily just straight up free agent deals, I don't believe. Myles Garrett, he ends up after actually ends up signing an extension to stay in Cleveland. 4-year contract, extends him through the 2030 season. So this is an extension on top of what he already had. And the average per year money is $40 million a year. Now, you look at what does that mean for the Texans? Well, you got Will Anderson's contract coming up the same time that C.J. Stroud's contract's coming up. I would imagine the Texans are going to want to get that done as soon as they possibly can. I would say that as soon as they possibly can is after next season, more than likely. That's after 3 years. That's typically when those conversations for that caliber player, C.J. and Will, when those guys, as hot as they are, when they become extendable, if you will, is usually after year 3. And Myles Garrett at $40 million a year, I would imagine that Will Anderson is going to command that plus some a year from now.
I think so. I think that's almost maybe given's too strong of a term, but yeah, I think that's a done deal. For me, actually, the more interesting aspect, I think, because Will Anderson, you knew, I assume Texans fans knew he was going to get paid, he was going to stick around.
Yeah.
To me, the more interesting deal is Danielle Hunter, and I think any talk about a restructure or anything, I think is out the window. I think you play it out this 1 year and he moves on because I know he's older. Maybe you don't put him in the same category as Crosby or Myles Garrett, but he's going to be a free agent. We have all this talk about a restructure with an extension, committing to Danielle Hunter, giving him a longer-term contract. He's going to want a lot of money now after these 2 contracts that were just given out to defensive ends, and you can't afford, or at least you shouldn't afford, to devote that much money to 2 guys at the defensive end position, having to pay Will Anderson Jr. a year from now. So, for me, I think the more interesting perspective might be, and maybe Danielle Hunter long term, with the Texans, I don't think you'd be able to come together on a long-term extension with him because I think his price just went up now as well, and I'd rather commit to the younger Will Anderson Jr.
Yeah, you wonder if they try to, because I think there will be probably 1 year, right? Because Daniil's got one more, right now has one more on the contract. Will Anderson has 3 more on the contract, given that he was a first-round pick, so you have that 5th-year option that is on a first-rounder's contract. So there is a window in between there before you have to give Will Anderson, before that all kicks in, when you start giving Will Anderson upwards of $40 million a year potentially, to where you could extend him for 1 year, maybe even 2 years, Daniil Hunter, if you want to do something like that. But your long-term option, I agree, is probably off the table there. And that Myles Garrett number impacts both Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter because the Texans were, I think they're the only team last year with 2 guys in the top 10, 2 edge rushers in the top 10.
Sounds right.
And so top 10 in production, not money,
right.
by the way. So you knew this problem was coming down the pike sooner rather than later. The third one here, so we got one that's going to impact Derek Stingley Jr.'s money in J.C. Horn. We got one that's going to, in some way, shape, or form, as you pointed out, Luke, is going to impact both of the Texans' rush ends, Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson, with Myles Garrett staying in Cleveland, signing a big deal. Josh Allen. Now, this terminology may be a little bit off here, but my understanding is that Josh Allen, they tore up a deal that was in place and basically just put a new contract in place with Josh Allen. 6 years, $330 million contract. Guaranteed money is an NFL record. Again, we're talking C.J. Stroud a year from now, but if a quarterback of Josh Allen's ilk, which C.J. Stroud, whether you love it or hate it, agree or disagree, he's going to get paid at CJ's age right now, and as well as he's played, he's going to get paid as a market-setting quarterback when it does happen. The $250 million guaranteed on Josh Allen's contract is probably the number there to look at. You look up Dak Prescott getting $60 million per. A year from now, C.J. Stroud is going to be in that stratosphere, if you will, on that level of getting paid. So those numbers, as they relate to these star players around the NFL, are going to hit home here in Houston before you know it.
Yeah, in baseball they say a nice catch is like a pretty girl. It's the best one until the next one you see. That's the greatest catch. Boys. That's the greatest catch I've ever seen. And then the next night you see a great catch. You say, that's the greatest catch I've ever seen. I bring that up because I think it's the same idea with quarterbacks in the NFL, where they're the highest paid until the next one comes along. And just like I mentioned earlier with all of these other positions now, you always want to one-up the rest of your peers and become that highest paid. I don't know if Stroud will be able to command the same as Josh Allen, but he'll be able to get in that neighborhood, assuming he plays well enough in this upcoming season and beyond, and especially if things gel with a new offensive play caller and there's that optimism moving forward. So all of these contracts will have an impact, and that's just the way of the NFL right now with the way the salary cap's booming. And these would just be quarterbacks. Then last year, some teams went out and really spent on running backs. It was wide receivers before that. Now this offseason, defensive ends. So it's just becoming more and more expensive to keep your talented players, and that's what the NFL wants. It's the whole point of the salary cap. But it's going to make the Texans have to really pick and choose and make some tough decisions down the road, where obviously you're going to want to keep a guy like C.J. Stroud, but it's going to cost you some other pieces on that roster. Or pick and choose between your defensive ends. Pick and choose between your defensive backs who you can truly commit to for a long period of time.
Well, the key here, Luke, is that the roster construction, cap construction, is going to change severely, drastically in the next 2 years with the Houston Texans. When you have Derek Stingley Jr., again, upwards of $25 million a year, a huge chunk of that guaranteed. When you got Will Anderson, again, upwards of $40 million a year, and then you got C.J. Stroud, obviously upward of $60 million a year, assuming all those guys set the market. That's what you're looking at. It's going to be a little more difficult for the Texans to build a roster then. It's why I'm so damn bullish about right now about being aggressive, almost recklessly aggressive right now. If I'm the Houston Texans, you got to take advantage, or you got to do everything you can to take advantage of the rookie quarterback window. And if you miss, you miss. Maybe you have to adjust. When that guy gets to his 5th year, you expect him to be able to be a fixer. You expect the quarterback to be able to overcome not having the greatest of support staff. But right now, you've got to give that guy everything that you possibly can, every opportunity to succeed that you possibly can. And if you get real aggressive right now and and you miss another year by to where Kenyon Green is your starting guard and your backup plan is suspect at best, and you can't do that. So the Texans got to get aggressive before all of these things set in. Put a bow on it real quick. Again, Carolina Panthers J.C. Horn, corner, becomes the NFL's highest paid DB, 4 years, $100 million, $70 million guaranteed. Myles Garrett stays with Cleveland after threatening or asking permission to be traded. He stays in Cleveland, 4-year extension, $40 million a year. Josh Allen signs a new deal, $330 million contract, $250 million guaranteed. That is the NFL record. That's coming down the pike here in Houston before you know it. A couple of things, as we mentioned coming into this segment, we will keep you up to speed on what's going on in the league. I think a couple of the quarterbacks are always big stories. Luckily, we have our quarterback here in Houston with C.J. Stroud, so it's not the A story as it was when the Texans were trying to find their guy after Deshaun Watson. But it is still huge talking points around the NFL. 2 of the top 5 free agent quarterbacks in the NFL this season, this cycle, this free agent cycle, 2 of them have found homes. Sam Darnold, 3 years, $100 million to the Seattle Seahawks. Luke, you like that move?
I guess so. You look, it reunites him with Clint Kubiak, his offensive coordinator, his quarterback's coach, whatever it was. He was on the staff with the 49ers. I forget his exact title. Darnold had success just now in Kevin O'Connell's offense. Kubiak runs a similar offense. They come from that same coaching tree. So that's nice. And if you're Seattle, as he laid out, there's not a ton of options in the quarterback market. So Geno Smith wanted a trade. He didn't want to be there. You had to get rid of him. You had to pivot. You swap out Geno for Sam Darnold, the one Jets failure for another. It's kind of like that Spider-Man meme of the pointing at this 2 guys that resurrected their careers here later on. I guess so. I guess if you're the Seahawks, I like it. And I think Darnold cost himself even more money with those last 2 performances. $33 million a year is a lot less than what I thought he was going to command originally. But I'm just concerned that it was kind of a one-year wonder. I don't know if he can duplicate that success without Kevin O'Connell.
Well, starting over in Seattle with no DK Metcalf, no Tyler Lockett, obviously no Geno Smith. I mean, that whole offensively, they seem to be revamping everything, at least from a quarterback and a pass catcher perspective. That's significantly different than stepping into Minnesota where it was ready-made with big-time weapons around you and a great, great, great play caller in 2025 in the NFL, right? Not somebody that's still a so-so play caller or trying to get back to a place he once was. So Sam Darnold in Seattle, I don't know what to think of it. I like Sam Darnold getting plugged in again to a ready-made situation. I don't know about rebuilding something around Sam Darnold.
Yeah, and I'll also say they fired their offensive coordinator, the Seahawks did, after just 1 year because they wanted to run the football more. Ryan Grubb is the offensive coordinator. They have a defensive head coach. Defensive head coach oftentimes like to run the football, play defense, and who's out running the football. So in that sense, maybe that'll help Darnold that you're not asking as much from him, and they're going to try to build a talented run game around him, give him a good defense, and not have him try to throw it 30 times a week. And we'll see if that pans out for him.
The other one, again, I said of the top 4 or 5 free agent quarterbacks out there, Sam Darnold signs with Seattle, 3 years, $100 million. And then Justin Fields signs with the Jets. Let me. It's reported because these aren't official. These things can't be inked, so I got to be careful how I phrase it. But Justin Fields is thought to be headed to the New York Jets. Tyler, what's that contract?
Yes, that deal for Justin Fields going to the Jets is reportedly 2 years, worth $40 million, with $30 million of that 40 guaranteed.
Ooh, that's healthy. 2 years, $40 million, $30 million guaranteed. That's better than I thought Justin Fields would command. Justin Fields here's the interesting thing with the Jets, and I find this fascinating, right? You decide to go in a different direction from Aaron Rodgers, and I understand that when you're trying to turn over a locker room and you're trying to create a different identity, if it's not one that Aaron Rodgers came from or it's not one that Aaron Rodgers authentically, genuinely, and sincerely possesses, then you're better off going another direction. But you did go a direction where you had a choice to have an elite passer of the football that again, the expectation would be for him to be one of the better passers of the football. So then your receivers can excel. Your offensive line has a better chance. Your run game has a better chance, right? That's out the door, and you bring in a guy like Justin Fields who if you do have place, going to be different. The timing's going to be different. You're going to be a run-first, run-oriented team, and maybe that's what they're looking for. Maybe they're looking for a more physical downhill in year one. They're going to build physicality. They're going to build a culture that's more physical than the next guy. It's what they did in Detroit, and but you got a guy in there in Justin Fields who's just not as polished a passer as an Aaron Rodgers or as any veteran would be at this point. So how does that work in New York moving forward? But two free agent quarterbacks off the market already, and as we move along, Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers, I got to believe, are the other two. Aaron Rodgers, boys, you want to talk about a cat that has 9 lives? I mean, he's going to end up being in the catbird seat. There's going to be 5 or 6 teams that need, like, desperately need quarterbacks, and then there's going to be 2 quarterbacks at the top of this draft, maybe 3, depending on what you think about Jackson Dart and the Shuck kid. But Aaron Rodgers is going to be sitting out there as the only option for 2 or 3 teams that you got to believe are going to end up negotiating and fighting over him at some point in time, and he's going to land in a good spot. I can see it already, but we'll see how that goes. We'll keep you posted. Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson are the 2 that are out there. All right, the word on the street is this one I didn't see coming, by the way, is that there is some real smoke around a player that DeMeco Ryans once coached. I knew he was really high on him, but the Texans don't have a need here. Word on the street is the Texans could potentially be pursuing this player. I'll tell you and what it means for that particular position group moving forward with the Texans. This one could be big, y'all. Stay plugged in right here on Sports Radio 610. That's next. Before we do that, I got to tell you about Dr. Matoran. Breathing is one of the most essential parts of living.
guaranteed for life. Texans All Access. Free agency is here, and we've got you covered. Mark Vandermeer and Sean Harris have the Texan Dining every night from 6 to 7 right here on Houston's Sports Leader.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Luke Morrow is in. Tyler's on the ones and twos. And the NFL legal tampering period, free agency, y'all, for all intents and purposes, is off and running. And the Texans right now have not made any big-time moves. They filled a couple of spots. Stay tuned. We'll get you plugged in on exactly what the Texans have done and, or at least what has been reported that they will do when the new league year gets here officially and contracts are fair and legal to be inked. We got a pretty good gist of what they're doing. We'll let you know. Now, Jonathan Alexander first had this of the Chronicle. Jonathan Alexander reported that the Texans could, and I'm paraphrasing here because it was a longer tweet, but the Texans could potentially be pursuing free agent linebacker Dre Greenlaw. I know Dre Greenlaw well. He's an Arkansas Razorback and played high school football right there in Fayetteville, went to the University of Arkansas, and then was drafted by the 49ers, played for D'Amico Ryans. D'Amico knows him well, played for him, played really well, was a part of one of the top 2 or 3 linebacker duos at the time, Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw, when San Francisco was winning a bunch of football games and D'Amico's defense was playing lights out. Now, a little history on Dre Greenlaw. We know that Dre Greenlaw, for those out there that don't recognize the name, the 49ers, was that in the Super Bowl when that happened, when he was on the sideline hopping up and down, fixed to go back into the game and planted and his Achilles popped? So he is coming off an injury, played 4 games last year, and obviously the season didn't go as according to plan for the 49ers, but apparently he is healthy, and apparently D'Amico Ryans is interested, and the Texans are potentially pursuing linebacker Dre Greenlaw. Tyler, real quick on just some quick Dre Greenlaw update on what he did last time he was healthy.
Yes, sir. Not necessarily a sack machine, this linebacker that spent his time in San Francisco. Last time we saw him really healthy, he played 15 games in 2023. He had a sack and a half. He had 4 passes defended, but it was the tackles you want to pay attention to. 120 total tackles for Greenlaw, 75 of those solo tackles for the linebacker.
Absolute stud inside linebacker, true inside linebacker. Would play here in Houston next to Azeez Al-Shaair, who was restructured. What was that, Friday? Were you on air when that happened, Luke? When or was that later?
Not when it happened. Yeah.
But Azeez. He's restructured team about $6.5 million, $6.2 million in cap space. So not that matters, but it tells you that Azeez is going to be here, and Dre Greenlaw would be a guy that would come in and play next to Azeez Al-Shaair. And I think there's a couple of different roads to take here. One, I just want to school you up on Dre Greenlaw a little bit. He was a safety in high school. He was a linebacker in college. He was very, very athletic at the linebacker position. You could imagine moving from safety to linebacker, but he played on an Arkansas defense that the defensive linemen couldn't keep offensive linemen off him, so he was constantly getting swallowed up. Once he got to the NFL and got to with a better supporting cast and more importantly a better defensive line, you look up and he had some room to roam, if you will, and all of a sudden Dre Greenlaw is 120 tackles in a season. That's in helping them win a lot of games and thought to be one of the better linebackers in the game at that point in time. So that's one. Who is Dre Greenlaw? Number 2, Luke, to me, where this is interesting as well is I didn't see there and don't see there being a real need at the linebacker position for D'Amico Ryans' defense at this point in time. You know they like Azeez Al-Shaair. You look at Henry To'oTo'o played lights out. I would say Henry To'oTo'o is the most improved player on the team last year in a major way. Not only did you need him with the suspensions and injuries, but he was literally a significantly better player than he was a year before that. I know that this is the wild card, I guess, the linebacker position. I don't know what the hell's going on with Christian Harris. We don't even have a really good idea of what the injury was that kept him out the majority of the season. We don't know why, once he came back and appeared to be healthy, played in some games, why his participation was relegated to special teams and not getting much run on the defensive side of the football. I'm not real sure what's going on there, but Neville Hewitt and Drew Hansen, when they did play, they played lights out as depth players. So the linebacker position is an interesting one for the Texans to be out pursuing a free agent. That's one's going to cost a good chunk, but two would be a plug-and-play starter, which would make you wonder what's going on with Henry To'oTo'o, as well as Christian Harris.
Yeah, it's the one level of defense I felt the best about in terms of this offseason for the Texans. I mean, they need to address safety, but defensive backs in general, defensive line, obviously the interior defensive line needs to be addressed. Linebacker, I thought you didn't have to do anything this offseason and be good. And also with D'Amico Ryans, I've mentioned this before, but I always give him the benefit of the doubt, of course, at that position. That I don't think you need to have the highest investments to have a productive linebacking core with D'Amico Ryans overlooking that defense. So I was surprised by the news in that aspect, not surprised by the player because, as you mentioned, D'Amico's coached him before. And also, D'Amico Ryans had an Achilles injury himself during his playing days. And they always say you're a lot better in year 2 than you are year 1. And last year, he came back, he played a couple games, and they had to sit him out the rest of the season because he just wasn't progressing. So that's a little concerning. Didn't bring him in unless they knew he was at a point health-wise where he'll be good to go this year and moving forward. One of the best coverage linebackers in the NFL in recent years, and that might be an area where the Texans could upgrade at that linebacking position. But I was surprised for a team that is a little bit strapped in salary cap space. I was surprised that maybe you devote some of those fine resources on this linebacking position that I felt the best about this offseason for this defense, especially with linebackers getting fewer and fewer reps each season in the NFL because of, pass-heavy defensive coverages. But in regards to Christian Harris, yeah, that's the interesting aspect of this is what does that mean for his future? Do they know more? Oh, I assume they know more because all last year we were trying to figure out why isn't he playing, why isn't he practicing, and we never got a good answer. They knew the answer, I'm sure, behind the scenes, didn't want to share it. So, of course, the team knows more than us as the fan base. Maybe it's worse than being let on. Maybe that was just soured the relationship with him heading towards a contract year, and they're looking to just, kind of move on. Maybe it was a situation, and I don't know, Harris, I don't know what's going on behind the scenes, but you think back to Kawhi Leonard to shift sports in the NBA with the whole thing where he was blaming the Spurs for why he wasn't on the court. The Spurs are saying, well, he's not really doing what he's supposed to rehab from his injury. Just pure hypothetical, maybe hot take throwing out there, but with this weird injury that seemed to keep Harris out longer, I don't know, maybe there was some sort of butting heads on the whole process of trying to get him back on the field last year that soured relationships. I don't know, but I was surprised by this news, and I do think Harris would be the odd man.
Well, Jalen Petrie, Damian Pierce, the first year with Nick and D'Amico together, they came back and played well. Last year, I think Christian Harris, whether it's an injury, sour relationship, combination of the two, it's not a stretch at all, Luke. I think it's really good insight into what the hell is going on. The Texans potentially thought to be pursuing linebacker Dre Greenlaw, free agent linebacker Dre Greenlaw, that was most recently with the 49ers. I for one, real quick, I like this move, even though that you don't see an immediate need at linebacker. I love my head coach, my general manager, my offensive coordinator, if he does have this in his bag. I love to go, hey, I see a guy that I know everything about. D'Amico Ryans knows everything about Dre Greenlaw. And I'm telling you right now, I don't give a damn what our situation is. This guy's an upgrade. Let's get him in here. We'll call an audible elsewhere and make it happen. You never know when guys are going to come available and when you're going to have your chance to get them on your squad. And if you know one is a lock, stock, and barrel game changer for you, you got to go get him. I like D'Amico Ryans thinking Dre Greenlaw, if indeed that he is. All right, I want to put a positive twist on a negative truth. A positive twist on a negative truth regarding the Texans' free agency, offseason acquisitions. Right? Are the Texans better than we actually think? That's next right here on Sports Radio 610. I tell you what, you can be better than you actually think.
Nobody else on the job. Ability Trees, abilitytrees.com. Call 281-441-4179, 281-441-4179. It's Ability Trees. Ability Trees, Houston, say it, leading tree care professional.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, I'm going to put this positive twist on a negative truth, y'all. Y'all ready for this? I heard the In the Loop guys talking a little bit about last year Texans free agency, last year Texans offseason acquisitions, and an ugly truth came to mind. But I got a positive twist for you there. So all my folks out there that like to see the positive, see the silver lining, stick with me right here, right? The Texans, they won 10 ball games last year. They won the division. They were in the game with a chance through three quarters with the Kansas City Chiefs. They got better in 2024-25 season than they were in 2023-24 season overall as a team. All right, they made several win now moves in the offseason before last year started, and I loved it. I loved them being on really the majority of them on the defensive side of the football. And one could argue that they missed severely on damn near every one of them on the offensive side of the football. Here's the ugly truth, the ugly reality of this is D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio have not been good on the offensive side of the football. They have, and when it comes to free agency, when it comes to making moves, when it comes to re-upping guys, when it comes to evaluating these guys helping us win games moving forward, in hindsight, those guys have not been good on the offensive side of the football. I'll give you a couple of examples just last year. They re-upped Bobby Slowick to keep him in Houston. Y'all remember that? Bobby Slowick, they re-upped him, paid him more money because he was a head coach candidate. They gave Gerard Johnson more money because he was a threat, obviously a threat to move on, a hot offensive coordinator candidate. Gave them both more money. How'd that work out with Bobby Slowick?
Is Slowick losing it?
I mean, hell, you end up firing him, and it appears over there that Bobby Slowick is really the change that was necessary. It looks like it was badass Bobby's fault that the offense struggled, right? You look at Stephon Diggs. You traded a 2 for him. You got back a 5 and 6. You changed a 3-year deal into a $22 million deal for 1 year. Well, how many games he play in, Tyler? How many games did Steph Diggs play in last year?
Not enough.
Was it 9? Was it 8?
I think 9's too much. I want to say it was less.
Okay.
Yeah, I think like 6.
Okay. Golly, is it worse than I thought? Okay, so there you go. There you go. The saying it was a terrible get. I understand. Not saying it was a terrible get, but in hindsight, the guy played, let's call it half the games, just eight games. Let's call it 8 games to be exact. I'm sure that's including the one he went down in probably. So really 7 is more accurate. But the Diggs sign in hindsight, given that the veteran receiver got injured, it was not a win, right? You can look at the Dalton Schultz re-up. They extended Dalton Schultz, gave him $12 million a year.
Mistake.
And look, I don't care what anybody says. He didn't play well. He dropped balls in critical situations. If you want to talk about his strength and about what he was asked to do is get out, create separation in routes. He didn't do it. Make big-time catches when the team needs you to make big-time catches. He didn't do it. And when it comes to protecting, look, I understand that he's not a tight end that you'd want to ask to protect a whole lot. I get that, right? But you got to give me more when you're put in a bad situation. Man, it's the NFL. You can't just be expected, the offensive coordinator, to put you in a hunky-dory position every damn snap. And Dalton Schultz was a disappointment last year, right? You look at how they handled the guard situation with Kenyon Green. They bet on Kenyon Green taking the next step, right? It proved to be a losing bet early on. They were like me in the casino this week. You looked up, and about an hour into that thing, you're down $1,000.
Oh.
I'm telling you. Hey, Kenyon Green, that was a failed experiment, a failed draft pick, failed experiment. You stuck with it too damn long.
It felt like it ripped my nuts off.
The interior offensive line plan overall, a second-round pick that you had that was at center, juice, take the injury outside of it. There's some communicative reason moving forward. You ended up going with a 6th-round pick from a few years back. Jarrett Patterson became your center because the other guys ultimately couldn't get it done, right? The backup running back position. The Dameon Pierce stuff of, we love our running backs. He's going to be fine. I know he went off in that one game, but the backup running back position all year long puts you in a position where Joe Mixon had to be taxed early and often when he was healthy. The running back position puts you in a spot where Dare Ogunbowale was on the field in critical third down situations and got to win games. Like that can't be the case. You can argue, I've got Joe Mixon on here, and I think I like the Joe Mixon get. I like the Joe Mixon get. That's the one that I have a really hard time putting kind of a negative spin on. So you look overall, the offseason last year on the offensive side of the football, D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio were bad. Let's just be honest. I mean, all the decisions and the moves that they made, the Joe Mixon move on the offensive side of the football is really the one that I think panned out to bear fruit, if you will. Now, the positive spin on what I believe is a negative truth, right?
Thanks, guys.
Just is what it is. No problem, Nick. We've got to be better on the offensive side of football, right? The reality of it is, Luke, you and I talked about this beforehand. The Texans were a pretty damn good football team. I mean, the Texans offense, I know they had some second half issues, and they definitely on from Bobby Slowick, and they can get better on offense, but that's a pretty damn good football team. My positive spin on this is you need 2 guards and a center. You need some help at tight end, in my opinion. You need at least 2 wide receivers. Now, you got Christian Kirk. You made some moves. I get it, but I'm talking about it in general. You need a backup running back. All right? The positive spin here, Luke, is given with as good as they were with everything I just said, if they just hit on half of those things that they need this year, this football team's going to be significantly better. Ooh. I've been sitting here for 2 weeks going, damn, man, they got to hit on a center. They got to hit on 2 guards. They got to hit on a number 2 wide receiver. They need all this. The reality of it is, if they just make the moves and the moves just pan out at an average level, the Houston Texans are going to be a significantly better football team on the offensive side of the football. And I think I've never looked at it through this lens of like, they overcame all of this crap to still win the division and still be a decent offense. With just a little bit of help, C.J. Stroud could have this thing humming now.
Yeah, and I think the hope is also in large part that with just the change at offensive coordinator, that could help. I didn't
mention that. You're right.
A lot of things.
Yeah.
Right, and this might be an obscure example, but I remember the Vikings hired John DeFilippo to be their offensive coordinator about 6 years ago. That was right after the Eagles won the Super Bowl. He was their quarterback's coach, and kind of reminded me of Bobby Slowick, of this hot name. Hadn't been an offensive coordinator. They brought him in. It was a disaster. They fired him during that first season, and then led to Vikings get to playoffs, win a playoff game. He became a head coach, and so my point being in that sometimes you hire a guy, and I know Slowick, the offense looked really good the first year. But based off of the report since, maybe someone that was a little in over their head. And then if you replace them with that right person, like, say, a Stefanski in Minnesota about 6 years ago, it changed that offense and gave them a top 10 offense where I'd have to look back at what they did in the offseason. But a lot of times just that play caller and some changes in the system can have the immediate impact to make the offensive line look better and the quarterback look better, so on and so forth. So you hope that Caley is an upgrade. Now the concern might be this is his first time too, but yeah, it starts with the quarterback, right? When you have a C.J. Stroud, you look at some of the teams in the AFC. The Bills don't have a ton of weapons on offense, but you have Josh Allen and you're able to protect him. Right? The Chiefs didn't have a lot of weapons, but up until the Super Bowl, you have Patrick Mahomes and you're able to protect him. So I think it starts with that offensive line. Maybe the system or the play calling can help improve that offensive line. But you do have some weapons. You obviously have the quarterback. You got plenty of pieces on the defense. I like the optimistic approach that they're just a couple of tweaks away. But I guess my question to turn it back towards you would be, based off of everything you laid out and how things went last year, and you have D'Amico Ryans, who obviously is a defensive guy. You have Caserio, who even in New England, they oftentimes struggle to make offensive additions. Do you have the faith or the hope that based off of what you've seen the last 12 months, it'll be different this time around?
No, I don't. You see, you do what Ron does all the time. I was putting a positive spin on this thing, and
I'll be the negative guy.
Look, I just don't. I don't like what. I'll be honest with you. I know they won championships, so it's hard to pick. And Bill ended the Brady situation in New England, where he just was surrounded by trash, and then some of the decisions they made down the stretch is just. I mean, it just makes me personally lean more into, boy, how responsible was Brady for making something out of nothing more times than not. I mean, obviously Bill was great on the defensive side of the football. There were times, when they put great players around Brady, but like how much of it was Brady, raising the play of those guys around him, and in reality, it wasn't about always plugging in the same, the great talent. So my hesitation is without a Brady here. I love CJ. I'm not banging CJ. So without a Brady here, does that same approach work? Right? I mean, does the same approach work with the game plan offense? Does the same approach work with all these 1 year, $2 million guys, and 1 year, guys that have 1 year left on a contract, the Christian Kirks of the world, and not going like the DK Metcalf or Devontae Adams or these other teams that have won championships are going out there and grabbing, and they at a position of need, they're going out there and getting the best dude available. And the Texans are kind of tiptoeing around this thing right now. They're tiptoeing around it at the center guard position, right? I mean, I don't know, man. I don't have any faith in the offensive side of the football that it's going to get done to the degree that it needs to. The good thing is the positive spin on this negative truth for me is they don't have to hit but on a couple of these deals overall to be significantly better. When you look at how bad all the moves were last year, and in hindsight, they didn't. I'm not saying at the moment. Hell, at the moment, I like some of them, but in hindsight, when you look at how bad some of those moves really were, it's not going to take a whole hell of a lot on the offense for them to be a better football team. Do I think that I think it's a long shot if this team, if this group ever goes out there with C.J. Stroud and puts this super explosive offense on the field that just blows the socks off of people.
I think last year was one of the cases where, like, the surgery was successful, but the patient still died. Where, like, Slowick had that good year, and so you bring him back, and you try to do these things. It looked good. Like you said, at the time, it looked good. It didn't pan out. Mm-hmm. My only concern for them on the offensive side is they've already made some big investments in this offensive line in recent years, and it still just hasn't worked. So that's my concern is – I've said this before in the air. Everyone has a blind spot. Even us as humans, we all have blind spots. And my concern is just, do the Texans have the right people to help build the offensive line they need? Because for a couple of years now, it just hasn't worked. And if you figure out the offensive line, you have the great receiver, you have Joe Mixon, you have the talented quarterback. All right, you fix that offensive line, I think it fixes most of the problems.
Yeah, well, and therein lies the problem. Nick Casario's been through 4 or 5 offensive line coaches since he's been here. Mm-hmm. So, and I know he's not directly responsible for hiring that guy, even though I do believe he is the one that's building offensive staffs around here. Some people don't believe that. I do. So, I mean, how many O-line coaches you gonna hire and fire before there's a bigger problem than just them? When you know what I mean? It's just like you said, they've invested money in draft picks and a million different offensive line coach at figuring that part of it out. Right. So we'll now you get a C.J. Stroud or a Tom Brady that makes those guys significantly better, then maybe they figure it out. But it's been rough sledding so far. All right, that was last year's offseason. The Texans, they have made some moves over the weekend and even last week. I'll catch up on some of that. They have made some reported moves today as well, since that legal tampering free agent period has opened. We'll catch you up on exactly what those moves are, what they mean for the Houston Texans. We'll do all that next right here on Sports Radio 6.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit. Once again, that's Indeed.com/credit.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
It's that kind of day, baby. He said Houston Texans breaking news. T, what you got, man?
Oh, yeah, and it is a blockbuster, Houston. Perk Demir's a blockbuster of a trade for your Texans. Multiple sources reporting the Texans are finalizing a trade that's going to send five-time Pro Bowl left tackle Laremy Tunsil to the Washington Commanders. The Texans, they are getting a second-rounder and a fourth-rounder back from the Commanders, plus a third-rounder for this year. And Houston is sending Tunsil and a fourth-round draft pick to the Washington Commanders. Holy hell, let's talk about it.
Ooh, this is big. This is big, guys. By the way, Luke Morrow is in for Ryan Hughley. Look, this is one move that I never thought the Texans would make. I didn't think the Texans would make this move. But, Tyler, you have to pull out the receipts. There were so many times in the last month, last 6 weeks, where we talked about what could the Texans do to get real serious about taking the next step and becoming a team that could hunt down an AFC or even a Super Bowl. What could they do to fix the immediate problem of the offensive line? And getting out of the Laremy Tunsil business was my number one option.
It was. You tried to tell them, Dirty.
Getting out of the Laremy Tunsil business was my number one option for the Houston Texans in terms of improving as a team and sublime. Let's talk about this from the team's perspective first. This is a D'Amico Ryans, Nick Caserio. Who do they want the identity of the Houston Texans? What do they want the identity of the Houston Texans to look like? What do they want the identity of the Houston Texans to actually be, right? This is a set the standard move. What is the standard on a day-to-day basis in the regular season, in the playoffs, in the offseason, at OTAs, in training camp? What is the standard going to be for the Houston Texans? And I've said this a million times. D'Amico Ryans is the only one that would have been capable of fixing the problem, whether it's Bobby Slowick or Nick Caley, or the O-line coach Cole Popovich. None of those guys were going to be able to hold the other offensive linemen accountable as long as they were allowing Laremy Tunsil to beat to the Laremy Tunsil drum. There was no way this team was going to be a more physical run-blocking team or a more physical offensive unit overall with Laremy Tunsil as the tip of that spear, with Laremy Tunsil as the highest-paid guy on the O-line, with Laremy Tunsil with the C on his chest, right? There's no way that the new offensive coordinator, Nick Caley, was going to be able to take complete control of this offense and hold guys accountable and set the standard that he wants to set with Laremy Tunsil in a Texans uniform, right? You move to the offensive line. Was the assistant offensive line coach in the same room as Laremy Tunsil over the last couple years. And you want to give that O-line coach the best chance, the best opportunity to coach this unit, to put his stamp on this offensive line. You simply weren't going to be able to do it with Laremy Tunsil in the building. Laremy Tunsil's going to do what Laremy Tunsil wants to do. In the regular season, in the playoffs, in the offseason, he's going to do what he wants to do instead of do what the team needs him to do. And this move, to me, Luke, is more about the team overall, the identity, the culture, the physicality. It's more about fixing the offensive line and allowing the coach, the OC and the offensive line coach to coach without any kind of resistance whatsoever. This is a big move for the Houston Texans, and I'm a fan of it.
Yeah, I am too. I'm happy to see it happen. We discussed this last week when I was in with Ron, just with the Shaq Mason move, just to see the Texans address this offensive line, acknowledge that what they had was not good enough, and take some big swings, if you will, of moving on from, guys in terms of the investment. If you watch these teams, obviously Tunsil, Shaq, they haven't been good enough. But in terms of the commitment, the investment over the years, it is a big move to move on from it. And I'm glad they're doing it. Happy to see the willingness. I know it's a concern for a lot of fans. Were they actually going to be bold enough to make big sweeping changes on the offensive line? And the answer is yes. And it's funny, excitement, and enjoying responses come in on the text line, on YouTube, on everything, with the Texans fans right now listening that are so happy to hear this news. I think the biggest shock to me isn't that this happened, but it's the fact that DK Metcalf went for 1 pick and they just got 3 picks back for Laremy Tunsil. Is that what happened? Is that what I heard correctly, the trade?
Well, they got 2 picks back and they swapped 4s, it sounded like. You got a 2 and a 3 and you swap 4s is what it sounded like. Is that right? Is that right, Tyler?
The latest here, and just to reaffirm from Diana Rossini, she just put this out. The Commanders get Laremy Tunsil and a 2025 fourth rounder. Houston receives a 2025 third, a 2025 seventh, 2026 second, and a 2026 fourth.
Oh, wow. So the draft pickers, it's more of a haul, 4 picks.
Yeah,
so you swap 4s and you got a 2, 3, and 7.
Yeah, so you get 3. You get a 2 in there, which is all DK went for. Anyways, I know it's apples to oranges, but that's a bit of a surprise to me that you could get more from him than the Seahawks were able to get for DK Metcalf. And people always say, they don't know what they're doing in D.C. I guess it applies to the football team as well, for the Commanders to give up such a package to bring in Tunsil.
Well, here's the deal: is I do wonder, because that's a lot of picks. Because they're getting a great player in Laremy Tunsil, but they're also getting one of the highest paid left tackles in the game. I mean, I wonder how much of that contract the Texans agreed to pay.
That's fair.
Like, I wonder if there's another little caveat there of what the Texans also were paid or were willing to assume the response track. That seems like, given that Laremy Tunsil, they got to now pay him $28 million a year, I think is what it was. I don't know what it is this year, but just in general over the life of the contract, he was one of the higher paid tackles in the game. That pick exchange seems healthy for the Texans if they didn't agree to pay some of that contract. So we'll keep you updated on that right there. I absolutely love the move. Luke, we just talked about in the last segment, because I want to circle back to this. I was in the process of putting a positive twist on a negative reality, right, with the Texans in last year's offseason. And Luke asked me at the end of that segment, Luke said, do you have confidence that the Texans, D'Amico and Nick Caserio, can make that happen? And my confidence was it was an immediate no. And I felt really good about that. This kind of move right here, I can do a 180 real quick. When you realize, like, Laremy Tunsil is a really good player. There's no doubt about it, right? The reality of it is you had what some believe is the best pass-blocking left tackle in the game, and your quarterback was still the most pressured one of the most pressured quarterbacks in the NFL. Your quarterback was still sacked more times than anybody not named Caleb Williams. So that clearly wasn't working out. You got to get better across the board. And $28 million parked in a left tackle just doesn't seem like the way that this team can get better. So they got draft picks. They'll see exactly what that looks like. And I think the most important part of this Laremy Tunsil trade is you're getting Laremy Tunsil out of the building, right? And this sounds super negative towards Laremy Tunsil, and I guess it is to a certain degree. But when you've got players of that ilk, when you got players that beat to their own drum, and you're an organization that in order to take the next step, that particular position group has to get significantly better. right? They got to communicate better. They got to be more physical. They got to be more coachable. They got across the board, they've got to be better. And again, you've got the highest paid guy with a C on his chest, doesn't bring to the table what you need brought to the table for your offensive line as a group to make that level of improvement, make that level of jump. That's just the facts. Laremy Tunsil was going to show up and be one of the best pass protecting left tackles in the game. No doubt about it. He was going to lock down his position. No doubt about it. He has the ability to take some of the best pass rushers in the game and keep them completely out of the box score himself. Right? The problem is when you got a C on your chest and you got $25+ million wrapped up in that player, I need that player to make the guys around him better. I need that player to be the tip of the spear and be talked about the way Joe Thuney was talked about when he left Kansas City and getting credit for helping the center and the guard become the players that they actually are. Right? You expect the C on the chest and the highest paid guy on the team to bring to the table. And the reality of it is, in my opinion, I've watched Laremy Tunsil for 5 or 6 seasons now. I don't think Laremy Tunsil's ever been that guy. I don't think he will ever be that guy. And so getting out of the Laremy Tunsil business I think is the biggest, boldest move. I'm just keeping it straight right here. I think getting out of the Laremy Tunsil business is the biggest, boldest move that the Houston Texans, DeMeco Ryans, and Nick Caserio can make to show us, all the media, their team, the world, that they are serious about this team getting better and winning a damn Super Bowl. As crazy as that sounds,
hit the money sign again.
As crazy as that sounds, I wholeheartedly believe that right there.
I think that's fair. I think it is addition by subtraction. You know, he led the league in penalties for linemen last year. That obviously is less than ideal. We mentioned the money, by the way. He has a base salary of $21 million for each of the next 2 seasons. So that was the contract that we'll see if the Texans have to chip in for any of that or how much of that here over the next 2 years.
Is that just the base salary? What are the per game bonuses? Because all those bonuses go with it.
Like you have a roster bonus. There's a workout bonus.
All that goes with it.
So total that up. This is according to Spotrac. That's not a whole lot more. That's only about another, according to this, about $500,000. So the cap hit they have him at is $21.3 million for each of the next 2 seasons. So, anyways, and so you talk about being, the highest paid and the 23rd best tackle in the league. So obviously, the juice is no longer worth the squeeze for Tunsil. And now, as I said, addition by subtraction, and it gives you a chance to try to start over with those draft picks by developing maybe Fisher, and who knows, that might not work out either. But at least you're trying something different because what we've been seeing hasn't been good enough, hasn't been working. Tunsil hasn't been good enough, and so we all know the definition of insanity, and that would be attempting to run back this group next year. So no, happy to see the Texans start clean a little bit, clean slate here on this offensive line. Shaq Mason, Tunsil gone. And now you have a couple extra draft picks here in the future, and you try to recreate this offensive line because that should be the top priority for this team.
Well, this is the biggest, boldest move they can make to do exactly what you just said, which is rebuild and build the offensive line with the right identity, with the right physicality, and let the coaches they just hired do their work free of any kind of roadblocks, if you will. In the form of your highest paid player with a captain on your chest. I absolutely love this move for DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio. This gets me as jacked up as I've been about any move that the Texans may have ever made. Because let's be honest, when they drafted Deshaun Watson, I liked him, but I wasn't real sure what the hell they were doing. When they drafted C.J. Stroud, I was on the Bryce, what's his name? What's the kid's name in Carolina?
Bryce Young.
I was on the Bryce Young train, and like CJ, but I was on a Bryce Young train at that point in time. Loved the Will Anderson they were moving up to get. This one right here. When it comes to giving yourself a chance to win a Super Bowl and get better from second round of the playoffs and 10 wins in a season, this one right here can get me good and turned on. Now, hey, let you mention the offensive line and what happens moving forward. I think a lot of folks look at this immediately and go, oh, my God, what are you going to do? Look, I got zero concerns about the left tackle position with the Houston Texans. Let's cuss and discuss that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Add another weapon to C.J. Stroud's arsenal. The Texans are trading for former Jaguars wide receiver Christian Kirk in exchange for a 2026 7th-round pick. Welcome to H-Town, Christian. The offseason's already off to a hot start. Is presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. When it comes to the biggest story of spring training, the Big Orange Wagon has you covered.
This is going to be a very fair question to ask going forward as we go through the month of March. Are the Astros a better team offensively and defensively with Cam Smith at third and Isaac Paredes at second?
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Luke Morrow is in. Tyler Milner's on the ones and twos, and the Texans are over there cooking with fish grease, baby. They are absolutely rocking and rolling. The biggest move of the offseason has been made, and it's the Houston Texans trading Pro Bowl tackle Laremy Tunsil to the Commanders per source. This is Diana Rossini on Twitter. That's right. That old tweeter machine is rocking and rolling, y'all. According to Diana Rossini, here's the deal. The Commanders, they get left tackle Laremy Tunsil and a 2025 fourth-round pick. The Houston Texans receive, hold on to your Texans receive a 2025 third round, a 2025 seventh round, a 2026 second round, and a 2026 fourth round. Now, there's got to be a contract component to this, given that kind of draft capital exchanging hands. In other words, I don't know if the Texans paid any of the current contract that Laremy Tunsil had to get this deal done. I'd be shocked if Nick didn't negotiate this deal all the way down to that last fourth-round pick and paying a little bit of cash on a contract to get an extra pick. Nick Caserio has shown the ability to do that in the past. It'd shock me if he didn't do something like that here. But the trade, the move, let's be honest, the transaction, if you will, of the NFL offseason so far, Laremy Tunsil, left tackle, and a 2025 fourth to the Washington Commanders. The Houston Texans get a 2025 third and seventh and a 2026 second and fourth. And Houston, this is a big time move. This is going to be couched more than likely as a great move for the Washington Commanders to get the much needed protection for Jaden Daniels, and that's great. That's great. Let them have that up there. I'm gonna tell you right now, for me, this is a win now move for the Houston Texans. Getting out of the Laremy Tunsil business is the biggest, boldest move that Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans can make to show how serious they are about fixing the O-line, about setting a championship, and about allowing their new OC and O-line coach to do their jobs with no exceptions made, baby. This is big. This is a big-time move for the Texans, and we'll see how they end up going about shuffling the deck at the offensive line position. Luke, I know I'm not. Are you concerned at all about their ability now to protect their quarterback?
No more than I was an hour ago.
Right.
So this doesn't change that. And that's the funny thing, stats, and I'm a big stats guy, but stats are like bikinis. They show a lot, but not everything. And so everyone's saying, with Tunsil.
I like that. I've never heard that one before.
So, a lot of people right now are saying, Tunsil, here's what the Commanders are getting, ranked second in this, third in this, yada, yada, yada. But for the reasons that you already laid out, Clint, a lot of the numbers do look good for Tunsil. But for those that watched him consistently week in and week out, a lot more of the bad as well. And that's why I think for the Texans, it is that addition by subtraction. And now moving forward, we'll see what happens with the contract, who's paying what. If the Texans theoretically don't have to pay anything, reports are it would create $14 million in cap savings. And now the Texans also have 8 draft picks in this upcoming draft, which is supposed to have plenty of good offensive linemen. They'll have a couple extra draft picks in next year's draft as well with this trade. 2 of the picks from this trade go to this year, 2 to next year. So they're set up to try to make some moves now to improve this offensive line, whether through these draft picks. The only round they don't have a pick in is the 6th round. They have 2 picks in the 3rd round. So they get extra salary cap space potentially, depending on if they had to chip in money on this deal. And now you could go out and, try to be a little more aggressive in improving the offensive line after getting rid of guys like Shaq and Tunsil.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, look, I've said this a million times. Like they have, and they've said it. The Texans have said it. The Texans have repeatedly said, hey, look, we've got to fix the pass protection from the inside out. We've got to make sure that we can protect the inside. And as an old quarterback, I'm here to tell you, I don't give a damn how good my tackles are. If my center guard, any or all of them together, are always pushed back into my lap, now I got to retreat back. I got to retreat outside. And whether that's a defensive end peeling off of the side that I'm rolling to, or it's a defensive end that's chasing the high side, and either way it goes, I'm a sitting duck. And I know, look, C.J. Stroud is a good athlete. He's proven the Georgia game coming out of college. He proved a couple of times this year that he's a better athlete than we give him credit for. But the reality of it is, if he doesn't have anywhere to push up into the pocket, he and every other quarterback out there is going to struggle. And I don't give a damn how good you are on the edges, right? Here's the deal. You move right now the way they are set right now. You move Titus Howard to left tackle. You let Blake Fisher be your right tackle. You freed up cap space with several moves that you made, restructuring deals, cutting Shaq Mason, trading Laremy Tunsil. Now you've created some cap space. Now you can go out there and you can get a left guard. You can go out there and get a center. You can go out there and get a right guard, whether that's free agency or it's the draft, and guys like Jarrett Patterson to some degree at center. You can have a healthy competition with guys like Juice Scruggs at one of the guard positions or at center. You've got not only a front line, but you've got much better depth than you had last year. I don't know what the Texans are going to do, but I have zero concerns about the tackle position with this football team. If your offensive coordinator is worth his worth his weight. If he's just a competent NFL offensive coordinator, if you don't have top-tier tackles, it is very simple and very common to have help solutions with your tackles. Where it's hard to have help solutions and your hands are really tied is when your guards and your centers aren't worth a damn. Right? Then you got to go. You got to slide. You got to slide everything, right? You can't. There's just fewer options of getting help inside there. And you've got to show your cards to the defense by moving the running back up in the A-gap or stopping the tight end in the A-gap or help both and getting those guys that help that they need inside there, right? So firming up the interior of this offensive line is much more possible right now. And not only is it's more possible from a cap space, but it's also more possible from a coaching perspective for these guys to get it done. So for what it's worth, I have no concerns with the protection. I think you put it best, Luke, right there. You don't have any more concerns right now than you had, and he had just as much concern when Laremy was a Texan to when he wasn't, man. It's crazy because this could be a win-win for everybody involved. Yep. Right? Because, Laremy Tunsil is a great pass-protecting offensive lineman, no doubt about it. Now, there's penalties, as you mentioned, that come along with it. I don't like the off-season stuff and the antics that he pulls in the offseason, because when he's allowed to do that, then the other guys feel like they can act a certain way. The head coach can't hold them accountable. But the reality of it is, if you plug Laremy Tunsil into a system that's already got leaders, the head coach is already, establishing, the culture and the physicality and all that comes with that, then Laramy's going to be fine. The problem is in Houston, you need, and in the offensive line room, you needed Laremy Tunsil to be more than just one of the best pass blocking tackles in the game. You needed more. You need more out of that money. You need more out of the captain. You need more of an impact player that can impact the guys around them than just do their job at an elite level. That's where I'm at. All right, I'm Clint Stoerner. Luke Morrow is in the building for Ron Hughley today. Tyler's on the ones and twos in the back. The big news, the Texans have traded Laremy Tunsil to the Washington Commanders and got back a boatload of picks. Here's a few other things that in fact, we'll hold that. We'll pull the car over in the next segment and talk about the lesser moves, but are kind of an update on where the Texans are right now. Obviously, it's the headliner, but the Texans have made 5 or 6 other moves along the way today that we'll get you up to speed on, and we'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Who's on Sean's Texans free agency wish list?
Cooper Kupp gets released. He gets a reasonable, proven.
.com/773 network.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Luke Morrow is in. Tyler's on the ones and twos. The Texans are making big moves. Laremy Tunsil is a Washington Commander. The Texans got a in return, and reportedly right now, what Luke, you said that is created $14+ million of potential cap space there to fix some other issues. You're looking at Blake Fisher and Laremy Tunsil. Titus Howard as your two tackles that are on this team, and I think the interior offensive line, which D'Amico Ryans, Nick Caserio, Nick Caley, we've heard them all say we got to fix the offensive line from the inside out. Right now, they've done nothing on the inside. I would expect those moves to come sooner rather than later. Now you got some. You see, Nick is out there wheeling and dealing. They could come via trade. They could come via free agency. There's still some guards, some centers on the market out there, even though some of them are coming off. We'll cover that later on. And there is obviously the draft in which they could help fill that void. I want them to go free agency or trade. I want proven players up there. I think they need proven players up there. But here, real quick with the Houston Texans, they have been active other than just creating the biggest wave in the offseason by trading Laremy Tunsil. The Texans have they've made some other moves. Luke, Tyler, keep me accountable here, hold me accountable here, because I may miss something, but this is what I have so far. The Texans, so far, they've restructured Nico Collins' contract, which that happened last week, maybe even week before. $10+ million in cap space was created. Late last week, restructured Azeez Al-Shair's deal, created $6.26 million in cap space. When I was gone, obviously, I wasn't even aware of this until I talked to Tyler. They cut Shaq, created some cap space. Are you guys aware of what kind of cap space that did create?
Don't remember.
See if you can find it. There's some cap space that was created there as well, and they traded Laremy Tunsil, which created, as I just said, roughly $14 million in cap space. Now, here's what they've done in terms of acquiring players. They traded for, late last Thursday, I think it was, the Texans traded a 7th-round pick for Christian Kirk, a slot receiver, 1 year, $16.2 million left on that contract. Again, I expect Nick to probably rework that deal and have some more savings there. The Texans also, it was announced earlier today, the Texans bring back defensive tackle Sheldon Rankins on a 1 year, $7 million deal. A lot of experience here with D'Amico Ryans back a year ago. He went to Cincinnati. It didn't work out there. Boom, he's back in a Texans uniform. I love that get, guys. He is, at the very least, a tremendous rotational piece inside. And I know that Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans really like Sheldon Rankins in a leadership role in terms of being a key piece in their locker room. He is their kind of guy. He is a hold you accountable kind of guy. He is a true veteran that has that sense about him. The Texans also signed wide receiver Braxton Berrios. To me, guys, this is we don't want guys like Robert Woods returning punts next year, so this is more of a depth, like a super depth receiver. You could argue it'd be a great backup to a Christian Kirk, but it's more about the specialty, the return specialist aspect of him. They also bring back one of my favorite when he came out of Tennessee. I loved him coming out of Tennessee, but he the last couple of years here with the Texans has made some big time plays, scored touchdowns on the defensive side of the football. 1 year, $5 million. He's back in the fold. Texans maybe it was last week. Bring back Daria Gumbawale. Again, I hope this is a special teams play and not a third down running back play, but we'll see about that. And then the most recent one, correct me if I'm wrong, Tyler, unless you got something else on the list. The most recent one, the Texans signed DB Tremont Smith. Again, another return specialist, speedy guy, 2 years, $7.5 million.
I believe you nailed it, Dirty. And just to give you an answer to that Shaq Mason question a bit ago, it freed up just $2 million for the Texans in cap space as they released Shaq Mason last week.
I thought it was $2 million, but I had a little back and forth with a guy on social over the weekend, that had me second guessing myself. But I thought $2 million was the number, and I love it. I think it's worth every bit of it. So Texans have cleared up. I mean, good gosh, boy, you start doing the math. I mean, they've cleared up almost $30 million, hell, more than $30 million worth of cap space in restructures, cuts, and trades over the last 10 days. I mean, that's how you can fix some problems, ladies and gentlemen. You want to know how you fix some interior O-line problems when you got serious voids? You go clear $30 million worth of cap space, and you got a lot more freedom to make it happen.
Yeah, that's why people always say, kind of tongue-in-cheek, that the NFL salary cap is just a myth, because there's a lot of ways to manipulate it or push debts further down the road, buy yourself some time, so on and so forth. But I think it's interesting to see, which was, a different animal. But you look at a couple of the new names that they've brought in, whether it's Christian Kirk or Rankins coming back after a year away, Braxton Berrios, and you're getting guys that are coming off of injuries, a little bit of a discount, and also shorter-term deals. We opened the show this afternoon talking about some of these extensions the Texans are going to have to pay down the road. So I do like that you're not committing to these other guys any further than really this next season to be able to save as much money and flexibility for some of those stars. Also, getting some of these draft picks back will help by replenishing your roster with younger, cheaper talent so you can pay the big extensions to those stars to keep them around. But I also like that while they might not be the sexiest names, at least the Texans are addressing really the three biggest needs that I think most people could agree upon for this team this offseason. With wide receiver, you go out, you get Kirk, even Berrios is more special teams, but that's a depth piece. Interior defensive line, where you bring back Rankins, who was good here 2 years ago, and then obviously the offensive line, which we've been talking about. They haven't brought in new pieces yet on the offensive line, but they shipped out a couple of problems, and they're setting themselves up, especially through this Tunsil deal today, whether it's through draft picks or some money back, where they can now be a little more aggressive to replenish that offensive line. So I've said this multiple times. You could be a fan of the Cincinnati Bengals and sit on your hands and wonder, when are we going to do anything to help Joe Burrow or do this or that? It's great to see the Texans know what the issues were last year and address them almost immediately this year. They still have to add to the offensive line moves made to move on from two starters last year.
Look, I love the moves that they've made. I love them simply because they are cheap 1 year deals that should not impact the cap. I mean, this should not. None of these moves that they've made so far should impact their ability to go correct their protection, to fix the pass protection problems from the inside out. There's no reason right now the Texans shouldn't be able to go out there and get a guard, center guard, two of the three. I mean, to be honest with you, whether that's draft or free agent, they should get. And look, D'Amico Ryan's said a first rounder, I expect him to be a plug and play guy. So if you're not going to get that second interior offensive lineman in free agency, then it's got to be with that first round pick. You plug these guys in, and now you've made some serious progress, in my opinion, towards being a better offensive line. Now I think you got a chance to be a better offensive line in the run game as well as in the pass game. We will see exactly how that happens. Any of the guys just on that short list, I know one bunch of 1 year guys. Hell, I think all of them except for one is a 1 year is a 1 year sign here, 1 year contract. Any of those guys on there turn you on, or you just like the fact that they're just kind of depth pieces that we can plan on being part of the foundation, if you will.
Yeah, I like the moves in general. The only one would be the trade for Christian Kirk, assuming he can be healthy, or he will be healthy, let's say. If we could assume health for this upcoming season, I think he could really be a dynamic for this offense and somebody that I think a lot of people are sleeping on because of the last big name who they had to trade for. He's going to be the one that's going to get paid the most out of the new players they've brought in so far this offseason. So that would be the one. I think if he could stay healthy, him teamed with Nico Collins, I think that's a really good 1-2 punch. Actually, we talked about this on Friday with Ron, where that might become the third best. It sounds crazy, but if you run through the teams, that very well might be the third best 1-2 wide receiving core in the AFC, because there just aren't a ton of them in the conference, assuming Kirk can stay healthy. So I like the potential of that addition.
Yeah, we'll keep you posted on anything that pops here with the Houston Texans. Now they got some cap space. There are still some a lot of free agents out there, a lot of hot free agents out there that would look really, really nice in a Texans uniform. Right now, as I see it, Luke, the positions of need, again, is that interior offensive line, all three of them, guard, center guard. I still think I personally think there's a significant need at the wide receiver position. I like Christian Kirk, but you can't sit steady there. And then I think there is I don't know if I'd call it as much. I guess it's a need because just of sheer numbers right now, because some guys that were there last year are free agents now. There's a need at the interior defensive line position. Even with the Sheldon Rankins sign, there's still a need there. And then the other need, we hadn't talked about this, the other need is the safety position, right? I thought with the Houston Texans guys that I expected Eric Murray to come back. Eric Murray was a free agent, and I thought for sure they'd bring Bull, Jimmy Ward, and then you would have Eric Murray back in the fold. That Eric Murray saved the Texans last year. I know he wasn't the best cover guy, but he played a lot and played some good football last year when guys were injured. Eric Murray signed a 3-year deal with the Jacksonville Jaguars. 3 years, $22.5 million. So what I thought would have been a good re-sign for the Texans in Eric Murray, he goes to Jacksonville. So I think that safety position for the Texans right now is become a little bit more of a position of need because a player that I thought was going to stay in the building is gone.
For sure. I thought that was a situation, a position where you maybe draft a guy for depth purposes in the draft, but I agree with you. I think that moves up a little bit higher on the list of priorities. And like we had reports at the Combine that the Texans were doing their due diligence with that safety position and meeting with various safeties and watching them work out and such. And now maybe we understand why, knowing, anticipating that this type of move might come. I think the Jaguars certainly overpaid, but good for him to get that contract. And the Jaguars, by the way, they've signed 8 guys already. They have the most draft picks in the league for this draft with 10. So it's going to be a pretty big makeover for the Jaguars this offseason, which is why they moved on from someone like Christian Kirk to create even more cap space so they could go spend it elsewhere. They got a lot of cap space, a lot of draft picks, and a new GM for Jacksonville elsewhere in that division. But getting back to the Texans, I agree. I think safety becomes a higher priority for this team now. And I think what statement also is interesting, that while I like all these additions for the Texans and all these moves they've made so far, it is true that the needs they had last week are still the needs. Like they had Christian Kirk, they still need to address the wide receiver position. They bring Rankins back from 2 years ago, still need to address interior defensive line. They only got rid of some guys on the offensive line, so that obviously still needs to be addressed. So while I like the moves they've made so far, still it hasn't crossed off any of the needs that they have on that list or had coming into this offseason for position groups on this roster.
But the position they're in, the money they got in the bank now to go make those happen is a lot sexier than it was. So they've improved their position as it pertains to the ability to go out there and get some of these free agents. So we will see what that looks like. All right, coming up next, what we'll do, look, the interior offensive line is the number one need, number one priority, got to have for the Houston Texans. Now that Laremy Tunsil is no longer a Houston Texan, again, that cap space is there. There is a void in there that is it's big enough that it's going to have to be filled through free agency or some kind of trade and probably the draft, probably both of them. Right, let's catch you up on what offensive linemen, guard, center guard, what offensive linemen are still out there and still available for the Houston Texans. They're flying off the board left and right now. There's some teams out there serious about fixing their protection problems. Can the Texans get their hands on one of these veterans that'll change the O-line room, that'll change the culture, that'll change the physicality, that'll ultimately take the Texans a step closer to winning a Super Bowl? We'll do all that next right here. So I'm not going to tell you about
Wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a Honey Buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
For whatever reason, Clint, you just have this swag about you, brother. There is just something there that any person of any color, of any demographic, of anything can relate to.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
You know, Tyler, I appreciate that little bring in right there, man. You know, it's perfect timing. It's perfect timing. And it leads me to this. You know, there's several times over the last, I'm going to call it month to 6 weeks, that I have passionately said and mentioned if the Texans are serious about winning a Super Bowl, they got to get serious about protecting C.J. Stroud. And if the best way that they can get serious about protecting C.J. Stroud is to get out of the Laremy Tunsil business. I mean, I've heard people call me crazy. It's been like,
true, man. That's all has happened.
It's been dismissed time and time again. I'm here to tell you, every last one of y'all can kiss my ass in Town Square at a city meeting. There it is, baby. It has happened once again. But you know the best part of that audio you played, to be honest with you?
Tell me.
One, what the gentleman says right there is what Jerry Jones has said about me many a time. Right?
That's just beautiful.
Back from our Arkansas days. It's a huge compliment, right? But the best part of the audio you played is you can hear Ron disgusted immediately.
He's in the back going, oh, my God.
What's wrong with this guy, man? I mean, it's unbelievable. All right, with Laremy Tunsil now a Washington Commander and the Houston Texans needing to fill the voids on the offensive line, which, I mean, you know, interestingly enough, it's not the tackle position. It's guard, center guard right now. I think the Texans will be fine at the tackle position, and even if they're not, for everybody out there that doesn't like second-year Blake Fisher being a tackle or doesn't like Titus Howard being a left tackle, and you want to laugh and hey, the overall point is it's a lot easier to help tackles when they're struggling. It's a lot easier to help tackles within designs of an offense and within the design of the game. I mean the play than it is your interior offensive line. So to shift the money investment or the more of the money is the play here, and it's absolutely money. The Texans, without a doubt, the biggest need that they have right now is interior offensive line. Luke, I know you pulled a list up. There's some guys that there's a list of the top free agents at the guard, center guard position. Some of them are off the board, but some of them are still available. Who do you got still available out there right now?
Yeah, I think there's still a handful of good options. I mean, Will Fries from the Colts is still available. Kevin Zeitler from...
He's the top one, right? According to what people expect, they expect Will Fries to make more money than anybody else.
Yeah, okay. I would say so.
So
I
he's
think
the top one.
Yeah, I think he's the best available. That would be number one on my list for the Texans right now. Kevin Zeitler, who was just with the Lions last year, Ravens before that. Mekhi Becton, who was with the Eagles last year. Josh Myers, Tevin Jenkins from the Bears, James Daniels, Brandon Scherf. So there's still a handful of some pretty good names out there for that's just the interior positions on the offensive line. Fries would be number one for me. Now, he is coming off that injury. You know, broke his tibia in week 5, I think it was. Fries for the Colts.
Okay.
So, you know, which kind of fits with what the Texans have been doing this offseason, signing guys coming off these injuries. But I think he's number one for me. Zeitler's really, really good. He's 34 years old. That's a concern. You know, Mekhi Becton moved to guard last year at the Eagles and had a bit of a renaissance. But the Eagles, whoever they bring in, seems to do well on offensive lines. So how much that is coaching and system versus the player and a new position, I don't know. But if it was up to me, I would love to see Fries come in.
I like Fries, obviously, from a talent perspective, but I want one of the old heads. The Kevin Zeitler thing really, really, really for whatever reason, has been one. I mean, he's been one guy that I've wanted. Like I want a guy that most recently has been in systems where it is the physicality is first. If you don't have that physicality, then you ain't gonna be in the building. He's been in Detroit. That's the mentality that I think most people in the NFL right now, most coaches in the NFL are looking for. When you're talking O-line play, they want their O-line to play like the Eagles O-line or like the Detroit Lions O-line. And I know he's up there in age, but I think he's one guy. I would love Will Fries. I mean, that's the dream right there. You're talking about young. A really good player. You're gonna have to pay for him. Kevin Zeitler for me, man, is one that I've been looking at. I'll be honest with you. The two guys that I liked coming into today, they're gone. They're off the board. Drew Dahlman looks like has gone to the Bears. Boy, you talk about what the Bears are doing. How crazy is that? But Drew Dahlman, the center that was in Atlanta, he's off the board. He's the other one that I wanted the Texans to really, because I just think, Luke, a center that is a lock, stock, and barrel center, that's a great communicator, that's a great leader, that solves other problems across the board, right? I mean, that makes the guards better, makes the tackles better. Make TJ Strickland going to have a lot more responsibility at the line of scrimmage this year, but it would still be absolutely tremendous to have a veteran center to work with him as well. So the Drew Dahlman potential was big for me, but he's gone to the Bears. So we'll keep an eye on the rest of these guys and see what's out there. The key is that the Texans have plenty of options out there in free agency.
And the other thing with Dahlman is there's a lot more guards available. Of course, there's two starting guards, so there's just more guards. But a lot more guards available than centers. So that's the other part that hurts, is that if you wanted to address that position, Dahlman was one of the few good options, and now he's gone. I said it on these airwaves on Friday. I'm so jealous of the Bears' offseason. They've gone out. They've added 3 offensive linemen already. And then even today, it probably wasn't likely the Texans would be in on him, but Grady Jarrett was released today, all-pro defensive tackle, and the Bears scooped him up within minutes. So, they have a young quarterback not getting paid yet, and they're making a lot of additions to their offensive and defensive line. With our situation here at the Texans, a little envious watching the Bears add a bunch of names to that offensive line right now.
The Bears, not to compare them to the Texans, but the defensive-minded head coach being there and retooling that defense and kind of failing enough to where he gets fired, and then you're followed up by an offensive-minded head coach that comes in and is like, hey, all I got to do is fix his protection.
True, yeah.
Like they'd already surrounded him with a bunch of weapons. Now I know all those weapons aren't there offensively, but the Ben Johnson's coming in there, and I mean center, guard. They've retooled the interior offensive line literally within about It's a beautiful thing what they're doing in Chicago. I think Caleb Williams has got to be happy right now.
Absolutely. Which, by the way, that's why Tevin Jenkins is on this list. I'd be out on him. He's with the Bears. They've decided to go elsewhere. So that's a red flag to me. He's been injured a lot. His pass blocking isn't that great. So he's a guard that's available, Tevin Jenkins. But I think that tells you what you need to know. The Bears are like, we'd rather go spend money, bring in 3 other guys elsewhere than bring you back, someone who's been with us for a number of years. So I'm out on him.
That's Luke Morrow. I'm Clint Stoerner. You're listening to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. My man T-Mill is behind the glass, keeping us up on all the moves. And the Texans are making waves, man. They're splashing big time. Hey, can I take a minute and maybe get away from the Texans news real quick? This impacts us all, boys. We all travel. I did a little traveling this weekend. And, Luke, I ran into a couple things, man. I know this world changes, and I'm the old head. I've become an old head that is I'm gonna give a little bit of pushback on some of the changes. But when changes become this difficult and it affects us all, I'm a little concerned. Have you boys traveled lately and tried to sit down at a bar or restaurant in an airport and order something?
No, not. I've traveled, but no, not. I haven't gone to a bar or restaurant in an airport.
Well, every time I travel, you can find me there ordering a mimosa or two at the old bar.
Is the process of getting a drink ordered and paid for, is it not absolutely ridiculous at this point?
It is. It 100% is.
I had to, on the table.
Yeah. QR code?
QR code on the table. And it takes me to this menu. And on top of the drink I was ordering was like $18. I was like, man, you gotta be kidding me. But then I get to the checkout process, and you got to create an account. So it's like all of this information, and then after that, it says, do you want to donate to this? Do you want to donate to that? Do you want to donate? And then, worst of all, like again, the tip is 20, 22%, 25%, whatever it is, and because everything is so contactless, the person I'm tipping is 75% of the time just absolutely worthless. I mean, like I had like it's unbelievable how hard it is to just simply order a drink. Mm-hmm. It was, and because again it's so contactless, like they're just disconnected from the conversation. So if you have any questions over the menu, it's like they're on the other side of the bar stocking something, and you can't even get to them. And it was just, I thought, man, this is. I guess I hadn't sat down at a bar in a while in a restaurant. It was
what
absolutely
should be
ridiculous.
so simple. It should be so simple. One of the most simple things you can do on a travel day, and now they're making it tough.
Yes, I mean, I thought, damn, am I just old? But I look across there, and all three, two of my buddies who are old as well, we're all going, damn, I just want a drink, man. Like I just want to sit down here and have a drink. We finally in Little Rock, Arkansas, we sat down at the bar, and old man said, you want a real menu or you want a QR code? I said, but here's the deal. Can I order from you, or do I got a QR code, create an account? He said, no. He said, I'm part of the resistance. You can order from me. Nice. So he was an old gray-headed man. He knew exactly what the hell I was talking about.
Just trying to wet the whistle, man.
Yeah. Unbelievable. I got a couple other things I need to address here too, Tyler.
Get it off your chest, man.
If you're traveling and you're on your phone and you're FaceTiming somebody.
Oh,
and your volume is at volume 10.
Yep, I'm already annoyed.
You're a real PO. No, I'm not just annoyed. You're a POS.
Yeah, it's one of the most inconsiderate things you can do in a public space.
Check this out, Tyler. This is even worse. We get on this plane, and my man is 6 rows behind me. I think I pinpointed who it was. My man is 6 rows behind me. He's FaceTiming. Oh, I saw his phone. I think he was just on speakerphone. I don't even think he was FaceTiming. But it was worse. It was a kid. It was a toddler that was just yammering. And I, if I'm lying, I'm dying. I'm talking about until we took off, and he would turn the volume way down when he'd see the flight attendant coming that way.
Oh wow, consider it.
And he'd turn it right back up. And I mean, and I'm
screw
just
the
like,
rest of y'all, but I'll turn it down a bit for this flight attendant.
Bro, if it was just for a couple minutes, I'd have been like, all right, man. This went on for 15 plus minutes. And I'm like, damn, the people that are sitting like in the row directly in front of him, it's got to be beating the hell out of their eardrums.
Absolutely.
But between that in consideration and the folks that decide the moment that your touchdown and the buckle your seatbelt light go, just have to get up and take up every space in the aisle, and then ultimately try to get past folks that are in front of them on the plane trying to get off.
As if you don't want to get to your destination.
Those two types of people, whenever I'm traveling, they've driven me to saying a few 4-letter words a couple of times, whenever I'm making my rounds. But it's just, man, just sit down. We're all trying to get somewhere. We're all trying to get off the plane, either get to a transfer, get to where we're going. So why don't you just sit the hell down and relax a little bit? Just have a little consideration for the people traveling around. A little bit.
All right, last but not least, Tyler.
Sorry.
I don't know if this is politically correct.
Okay.
I couldn't understand the flight attendant when they were telling the safety stuff over the speaker.
Uh-oh.
It's already like the sound quality's already garbage on a plane anyway, no matter what's going on. Right. But there was clearly like the English aspect of it wasn't the clearest. And I typically don't like pay much mind because I've flown so many times. But I had a buddy with me that like is deathly afraid of flying.
Ooh.
So I'm talking. I'm like, hey, bro, just listen to old buddy.
Probably hanging on every word they're giving.
Well, no, he's trying. That's what
I
just told him, I said, John, just listen to old buddy. I said, pull this little thing out right here. Pull this deal out here. And it's a little pamphlet.
Safety card.
I said, you can follow along. Hey, my man got 10 seconds into the spiel, and John looks at me and is like, man, I can't even tell what that is. Like, what language it is, much less if it was, what he's saying.
That seemed important. I couldn't understand it.
Well, I immediately start thinking, damn, you got.
Would think so. I mean, I would think the instructions they give you, emergency exit row and all that, you probably need to be able to.
It was not important until it is.
Right.
And I'm thinking, damn, that's. I mean, this is not. We were joking like, well, good luck. Hope you can read that pamphlet there, bud. But then it's like, damn, no, seriously, that's got to be a liability.
Got to.
So anyway, it was a rough day traveling for me, and I lost a little money at the casino when I was there. So
double whammy.
It was rough. It was the fellas did get out and about a little bit, and it was a guys' weekend. Took a couple of them with me up to Hot Springs. We went to the horse races, and they got a casino there with it, and it was good times. But
what's your casino game of preference?
Three card poker.
Okay.
3-card poker, and it was one of those deals where I had a little bit to drink. And it was one of those deals where you go to your favorite restaurant from past, because I used to live there. So I hit that favorite restaurant, happens to be a tequila bar, so we popping some tequilas and have some good conversation. And one of my buddies was like, "Hey man, you can just slide by the casino?" I was like, "Oh, what the hell, man? We'll go by there." Next thing you know, I'm going back to the ATM again. I'm like, "Gosh, dang, what the hell is going on here, man? Anyway, it was a rough one, and then the flight situation, the airport situation, all of it. I was just like, man, we got to get to the bottom of all this. This can't be right. All right, let's shift gears a little bit, boys, because we're gonna let this Texans thing breathe a little bit. Laremy Tunsil's a Washington Commander. The Texans got more cap space, and they're retooling their offensive line, which I think there is a Houston Astro that is absolutely tearing it up, and I don't know that this would come at a better time. I don't know that it would come at a better time for him. I don't know that it could come at a better time for me as an Astros fan. I don't know that it could come at a better time for a man like Dana Brown, who's stepping in here and trying to keep this World Series window open for these Astros. We're going to talk a little Cam Smith, catch you up on what he is doing today and what the future looks like for that young man. I think there's a real shot that future in the bigs is going to be sooner rather than later. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Mo Karam Injury Lawyers. Look, it's hard as hell to say, but it's simple to dial, y'all. 281-222-2222. If you've been injured, if you're sitting there right now and you've been injured in an accident, it doesn't matter if it's a large truck accident, work accident, Uber, Lyft, motorcycle.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Luke Morrow is in. Tyler's on the ones and twos. The Texans are rocking and rolling, and it is they've made the biggest splash this trading Laremy Tunsil to the Washington Commanders in exchange for a load of picks. There's also, I would imagine, some level of a contract dynamic to it. We will keep you posted on that. But right now, Luke Morrow is digging in on all of it. He has come to the point of, like, it looks like it's going to save the Texans a little over $14 million. Or is it right on the dot, $14 million, Luke?
Yeah, like 13.85.
Okay, so it's just under $13.85 million in cap space, which is going to create a little room for them to go out there and be active in free agency. Maybe even be active with more active on the trade block, as well as the draft. We'll keep you up to date on that. We're going to shift gears real quick. The Astros did have a game today in spring training, and look, the where I want to go with this is I got to talking. My crew, Luke, is guys my age, mid 40s to 50 in that range. Huge Astros fans, right? We're kind of there's some Cowboys fans in there because they've raised here. They were Oilers and then Cowboys, and then the Texans were late. So but most of them are Texans fans because it's the hometown team, and but they're all Astros fans through and through. And so I got to talking with the fellas this weekend, and we were talking about Cam Smith, right? The third base, right field. Came over as part of the Kyle Tucker trade. And the gist of the conversation, because me and Ron had a conversation about Cam Smith, and we're going on and on about him, about the power that he could potentially bring to the lineup, and the much needed power that he could bring to the lineup. The fact that his two positions are two positions where you can argue the Astros need players the most. And talking about how quickly he'll be in the big leagues. And anyway, I carried that conversation to my crew, and for what it's worth, they were all like, hell, I want to see it from day one. I want to see it from day one. And Cam Smith goes out there again today, gets his first hit off of a legit MLB starter, Kevin Gausman. He got a hit. I think he was 1 for 2 off of him before he came out of the game. Ended up 1 for 4 on the day, so he's well below 600, hitting well below 600 right now. He's 9 for 17 is where he's at. But he did get that single today. I'm just curious, Luke. I know you cover the team, follow the team closely. What do you think it's going to take for Cam Smith to be part of the big league team out of the gate? Like, what does this guy have to do to be taken, even just taken serious as a part of the squad from jump?
I mean, out of the gate, I think it'll take a lot. I think he has to really continue to hit the cover off the ball, but do it against the big league type pitching like a Kevin Gausman. Whenever he has those opportunities, which can be limited in spring training, time. And I don't think there's enough time between now and the start of the season for him to get there to be on the opening day roster. And I've said all along with all this, I would start him in the minors to begin the year. Okay. I'd give him a couple months, and then I'd have him up by midseason. And I'd want him to be my everyday third baseman. I wouldn't be interested in the switch to the outfield because of a potential need for the Astros at the big league level. But whether it's service time, where you benefit by delaying his call-up, whether it's a lack of reps at the minor league level or against big league pitching, whether it's that youth for Cam Smith, I'd give him a little more time in the minors, maybe 2 months. And if he's hitting the ball really well at Double-A in April and May, then I'd call him up this summer and let him finish out the rest of the year at the Astros.
The part I love about the Cam Smith situation is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it doesn't seem like this is about the Astros' current third baseman or the Astros' current right fielder or anybody currently on the roster, the opening day roster. It seems like, and this is the part I like, it seems like it's going to be hey, when Cam Smith is ready, his ass is going to be in the bigs, right? I mean, yes, he needs to go maybe get some plate appearances, see if, because you don't want to ruin the kid. That's for damn sure.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, he needs to go get. But as soon as they see what they need to see, he's going to be in the big leagues. And I just question. I mean, like every time I pay attention to what the Astros are doing in training camp, he's doing something of note, right? And it's one of those where I listened to John Lopez tell the story about Bregman coming up and Bregman being in a similar situation a year removed from college baseball. He's a starter from jump. Struggled out of the gate, but we all know what happened with Bregman after that, right? And why couldn't this kid do what Bregman did, given the fact that the team has a need at that particular position? So I was just curious to know where you guys sit in the sense of like what would it take for this guy to be I think it'd be a hell of a story.
Yeah,
I think it'd be a hell of a story.
But I couldn't do it for the start of the year. If for nothing else, the service time. If he spends the first 15 days in the minors, and then you bring him up, you get an extra year of him down the road. Now, that goes out the window if he does finish top 2 in Rookie of the Year voting, so there is still a risk to it. But that's all it takes. If he spends the first only 2.5 weeks in the minors, you get an extra year at the back end of his contract with arbitration in the big leagues. So I almost view it kind of like what they tried to do with George Springer about a decade ago, where they attempted to give him like an 8-year deal before he even debuted, wasn't interested in that, Springer wasn't, and then they were like, okay, well, we're going to wait to call you up so that we get that extra year at least on the back end. I would consider something similar, that if Cam Smith is truly this can't-miss prospect, we've seen this a lot in baseball in recent years, you give the guy a contract now where you pay him a lot less than what he's probably worth because he just hasn't played in the big leagues yet. And then you have that security where you don't have to worry about service time, you don't have to worry about this or that. He can try to develop maybe in the big leagues, whatever it is. You can just treat that prospect a little bit different, knowing that, hey, I already locked this guy up for the next 8 years. I don't have to worry about some of these other projects and manipulating service time or whatever else it might be.
Look, we hadn't talked specifically about the Astros, just let's say specifically, but more in general, just your feel for where the Astros are. I'm on the less concerned end. Like I think there's sure, it's not the team that it once was, but you're still playing in a division that you can compete in, and let's be honest, if these pieces that they brought in, the Christian Walkers, if these pieces hit and you just get a little bit better play out of Chaz McCormick and Jake Myers and Pena and some of those guys, you should still, I mean, be damn sure be in the playoffs. But I'm less worried about the World Series window closing. I know it's not going to be as easy a path, or at least as it has been. But I'm not overly concerned about this year's Astros. I expect them to compete just like they always have.
Yeah, I think so. I think the ceiling for me is lower than the last few years, where you probably considered this team, certainly if you go back a few years, consider them one of the top teams in the AL, can compete for a World Series. I don't see that this year. I think they could compete for a playoff spot. I put them at mid to high 80s in wins, a wild card team. They'll compete with the Rangers. I'd put them as the second best team in the AL West, and very well could be a playoff team at year's end. But for me, that's why I look at this thing, and I don't think they are Cam Smith away from winning a World Series this season. Like, I don't think Cam Smith makes or breaks 2025 for the Astros. Therefore, I would not rush him along, and I would allow him more time in the minors to develop, as opposed to throwing him on the big league roster to start the year, having been for a team that, like, how big of a gap does Cam Smith add, where if he's on the opening day roster now, suddenly do you think like, oh, actually this is the best team in the AL just by simply plugging him in? I don't feel that way, so I would be patient and give him a couple months in the minors.
No, look, it would be the end game, right? Like, whatever, to your point, whether he's in the minors or he's up or whatever. I mean, it's the end game towards the end of the season is he overwhelmed at the plate, or does he look like he's coming, and is he bringing some level of power to the plate? A lot like Diaz when Diaz came up, and I know Diaz is a little bit older, obviously, but Diaz was a free swinger but brought a lot of power, and between that year and the next year, he got a lot more discipline at the plate. Like, I don't know, I think it's the long run with Cam Smith, and I think it's also obviously, like I said before, it's hard to think, but like Jake Myers and Chaz McCormick and Pena and those guys, a couple of those guys have to take the next step. And I know, and I'm not lumping Payne in with guys that have struggled and been benched. I'm just saying, like, he's got superstar written all over him if he can take that next step. So it's not about Cam Smith being the plug-in and now all of a sudden you're competitive. It's gonna be about all those guys taking the next step as well.
And to your point earlier, I don't think there are any blockers on this roster. Like, as soon as he is ready, I want him to be up, and I want him to be my everyday third baseman. Former big league GM Jim Bowden was at Astros camp over the weekend, and he said he talked to Dana Brown, he talked to Espada, and they made it clear that Cam Smith will be given every opportunity to win the right fielder job. And Jose Altuve told Jim that he hopes Smith makes the team to start the year to try to get him up. I don't think that's necessary. Whenever he's ready, bring him up, have him be your everyday third baseman, and move Paredes over to second base, where statistically he's actually been a better defensive infielder at second than any other infield position, and that's what I would do moving forward.
I can't wait, man. The big fella's got me. He's got my attention. That's for damn sure. All right, again, that's Luke Morrow. He's in for Ron Hughley. I'm Clint Stoerner. You're listening to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. All right, big sis, Seth Payne. He had a tweet late last week that got me to thinking about the number 2 biggest need right now on this football team, which is the wide receivers for the Houston Texans. One of them, would you rather? Would you rather have a couple of $10 million a year guys, or would you rather have one guy that's in that $24 to $25 to $26 million range to go besides Nico Collins and give C.J. Stroud another target? What would you prefer? I'll give you a list of some of those 10 milli guys, and you let me know. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, hey, man, Laremy Tunsil.
Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
I sound more sober when I'm slammed than when I'm sober.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the legal tampering period for free agency in the NFL is rocking and rolling, y'all. But the Texans said, no, hold my beer, man. We got a trade to make. To hell with this free agency. We got to trade the Washington Commanders, and the Texans get back a load of draft picks for this year and next year. And more importantly, they clear almost just under $14 million in cap space, which, by the way, they're up around a little over $30 million in cap space that they've created with the restructure of Nico Collins' contract, the restructure of Azeez Al-Shair's contract, the release cutting of Shaq Mason, and then the trade of Laremy Tunsil. They have not made any moves in this free agency that are like big moves. They've made about 5 or 6 moves that are going to be nice. They're building that roster, if you will. They every year they churn that thing a little bit, and some free agents leave and some come in, and we'll catch you up on who all they've brought in. But they haven't made any big waves in the free agent in this legal tampering period of free agency. They haven't made any big moves yet, but what they have done is position themselves with more cap space to make big moves that they need to make. Laremy Tunsil's out. You now have Titus Howard and I would say Blake Fisher as your 2 tackles. The interior offensive line has to be rebuilt in a major way. I don't think it's a coincidence that we've heard D'Amico, Nick Caserio, and Nick Caley, all 3 speak about protecting the quarterback from the inside out and fixing the protection problems from the inside out. The priority is going to be guard, center guard. I would not be shocked if they don't make some moves here. To make a move in the next 30 minutes. So keep it right here on Sports Radio 610. We will keep you plugged in and keep you up to date on what's going on around the league. Another thing of note around the league, around the division, is Charvarius Ward, cornerback, has signed with the Indianapolis Colts. That's a plug and play. That's a big-time addition for them. And then word on the street is that Russell Wilson is flirting with, who was it, Tyler? Did you say the Titans?
The Titans, yes.
The Titans are flirting with Russell Wilson. I thought that connect would be more along the Aaron Rodgers line of thinking, but there you have it. Either way it goes, in the division right there, you got a little bit of movement. Also, Eric Murray, former Houston Texan, signed with the Jacksonville Jaguars. So there's a little bit of movement around the league as it relates to the Texans. But I mentioned this, Seth Payne. The biggest need is obviously interior offensive line for the Texans. But I think there is a need, not quite as big, but there is a need for this football team at the wide receiver position. And Seth posed a question on Twitter, which I thought was a great convo starter, and it got me to thinking. Right? Here's Seth's tweet. The Texans are in good shape at their marquee positions. I'd rather have 3 $10 million a year types of receivers than one $30 million type a year type of receiver, not to mention draft picks. Okay, so the conversation here is, would you rather have one Devontae Adams, DK Metcalf, one top-tier $25 to $30 million wide receiver opposite Nico Collins, or would you rather have 3, $10 to $12 million guys to kind of fill in all those voids? And I think it's a really good question. Now, to be completely transparent, Seth put this tweet out there before the Texans signed Christian Kirk. So you can say that the Texans have already signed one of the, I'd say, tier 2 type of guys, costing them a little bit more than 10 or 11 or $12 million, but that's a tier 2 type of wide receiver that Christian Kirk is right now, at least for 1 year. So this got me to thinking, Luke, and I'm not typically a guy that would rather spread it out, right, over 2 or 3 different guys. But when you look at where the Texans are right now, I don't know that that's not their only option. I mean, if you were to sign, let's say they were to sign a Devontae at $24 million a year. I think Devontae Adams signed a 2-year deal for $48 million with the Rams.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's $24 million a year. DK got $30 a year over 5 years. Anything in between, one of those higher level. Cooper Kupp's going to get some really, really good money, right? I mean, Devontae's getting that kind of money. Cooper's going to get some really. What did Godwin get in Tampa Bay? Godwin got $22 million a year, I think it was, 21 or $22 million a year. So these guys are going to get upwards of $20 million. And I just don't know that the Texans have the space, because they've got to feel a bunch of wide on this roster at the wide receiver position that they can lean on right now, right? I'm not comfortable leaning on like John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson at this point in time. I like John Mechie improved, and I like the upside of John Mechie. That can't be like that can't be something you depend on this year. Like, the Texans are beyond depending on the Kenyon Greens and even the Juice Scruggs to like play at the top of their game and the John Mechies to play at the top of their game. Like, to me, you're at a position where you need to go out there and get proven guys that if they just do what they've done year in, year out in this league, you're going to be pretty damn good offensively. So when Seth posed the question, like, I don't know that I wouldn't rather have – you already got one in Christian Kirk, but here's some names I'll throw out there, Luke. Alan Lazard, Jacoby Myers, Mike Williams, Brandon Cooks is on the list. No, I know that name rubs a lot of y'all wrong. Adam Thielen, Curtis Samuel. Like, these are all – and I'm not saying these guys are available. What I'm saying is these guys are all the receivers that are in that $10, $11, $12 million range. And so that's the caliber receiver we're talking about. Not the names in particular, but those are the caliber receivers that we're talking about. I would go with the several $10 million guys spread out across there.
I think so, too. I mean, it's so nice. It's enticing when you look at the Bengals and you see T. Higgins and Jamar Chase, and you wish you had that 1-2 punch. But I think I'm with you in that I'd rather have the depth and the variety of options, because I think the more options, the better for an offense. And what's also interesting is I think depth has become so important, because you look at the health further than the Texans last year, or potentially, knock on wood, let's hope it doesn't become a problem this year with Kirk or even Nico Collins in their past. But the Bengals, right, they didn't have those guys healthy, Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, for the entirety of the season. The Buccaneers didn't have their 1-2 punch healthy. The Rams didn't have their 1-2 punch healthy for a large part of the season. And then when you lose one of those guys, you don't have the depth to fill in, with injuries becoming more and more commonplace in the NFL. So I think I do choose that depth option of having, maybe three, say decent, for lack of a better term, decent options compared to the one big swing. And you look at the Bills, they moved on from Stephon Diggs to be able to move away from that star receiver and spread it out to a variety of different weapons. Even the Chiefs made it to the Super Bowl, didn't have a ton of big weapons. It was more of a versatile offense. The Eagles did win a Super Bowl with two big-time receivers, but one of them, A.J. Brown, was unhappy most of the season because he wasn't getting enough targets. So I think as enticing as a setup like the Bengals have, though they're not winning enough, I think I'm with you that I would prefer the depth route, because I think depth is so important over the course of a football season.
Well, you've just got to – you don't have a bunch of cheap rookies, even if it weren't John Mechie. Like, you don't have those guys that are playing at a caliber that I think you can absolutely 100% rely on. I just don't – that's my only drawback, is I would rather have several guys. I'd rather be 4 or 5 deep, counting Christian Kirk, to be 4 or 5 deep of guys that I know I can count on, and then have Mechie and Hutch. And if they compete and they play up to expect, then all of a sudden you've got an absolutely beautiful setup here in Houston with an embarrassment of riches, and then you can proceed accordingly in the offseason. Now, there have been some other moves made in free agency. Just real quick, Tyler, I just saw this one. It happened a little bit earlier, but wide receiver, this is on the Texans front in terms of some names that we've thrown around there that I would like to see. Wide receiver Josh Palmer, reportedly going to the Bills at $12 million a year. So Josh Palmer fits that bill, right? That $10, $11, $12 million guy that we were talking about. Josh Palmer was one of the guys who was a free agent. I would have liked to have seen him here. I thought that would have been a really good fit outside of Christian Kirk. I thought it would have been a really good fit opposite Nico Collins. You got a big body guy that the stat sheet's not the sexiest, because he's played in a system for the majority of his career. He's played in a system behind like as a third wide receiver, like with not much room to get targets and get run, and he still found a way to shine. I think Josh Palmer is going to be a good one up in Buffalo. I would have liked to have seen the Texans get their hands on him. But that's the caliber receiver that we're talking about there. When you're talking about that 10, 11, $12 million guy, it's the Texans. I would imagine are gonna make a move for one more of those. Christian Kirk is already in the house. But I bet they go get one more free agency, and how they liable to use a draft pick on one as well. All right, again, I'm Clint Stoerner. Luke Morrow's alongside me today. Ron Hughley's in Disney World, Disneyland. Which one is that out there?
World in Orlando.
Disney World over in Orlando. So,
what do you say about us breaking a little news for 5 o'clock fire?
4 or before?
Before.
Well, what you got?
Like now.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
Well, as we speak of wide receivers, T, what you got?
As we speak, the Texans made another move. According to Dan Rappaport, the latest breaking is that the Texans are signing Chiefs free agent wide receiver Justin Watson, according to sources, as the Penn graduate and former Bucs wide receiver lands in his new home, which will be H-Town.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a little digging. I mean, I'm obviously aware, but I'm gonna do a little digging. I like the ad. Again, I think it's quality depth. I don't know that it's a guy that is outside the Mechie range of what we were talking about earlier, Luke. Kind of shown some promise, but shown some suspect as well. So we'll see where he fits in. We'll do some digging here in the break, and we'll respond to that breaking news, along with the Texans also signed another edge rusher as well. We'll tell you who that is, and we will respond to that breaking news next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Free agency is here. Who will Nick Caserio and D'Amico bring in to bolster the Texans roster? Stay tuned for the latest for the Texans. Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by Crystal Geyser Natural Alpine Spring Water. I-10 the Katy Freeway, eastbound at Taylor. It's a stall that has a right shoulder blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Zach Gelb with the Odyssey Sports Minute. This is what Myles Garrett told me back in early February when he initially requested a trade from the Cleveland Browns.
This is
or just stop by. Granger. For the ones.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Welcome to 5 o'clock fire.
Hello. We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
Yeah, he is. Ron Hughley is out. Luke Morrow is in. T-Mills on them ones and twos back there, baby. And the Texans are rocking and rolling, man. This, according to Diana Rossini, she had it first, and it's what I got. It's a report that I got in front of me, baby. The Texans, they've traded Pro Bowl tackle Laremy Tunsil to the Commanders per source. And here's the breakdown. Laremy Tunsil goes to the Washington Commanders along with a 2025 fourth-round pick. The Houston Texans receive a 2025 third round and a 2025 seventh round, along with a 2026 second round and a 2026 fourth round. So the Texans get 2 solid picks this year, 2 really good picks next year, and they ship out Laremy Tunsil and a 2025 fourth round pick. And the key part to this, with Laremy Tunsil leaving, there is 13. What would you say it was?
13.85.
$13.85 million worth of cap space created. That puts the Texans at a spot where, with their cutting structure, Nico and Azeez Al-Shair's contract, along with the trade of Laremy Tunsil, they've created a little over $30 million of cap space. So while they haven't made any huge moves in free agency that's going to get us all giddy, they've damn sure positioned themselves a little bit better to now have the money in the bank to go get whatever they feel like they need, which I believe is interior offensive lineman at this point. But nonetheless, that's where the Texans are. Luke Morrow, the Texans have traded Laremy Tunsil and received a boatload of draft picks in return.
Yeah, it's nice. If nothing else, it's nice to see the Texans make this bold, aggressive move where, you know, you look at what has happened so far this offseason in a short amount of time. They fired Bobby Slowick a year after he was the NFL's golden boy because it was the necessary move. And now you move on from Shaq Mason last week. You trade away Laremy Tunsil this week. And it's a move that I know the national media might not understand. A lot of people are wondering why the Texans would get rid of somebody like Tunsil. But for the Texans fans that have watched the games, I think it's a little clearer for you to understand why this move was or became a necessity. And I think there's some addition to subtraction to it. I know somebody on the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line said, how does this make the Texans better losing their Pro Bowl left tackle? But the idea is that this is the start of the transition this offseason, that this allows them, these draft picks and this extra money, to improve this offensive line, that this wasn't the last adjustment to the offensive line they're going to make this offseason. So I think it was a necessary move. I commend the Texans for making what the right one, and now this allows you a little more flexibility to be a little more aggressive and fix the biggest problem, I believe, with this roster.
Yeah, look, Luke, I think this is a win-now move for the Houston Texans. I mean, getting out of the Laremy Tunsil business is the biggest, boldest move that Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans could possibly make. This shows me that they're dead-ass serious about the most important things, fixing their offensive line so that they can protect their quarterback, and they're going to do it at all costs. Setting a standard with the Houston Texans as a team, and which in turn is going to allow them, they feel like is going to allow them to take the next step and get deeper into the playoffs and have a better chance to win a Super Bowl. It's hard to hold guys accountable when Laremy Tunsil does whatever the hell he wants to do year in, year out. It's hard to hold guys accountable when Laremy Tunsil decides when he wants to practice, when he wants to play, when he wants to be around in the building, right? And the reality of it is this offensive line was really, really bad with Laremy Tunsil when you were paying him all the money and he was your starting left tackle. And so, again, if you want to talk about fixing the O-line, if you want to talk about setting a championship caliber standard in the building, if you want to talk about the offensive coordinator that you hired, the O-line coach that you hired, you want to talk about those guys having the freedom to do their job with no exceptions, the ability to hold guys accountable and hold guys to a certain standard, It can now be done now that Laremy is obviously you're losing a great pass protector, right? One of the best in the game, right? But you got to be able to understand that the sum, all 5 offensive linemen will be. The idea is that all 5 offensive linemen will be better together than your one guy was on the end doing his thing when he wanted to on his own time, on his own dime, and then just hoping everybody else came along for the ride and played up to snuff. When you've got a C on your chest and you got $20+ million wrapped up in somebody, you want that guy to be more than just a great player, right? You need to, and the Texans, more importantly, need that guy to be more than just a great player. You just heard Joe Thuney got traded from the Kansas City Chiefs, and when he left, everybody's giving him credit about how he mentored and he allowed Creed Humphreys and Trey Smith at the right guard position to become the player. Not allowed, but he helped those guys become the great players that they are right now, like top of the market center, top of the market guard. Like when you got a C on your chest and you're the highest paid guy, you want that kind of guy in the building. And at the end of the day, Laremy Tunsil was not a good fit in Houston for this particular offensive line. And getting out of the Laremy Tunsil business, I think I said it 6 weeks ago. I think it's the biggest, boldest move that they could possibly make, and now they've made it. And in the process, created a little cap space so they can fill the other voids. I absolutely love this move. For those out there that are wondering, Blake Fisher was fine at tackle. Titus Howard, he's bounced all over the place, right tackle, left tackle at times, guard at times. Like, I see the plan being Titus Howard at left tackle, Blake Fisher at right tackle. I particularly like that. I think they'll be fine. Are they like other tackles in this league? Will they need a little bit of help from the tight ends and the running backs and from scheme? Absolutely they'll need that. No question about it, right? I don't expect either one of them to be Laremy Tunsil. But in this league today, if you're going to be a pass-first football team, which I think that's where this team's going to ultimately land, you better be good, like really good, guard, center, guard. If C.J. Stroud doesn't have anywhere to push up to in the pocket, then the Texans just aren't going to be very good offensively, right? If your tackles struggle, Nick Caley and company, they've got answers. Every offense I've ever been in, they got answers, easy answers, multiple answers. It's hard to help your guard, center, guard. That's where I think they invest their money. That's where I think they ultimately win and lose ball games. And C.J. Stroud will have a much better chance of navigating any kind of pressure if that middle's solid right there. So I love this move. I think it's a win now move. I think it's a Super Bowl caliber, like setting the standard move. And I think it's big time. I'm a fan of this one.
Yeah, and Titus Howard has said previously he prefers to play the tackle position. I mean, Blake Fisher, look, he was a second-round pick, right? You got to see if this guy can develop and be a starter for you here early on in his career. And as you said earlier, Clint, I think it could be a win-win for each side. The Commanders have money to spend. They've been aggressive this offseason, and the Texans try to improve on the offensive line for their young quarterback because I imagine the offensive line will look better come week one than it does right now this moment. I imagine there's more that will be done to improve this offensive line between now.
There better be, Luke.
Exactly. So that's why I know some people are freaking out. Why get rid of Tunsil? What are we going to do? I think there's more to come that will help improve this offensive line.
5 o'clock fire.
The legal tampering period in NFL free agency has began. We're right in the middle of it, and the Texans have been active. The most recent signees here, the Texans, Darrell Taylor is a defensive end. It's a depth guy. Came over from the Seattle Seahawks and the Chicago Bears. Couple seasons in Seattle, one season in Chicago. Couple of sacks here, there. Again, he's a depth guy. And the other one is, what's the Watson kid?
Justin Watson.
I almost said Christian Watson. Justin Watson, the receiver that was most recently with Kansas City, spent 3 years in Tampa Bay, 3 years in Kansas City. Again, another depth player. I haven't seen, Tyler, if you can pull the contract numbers up there for Justin Watson. I would imagine that's another short deal for little money, just kind of a depth player. Again, setting that foundation, special teams, depth at the wide receiver position. And if he plays above that, then it'll be a luxury. Here are a couple of the other moves today that have come about today for the Texans. The biggest one, I think, of all, there's a couple here. The Texans, they bring back defensive tackle Sheldon Rankins. He was here a year ago. He went and played with the Cincinnati Bengals, came back, 1 year, $7 million deal. A lot of short-term one-year deals here. Texans, they also signed wide receiver Braxton Berrios that was with the Miami Dolphins. That's a return specialist, and again, depth at the wide receiver position. This one right here, I think fans are going to like. Texans bring back Derek Barnett, defensive end. We've seen him score some touchdowns. I'd say depth at the defensive end position, but he has been an impact player. No matter how they limit his snaps, he's found a way to impact games. So Derek Barnett is back. Previously, we already knew that Dare Ogunbowale was back last week. And the most recent, well, I guess it wasn't the most recent, we just announced two. Another one is Tremont Smith, a defensive back, 2 years, $7.5 million. Another defensive back that'll be a depth player, I'd imagine, return specialist, special teams player as well. Altogether, I think the Texans are doing a good job of churning that depth on this roster at this point through free agency.
Yeah, I like all these moves, and we talked about most of them throughout the afternoon, but the two newest ones there, Darrell Taylor and Justin Watson. In regards to Taylor, second-round pick, had a big year a couple years ago with Seattle, never quite progressed, but he's always been that rotational piece. He's never played more than 50% of the snaps, and he averages over 6 sacks a year as that backup, defensive end that comes in for a spell every once in a while. So he's a talented guy. We'll see what the Texans can get out of him this year. And then Watson was always an ace in the average of target was 17 yards. He was their big play receiver the last 3 years. And the other number I like the most is that during his time at the Chiefs, it was 72% of his catches either went for a first down or a touchdown. So he was kind of that security blanket for Patrick Mahomes. He's reliable. Not a ton of catches. Doesn't play a huge role, Justin Watson, but usually big plays, either moving the chains or making a big play downfield. So could be a little bit of a secret weapon there for the Texans offense at times if he's on the roster come the regular season.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, we got a little breaking news from outside of Houston, but this is one that I'm going to go ahead and let Tyler do this one justice, y'all.
Oh, well, yes, we do have breaking news, and it's from the world of baseball, and, well, get your tissues ready. If you happen to be a fan of those turds up in the Bronx.
Oh, no, I got my tissues ready. I didn't know who the hell you was talking about.
Yeah, we're okay here in Houston, but the breaking news coming out of baseball, New York Yankees ace Garrett Cole, the representative of himself. Well, folks, he's going to have to undergo Tommy John surgery tomorrow to repair a torn right ulnar collateral ligament. UCL would work next time passing. And he's going to miss the 2025 season for the turds up in New York, those pinstripes. Garrett Cole is done.
Garrett Cole is done. Tyler, I don't get as much enjoyment out of this as you do. It's not about Garrett Cole. As you're personal with it. For me, this is more about just the Yankees in general. I just maybe it's the hayseed kid in me that grew up on the south side of the tracks that just it's hard to, when folks just go out there and just buy everything up, try to be better than you.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
We're just going to buy everything. We're just going to go out and get all the nice toys, and we're going to buy it all, and our kid or our team's going to be better than yours.
I got a message for those Yankee turds.
I'd be lying if I didn't pull a little bit of joy from when they have things that bring them back down.
Yeah, just a little. He'll be fine. He's loaded. He's rich. He's good.
Well, I hope. I mean, we hope his
won't be able to grow his beard for the first time with the Yankees now, though. Poor guy.
Oh man, yeah. We'll see. Garrett Cole, little Tommy John.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, a couple of big moves outside of Houston in NFL free agency. I think the biggest one of the bunch is the biggest domino, I think, in the offseason. I'm sorry, in free agency, the biggest domino to fall is Sam Darnold. He goes to Seattle, 3 years, $100 million. Sam Darnold's collapse at the end of the year is the damnedest thing I've ever seen. I mean, he'd have been a $40 million a year plus guy, if not more, had he not collapsed at the end of the year. I don't know what to think about Sam Darnold. I've always been higher than most on Sam Darnold just because I know he's a big-bodied quarterback that can sling it. I mean, he can spin it with the best of them. But going to Seattle and going from a plug-and-play where all the pieces are in place, you got some beautiful targets, you got a great play caller, going to Seattle where it's a new play caller. It's obviously he's familiar with Kubiak, but it's a new play caller there for a reason. They just shipped out Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf. What are they doing offensively? Like for Sam Darnold to go from being one of the handful of pieces that helped Minnesota win games to being a piece that you appear to be building around for the next 2 or 3 years. I don't know that I like Sam in that. We've seen him in that environment before in New York, and it didn't go well.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be able to duplicate what he did this past year. I'm always concerned about these, let's say, one-hit wonders, these guys that have this one big season in a new place, which in this case was just a great fit for Darnold. The weapons around him, the system he was in. Look, Kevin O'Connell made Josh Dobbs look really good at the quarterback position 2 years ago. So I think it has more to do with the surroundings and the system for Darnold than anything else. We saw him with a handful of other teams previously, and he looked nothing like that. So I would be very weary about committing $100 million and even 3 years to Sam Darnold if I was Seattle, let alone the setup. Like you said, I mean, he's lost 2 of the top 3 receivers there. And furthermore, when he was with the Jets, it was a defensive head coach in Todd Bowles, and that didn't really work out too well for him. Now he goes to a defensive head coach in Seattle. They just got rid of 2-star receivers. They want to run the football more, and I just don't know if it's as good of a fit. I know it's not as good of a fit as what Darnold. O'Connell is very responsible for the new Sam Darnold that we saw last year, and therefore I don't think he'll look the same in Seattle, let alone playing outside in that stadium compared to indoors in Minnesota.
All right, who's winning the offseason so far? It's the damn Bears, y'all. And I hope now that them Texans got a little money in the bank, I hope they're looking over at that blueprint going, we like what we're seeing. We're gonna follow suit, Chicago. Take a peek back at these what the Bears are doing. They just got the top center off the market. And the Texans got to be staring down that barrel going, we're next, y'all. We'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, if you got big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property, y'all, you need that
comes to the biggest story of spring training, the Big Orange Wagon has you covered.
This is going to be a very fair question to ask going forward as we go through the month of March. Are the Astros a better team offensively and defensively with Cam Smith at third and Isaac Paredes at second?
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Luke Morrow is in. We're rocking and rolling, baby. If you're just tuning in, the Texans, they've traded left tackle Laremy Tunsil to the Washington Commanders. A moment to everybody out there know that over the last 6 weeks, when I mentioned that, whether you're on the text line and you badmouthed me on that text line, YouTube, Twitch, I know there's some of y'all out there too. Listen on that Odyssey app, we appreciate it, but I know there's some of y'all out there too. And there's a lot of folks that, as I've said it on radio, right here in the studio with me, look at me dead in the eye, turn their nose up at me and dismiss. That ain't gonna happen. Oh, hell no, that ain't gonna happen. The hell you talking about? That ain't happening. Every one of y'all can kiss my ass. This right here is what I'm talking about, Luke Morrow. This is what I'm talking about right here. You want to make a Super Bowl caliber move. You want to make a move. It's not one of them easy, low hanging fruit. Best player on the market, free agent. You go sign him at a position of need. You want to put him on a table and make a big boy decision. You put a guy that you trade a guy that is viewed as the best pass protecting offensive left tackle in the game. You trade him when you are in a desperate position to improve your pass protection. To the outsider looking in, they're thinking, what in the hell is going on? I'm telling you, this is the way to go. This is the way to go. I'm stoked for the Texans and the move that they made. Now, it brings me to this. With the Laremy Tunsil trade, yes, they get a lot of draft picks. But I think right now, as we sit here dead in the middle of the legal tampering period of free agency and ultimately in NFL free agency in 2025, I think the bigger piece to this Laremy Tunsil move is the total of cap space that the Texans have created. I don't know what their overall cap space is, but they've created over $30 million worth of cap space with a couple of restructures, cutting Shaq Mason and trading Laremy Tunsil. And now you've got to view this thing as you've got one big time need, one big time priority, and that is fixing the interior offensive line for this football team. And the Bears are out there right now, and they're giving you the blueprint. Right now, I understand that the Texans, and I'm okay with this part of it, Luke. I understand the Texans aren't going to go out there and sign, a center guard that averages about $15 to $16 million a head. I know they're not going to do that. But the Bears, the level of aggressiveness that they're showing with a young quarterback that got the hell beat out of him last year, when you've got that young quarterback and now you got an offensive-minded head coach, you can't lose football games because you can't protect the quarterback. Simple as that. It's just like in Houston with a defensive-minded head coach and in DeMeco Ryans, you can't lose football games because your defense is suspect, right? So but there's a similar set of problems now. Both of these teams, I think, have defenses you can work with, Texans and Bears. Both of these teams had young quarterbacks that got the hell beat out of them. Both of these teams needed to fix a major protection issue. We've heard the Texans brass, all the decision makers, talk about fixing the protection is going to start from the inside out. Issues from the inside out. The Bears, in about a 48-hour period, they traded for Jonah Jackson out of I always want to say St. Louis, out of the L.A. with the Rams. He'd gotten injured out there. He signed a monster deal coming out of Detroit a couple years ago, and it wasn't working out there. They signed that guard. They then turn around and trade for they traded for Jonah Jackson. They then turn around and trade for Joe Thuney out of Kansas City, who you can say is one of, if not the best guard in the game. And then today, the Bears go out and sign in free agency the number one interior offensive lineman, the number one center, Drew Dahlman, 3 years, $42 million. They have been super aggressive, and they have fixed their at least in terms of free agency and building a roster, they have fixed their protection problems from the inside out. I'm telling you, Luke, this is the game is changing, and I think this is a late reaction to the move to big time interior defensive linemen being pressure generating type guys, not just eating double teams, but guys that can create major problems. These teams spending crazy amounts of money on these athletic inside defensive tackles, and if you can't slow those guys down, then you're going to have a problem. You're seeing offenses all of a sudden start to spend money inside and spend draft capital inside and protect their quarterback. I would imagine it's going to help them run the football. But the point is, the Bears had a similar problem the Texans had. They've gone out and fixed their offensive line in a big way. The Texans now have some cap space out there. They can do the same if they so choose.
Yeah, I'm very envious of the Bears' offseason so far. You laid it out. You get the number one center. You get a couple other good linemen. That Jonah Jackson from the Rams was previously in Detroit with now their new head coach, Ben Johnson. And they got a center, a tackle, and a guard. Just like that. And free agency hasn't even technically started yet. We still have 48 hours here to go. And they just remade their whole offensive line in one offseason. Let alone, they also added a pass rusher on defense and then Grady Jarrett on the defensive line, a defensive tackle who's probably the best defensive tackle out there. I don't know if he was a realistic candidate for the Texans, but, for a team that could use a good defensive tackle, the Bears got one of those too today. So, and they have a little more money to spend, and obviously they have a rookie, a quarterback on a rookie contract, much like C.J. Stroud in Houston, but credit to the Bears for identifying the problem first with the coaching. It probably took them a little too long. They probably should have done it before last season. I don't know why they brought Matt Eberflus back to begin with, but then realized their poor judgment in that regard, moved on, brought in the top play caller from a coordinator position here this offseason in Ben Johnson, addressing the offensive line now, even getting additional pass rush help for their defense. And that's what you want to see here for the Texans. I'm a little jealous, too, of even the Jacksonville Jaguars, who signed 2 offensive linemen so far today, and overall 10 free agents signed for the Jaguars, too, where just last week, one of those guys is coming to Houston now at the wide receiver position, but they were shedding a lot of players to build salary cap space so that they could then reinvest that money in real positions of need, including on the offensive line. So both the Bears and the Jaguars are 2 teams that saw what they needed to fix, have gone about it sort of different ways. The Jaguars created the availability to address the offensive line and other needs, which is kind of like what the Texans have done, as we discussed this afternoon. You move on from Tunsil, you get some extra money, you get some extra draft picks. It allows you to then readdress that offensive line. And it seems like, a bit of a bold move, as we've been saying, but it's like Kevin Spacey and Horrible Bosses, who's said you can't win a marathon without putting some Band-Aids on your
nipples.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know if you could say that word.
Can I say that?
Oh yeah, we can say nipples over and over again.
Oh,
okay, perfect. Anyways,
I knew where you were going with it, man. I was listening intently.
Yeah, thanks for finishing
Beat
my
you to the punch, though. I knew it was going to be a struggle for you, so I went ahead and finished it off for you.
Yeah, appreciate you taking one for the team potentially. So, that idea, though, of, sometimes you have to take big swings. And that's what some people might perceive today's move for Houston, but it allows them now more flexibility to try to be somewhat like the Bears or the Jags this offseason and get some help for this offensive line because, that should be priority 1 and 2 for Houston this offseason. Through some of that restructuring, they've given themselves an opportunity here to be a little aggressive now in the coming weeks to try to replenish the offensive line.
Well, you talk about needs, and that, I think the Bears have a similar need on the interior, and they're getting it done. I'm sure going to do something similar, and they're not going to spend as much money to do it because they're not going to go after the top guys. But another team that noticed who they wanted, they identified who they wanted, and they pursued the hell out of them is the Rams. With Cooper Kupp being gone, and the Rams needed some help at the wide receiver position. I think one of outside of Houston, this is one of the biggest signs that I know I'm looking forward to seeing kind of how it plays out. Devontae Adams is set to land in L.A. 2 years, $48 million, so he's in that $24 million range. And the story is McVay Devontae Adams is on vacation in Japan somewhere, and McVay is FaceTiming the hell out of him and recruiting the hell out of him, and ultimately gets his guy. They signed Tutu Atwell for $10 million. They've got Puka Nacua. Obviously, now they add Devontae Adams. You want to talk about a team that realized, identified somebody they needed to fill a void, and they went and got him. They had to pay for it, but they went and got him. Devontae Adams is in L.A. as well. So a lot of movement with some really high-end wide receivers so far. And Devontae Adams is my favorite to land in L.A.
And the Rams are interesting because it looked like maybe the move off of Stafford, Kupp's gone, and then before you know it, they're bringing back Stafford with a new contract, and they go out and they get Devontae Adams. So instead of this rebuild, they're going back for it. He's somebody that, look, I know a lot of Texans fans got excited about the potential prospect of DK Metcalf last week. After seeing the deal that went down with Pittsburgh, I don't think that was ever a possibility, and rightfully so. I wouldn't even want to pay that much for DK Adams deal. I was like, it's only a 2-year deal. Could you find a way to work that $22 million into the cap for the next 2 years? It might be asking a lot, but I like Devontae Adams not as a 1 anymore, but if you add him to this group now where he'd be a 2 or a 3 and that veteran experience, that would have been nice. So we'll see what he does in L.A., but that was the one that maybe also not very likely he could have fit into Houston, but that was the one that I felt like got away a little bit more than DK Metcalf or these other wide receivers.
All right, these aren't free agent deals, but these are monster deals that were made this weekend, and they will impact the Texans indirectly, but they will impact the Texans. I'll tell you what those deals are, and we'll explain next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about QC Kinetics. Look, if you're wondering if you're a good
eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Luke Morrow is in. Ron's out there in Disney World. He's probably having a few drinks by now.
The showman.
He spent a little quality time with his family. Kids on spring break. Wish them safe travels and hope they have great times making memories and got all the family out there. I'm sure it's a hell of a time. A lot of movement today on the show with NFL free agency. The Texans are churning that depth on their roster, no doubt about it, and have made one monster move with Laremy Tunsil being traded Commanders in return for 4 draft picks, 2 this year, 2 next year. It's a 3 and a 7 this year, a 4 and it's a 3 and a 7 this year, a 2 and a 4 next year, I believe. But it's a haul of draft picks, and they're also getting clear about almost $14 million in cap space so that they can fill some needs here. In free agency, hopefully. They've cleared just over $30 million in the last few days of cap space. So they're in a lot better position to go out there and rebuild that offensive line, and maybe get some other positions of need addressed with free agency here. And as Nick has shown, he ain't afraid to go out there and make a big time trade as well. So we'll keep you up on all that's going on with the Texans, with the Laremy Tunsil move. I'll tell you right now, out of the gate, I have zero concerns about the Texans. I think this is a win now move. I think this is we are determined to win the AFC. We are determined to give ourselves a chance to win a Super Bowl kind of move. Not an easy move, but a move that is a big boy move by the Texans, and I absolutely love it. On the flip side, there were a handful of moves made this weekend, Luke, that I think we can link directly to the Texans in some way, shape, or form. J.C. Horn, the Carolina Panthers. J.C. Horn, the NFL's highest paid defensive back. He's a corner, obviously. 4 years, $100 million, $70 million guaranteed. And I'm gonna tell you, I'll keep it pretty simple, just cut and dry. I think Derek Stingley Jr. is better than J.C. Horn already. I like J.C. Horn. I like J.C. Horn a lot. There's been some injury issues that have slowed him down a bit, but I think overall, any way you slice this thing, I think Derek Stingley Jr. is better than him. So when you look at this money, that's $25 million a year. Previously, Jalen Ramsey was just over $24 million a year as the highest paid corner in the game. J.C. Horn takes that at $25 a year and $70 million guaranteed. Derek Stingley Jr. is going to top this, and I mean, I could see the Derek Stingley Jr. thing getting done in any given day here. But Derek Stingley Jr. is going to be the highest paid guy. This just happens to be the most recent one.
Right. Yeah, which is how it goes a lot of times. You're the highest paid until the next one. And then that next player, whether it's ego or what, they want to be paid even more than that.
That's right.
So, and rightfully so in this case. I mean, you mentioned the injuries. It's wild. I mean, J.C. Horn's played 37 games over 4 years. That's an average of about 9. That's half of a season, and yet he just got this huge contract. He's never had a full season where he's made it through all 17 games. And then more than that, it's not the be-all, end-all for a defensive back, but Stingley has more than twice as many interceptions in his career than J.C. Horn. Now, again, that's not everything. Sometimes, like Darrelle Revis, I don't want to throw it to you, because the idea being that that's a big-time play for your defense or for your team when you can force turnovers on the defensive side of the football, and he's had more impact plays, twice as many as J.C. Horn. So, you know, there's certain things you could point to, make the case that he does have that stronger resume. So if J.C. Horn got this contract, yeah, I think Stingley will eventually top it, as you said, maybe in the very near future.
Yeah, I think it's a no-brainer. It's just a matter of time. But there, for our fans out there, that's just a little gauge of what's going on in that cornerback market. 4 years, $100 million, $70 million guaranteed. That $70 million guaranteed is wild. But again, expect Derek Stingley to top all of that. The yearly average as well as the overall big boy guaranteed amount. I would imagine Derek's going to top both of those. Another one, Myles Garrett, after threatening to be traded or threatening to force a trade up in Cleveland, he agrees to a 4-year contract extension, which this contract extension keeps him in Cleveland through 2030, and the averages per year, it's $40 million per year for a true edge rusher. I think Myles Garrett's the best in the game right now. True defensive end, hand in the dirt defensive end. That would be my pick as the best in the game. But as we talk about guys getting paid, it doesn't matter if they're a hand in the dirt true defensive end or an outside linebacker stand up coming out of a two-point stance. If you are affecting the game through the sack in the sack department, the way that again Myles Garrett or Micah Parsons, you know how you slice it. They're looking at getting in that $40 million a year range moving forward. So the way this impacts the Texans is Will Anderson, after this season, is going to be looking, I would imagine, for that big boy extension. And I think Myles Garrett, just every time he comes to the table, he sets the market. I would imagine Will's going to be looking for something in this neck of the woods as well.
I would say so, and I think he's worthy of it as well. And I said this earlier, though. I think you have two guys at that position that now their prices have gone up, their price tags, with Danielle Hunter as well. Maybe not quite in that same range because he's older and he's into his 30s now, but I think Hunter's going to request for more money now today than he would have last week, just because the whole market for defensive ends has gone up, or even with Max Crosby this offseason. Just that position is getting paid more now than it was even last offseason. So I think that increases Danielle Hunter's asking price as well, which might price him out of the Texans' range when you have this money to commit already to Will Anderson, that same position, let alone the other players too. So we'll see how that plays out. But it's funny that the Browns with Deshaun Watson really threw things out of whack with that contract. And now, to a lesser degree, with this Myles Garrett deal now also kind of disrupting a whole nother position and the way that they're getting paid or will continue to get paid here moving forward, the amount that they can get paid. And you look at these two teams, and they're both good players, but the Panthers and the Browns are two teams, I should say, that really paid a lot of money for these two players, resetting the market for those positions on the defensive side of the football. And those are two organizations that have been terribly run for a number of years. So I wonder if some of the other owners in the league look at these teams, especially the Browns. Oh, man, what doing to us? You're just increasing the asking price of our players too, because you're throwing a lot of money. You're overpaying so much for some of your guys as well. So yeah, the Texans and a lot of other teams in the league, they're going to pay the price now for these contracts and have to try to match that with their young stars here in the near future.
All right, the other one is Josh Allen. This is the big one when time comes for C.J. Stroud to get his, man. All these quarterback contracts are going to be looked at, and whether you're looking at the Dak Prescott contract, 4 years, $240 million with a $60 million average. Or a total guarantee of $230 million, right? That's a big one. That's the biggest year-over-year average. But then you look at Josh Allen. Josh Allen signs a new deal, 6 years, $330 million. Not quite the $60 million per, but on the flip side of that, there's $250 million guaranteed. That is an NFL record. I don't know what the year over year, is going to cost with CJ, but I would be willing to bet you that the guarantee is going to be the number that they look at, and the number that let's be honest, they're probably going to be looking to surpass both of them. Dak's $60 million per and Josh Allen's $250 guaranteed. But this contract will, in some way, shape, or form, affect CJ when it comes on.
Yeah, for sure. And the guaranteed money is always the big thing. That's the most important part to look at, because otherwise you could just get out of the rest of it.
That's right.
You look at quarterbacks, though, in this league, outside of Josh Allen. I mean, Dak Prescott's making $60 million a year on average, but Joe Burrow $55 million. Then you get to the next level of guys, if you will. Trevor Lawrence is $55 million a year. Jordan Love is $55 million. Tua is $53 million. If they're getting that much, why shouldn't C.J. Stroud? I'd take Stroud over Lawrence, Love, or Tua. So, yeah, it's going to be a a hefty price tag, and the negotiation, the problem might become that guaranteed money now that we saw Lamar get some of that. Deshaun, obviously, with the Browns. Josh Allen today setting records or over the weekend. So that becomes a higher price tag as well, specifically the guaranteed aspect of that contract. And that's where the negotiation